Chapter 10 The Marauders. Chapter text Harry was woken up rudely by Mrs. Figg as she stormed into the room and turned on the lights. She walked over to the window and pulled the curtains open with force. Oggy cried mournfully at the rude awakening and flew out the open window. "Up!" she demanded. Luna groaned grumpily, and Mrs. Figg told her to go back to bed. Luna rolled back over and went immediately back to sleep. Harry sat up urgently, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. "What time is it?" he asked. "It doesn't matter. It's time for you to get up," she said firmly. Mrs. Figg wasn't joking when she said she was going to increase his tutoring regimen. He was finding out. She threw him some clothes and told him to put them on and head to the kitchen. Harry looked at the clothes and realized it was athletic clothing, and that meant he'd be starting his day with exercise. He hated exercise. Growing up, he'd had to be at least a little bit fit in order to outrun Dudley's gang of friends when they wanted to go a round of hairy hunting. But he'd never gone out of his way to be fit. This wasn't good. He changed his clothes as Luna snored in the big, comfortable bed. Once dressed, he exited the room and headed towards the kitchen. His muscles were still sore from the night before, and his body ached in protest each step of the way. When he entered the kitchen, he saw that there were 2 potions on the table in front of him. "Go ahead and take the potions," Mrs. Figg said as she sat opposite him. She was sipping some tea. Harry could tell that one was Wignuweld, but he didn't recognize the other one. He downed both and instantly felt energized, and his aches and pains dissipated. "Whoa, I feel loads better," he said. "I'm sure you recognize the Wiggenweld. The other one is an invigoration draft," she said. Harry spent the rest of the early morning doing different exercises. Mrs. Figg even made him do sprints outside, which he hated because it was so cold. She just laughed and told him to get used to it, because this was how he was going to spend his time until the school year started. She even threatened that if he came back soft after first year that she'd make him regret it. Harry shivered at the threat and pushed through. She didn't let him stop until he'd thrown up. After the exercises, Mrs. Figg started working on breakfast and told Harry to go wake up Luna for normal lessons. Harry went and took a quick shower and changed into some normal clothing before entering his room and waking Luna. Luna was grumpy like normal when she woke up. Harry told her to go shower and head down for breakfast. She complied with his request with a grunt. Harry just shook his head at the grumpy girl. He made his way back to the kitchen to eat. He was starving after the intense workout. The potions he'd taken earlier that day were starting to wear off too, and he yawned loudly. He sat at the table and grabbed a plate before heaping on piles of food. "Thanks," he told Mrs. Figg. As much as he had hated the workout this morning, he knew it was good for him. There was no point in being cross with Mrs. Figg, who was clearly looking out for him. She slid the morning paper over to him, and he read the headline out loud. "Auras investigate crime in Nocturne Alley." He skimmed through the article to find out more, expecting to find mention of the hand of glory that he'd stolen. It turned out that the crime mentioned in the article had nothing to do with him. Harry laughed out loud when he realized that not only had he gotten away with the theft, but that the Auras were now investigating some very questionable items found inside Borgin and Burke's. The article had even mentioned several people that the ministry had questioned after going through the shop's records. Malfoy, Nart, and a ministry employee by the name of Walden McNair were all being investigated for trading in illegal and dangerous goods as a result. The Auras that he'd seen in Nocturne Alley had been sent to arrest Borgin, and Burke and Harry just happened to be there right before they'd gotten there. He couldn't believe his luck. Mrs. Figg just shook her head. "You got lucky, lad," she said. "I know, but look at how good it all turned out. Now Malfoy is being investigated by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement," he said. Mrs. Figg nodded but said, "Don't get your hopes up. He's been lining the minister's pockets for years. Minister Fudge won't let the investigation go too far. He's gotten comfortable with Malfoy's money." "That's wrong," Harry said, disgusted. "It is how things work in the ministry right now," she said. Harry mumbled under his breath. He couldn't believe how corrupt the Ministry of Magic was. "You should be careful about Borgin and Burke," Mrs. Figg said. "They won't forget that they've been stolen from, and even if they are in ministry custody, they are well connected." Harry nodded his understanding as he took a bite of food. Luna came skipping in just then, and she wasted no time digging into breakfast. Luna was like that. He had learned. super grumpy when she woke up, but it didn't last long most days. They spent the rest of the morning being tutored by Mrs. Figg. They focused on the wandless subjects, since Luna didn't have her wand yet. After lunch, Luna was free to spend the rest of the day as she pleased. Harry, however, was dragged off by Mrs. Figg so he could practice magic with his wand. Mrs. Figg lectured him on safety and told him no fire or water spells inside the house. After that, Mrs. Figg left him to practice on his own. He had his copy of Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, and a beginner's guide to transfiguration out before him, and he spent hours going through them, finally attempting the spells he'd been reading about. Despite all the studying he'd done, he still wasn't able to get all of them on the first day. He'd successfully cast Lumos, Nox, and Alohomora. The levitation charm was still giving him issues, and he hadn't managed any of the transfiguration spells. Most of the jinxes and hexes in the dark forces. A guide to self-protection required an opponent, but he practiced the wand movements and pronunciation anyways. Colorful spells flew out of his wand, but he didn't know if they were effective. He didn't let it dampen his mood, though. He didn't stop practicing until dinner, and by then he was exhausted. He sat down next to Luna and put his head down on the table in front of him. "Rough day, Harry?" Luna asked. "You could say that," Harry said. "I'm exhausted." Luna leaned into him and gave him a side hug. "It'll all be worth it," she said. Harry tried to nod that he agreed, but he was too tired to move. "What did you do with your time, Luna?" he asked. Luna let him know that she and Augie and explored the other wing to try and find the demiguise, but they were unsuccessful. The trio ate in comfortable silence. Harry yawned a big yawn and excused himself so he could turn in early. Mrs. Figg reminded him to stretch before he went to bed or he'd regret it. Harry nodded and walked off. The routine went on for the rest of the week. On Wednesday, Luna grew tired of being woken up alongside Harry, and she moved into Sirius' old room permanently. On Saturday, Mrs. Figg backed off and let him use his time as he'd like, but he wasn't allowed to leave. He honestly felt too tired to do anything, but he knew he needed to replenish his stock of fairy eggs, or Ratatoska would likely abandon him. He and Luna put on some proper clothing for exploring the forest in winter, and Harry placed Ratatoska in his front robe pocket. In the forest, they returned to where the fairies were and made quick work of harvesting their eggs. With his wand, he'd been able to freeze the fairies mid-air before they could attack them. Luna grabbed a few for Augie and put them in a jar. She handed their wings to Harry so he could use them in his potions. They left before his freezing spell could end. After they were done harvesting from the fairy bush, Harry asked Ratatoska where a wigan tree that was okay to harvest from might be. The stick creature pointed off deeper into the woods. Luna skipped happily ahead, but stayed close enough that Harry wasn't worried. They traveled for quite a while. The trees were growing closer together, and less light was making it through, despite there being several trees without any leaves. Harry reckoned they were in pretty deep. He maintained his focus and was scanning the perimeter for any signs of danger. Nothing concerning was popping up, but Harry reminded himself that dangerous, mundane animals could likely be here, and he didn't think his magic would find them if they were here. Before long, they came upon an old, fallen wigan tree. Harry silently admired the giant tree, which must have been ancient to be so large. Luna took Ratatoska, and the two walked along the trunk of the fallen tree. The bark looked to be in good shape, and he began harvesting enough for dozens of potions. He had so much that Luna had to help carry some, but she was happy about it. "Wigan tree bark will protect us from dark creatures," she said. Harry remembered reading that somewhere, but no one seemed to know why it worked, so he was still a bit skeptical. He maintained his focus and scanned the area the whole way back. They made it home without incident, which Harry had mixed feelings about. He was happy everyone was safe, but also disappointed that he didn't have an excuse to try out some defensive magic. Where was all the danger in the supposedly dangerous forest? They had just passed the fireplace when he heard it activate. He turned around and saw green flames flare, and then a man he didn't recognize, dressed in worn robes with several patches, stepped out. Harry pulled out his wand and pointed it at the man. The man's eyebrows raised in shock, and he put his hands up so Harry could see he was unarmed. The man smiled and said, "I'm happy to see you're being well trained, Harry." Harry frowned and didn't lower his wand. He was used to people he'd never met recognizing him. Luna has been standing behind him but stepped out and put her hand on Harry's wand arm. "I think he's a friend, Harry," she whispered. "The house remembers him and he's got a good aura." Harry nodded at Luna in thanks and turned to the man and asked, "Who are you, sir?" "Remus Lupin, an old friend of your father's, and my being here was meant to be a surprise." The man trailed off and looked around the entrance hall. "The house looks just like I remember it." Mrs. Figg arrived just then and halted when she saw the trio standing by the fireplace. She glanced at Harry's wand and said, "Oh, blast it all, Harry. Remus was meant to be a surprise guest for the Christmas holiday." She walked over to Remus and said, "Sorry, I thought he'd have stayed in the woods longer so we could surprise him together." She looked at Harry and said, "Please tell me you didn't throw any spells at him." Harry gulped. "I almost did, but Luna stopped me." Looked at Remus and said, "Sorry, sir." "No harm done. I'm impressed, actually," Remus said as he walked over and shook Harry's and Luna's hand. "I'd love to know more about what you said about my aura and the house. Sometime, Luna," he said. Luna's smile lit up the room. "Oh, yes, I think that would be lovely," she said, and guided him towards the kitchen. Harry and Mrs. Figg shared a smile and followed behind. Harry was eager to talk to his dad's friend and find out why he hadn't visited him sooner. The group ate and talked, and Harry learned that Remus had tried every year to convince Dumbledore to let him stop by or even just see Harry from a distance. But Dumbledore always refused, using Aunt Petunia's demand that there would be no interference from the magical world as an excuse. But this year, when I asked, expecting the usual refusal, he told me to reach out to Mrs. Figg. He told me there had been a change, and that Mrs. Figg was seeing to your care now. Harry was annoyed at the headmaster's interference, but had to remind himself that the old man hadn't meant any harm and had kindly stepped out of the way when his fumble was realized. Mrs. Figg took up the story then, and Harry and Luna listened with rapt attention. "I ran into Remus in Diagon a couple days ago, and we got to talking. I invited him to stay with us for a while," she said. Harry was happy to see there was no animosity between Remus and Mrs. Figg. Her worries surrounding the werewolf disliking her because of her ex-husband seemed to have been unfounded. "Mrs. Figg mentioned you'd found something of serious that might indicate he hadn't betrayed your parents," Remus asked. Harry explained about the journal and Luna's aura reading. He also voiced his doubts that it wouldn't likely do much to help, since Sirius had killed Peter and all those muggles. Remus nodded that he agreed with Harry's deduction. Harry saw tears forming in the man's eyes. "It might not make a difference to Sirius' situation, but it makes all the difference to me," Remus said. "I think I'd like to go visit my old friend and get his side of things," he said after a long pause. Harry felt excited. "Can I come?" he asked, looking both to Remus and Mrs. Figg. Remus and Mrs. Figg looked at each other and then started speaking at the same time. It was hard to decipher, but he gathered that Remus wasn't sure it was a good idea, but Mrs. Figg was surprisingly supportive of the trip. "But the Dementors," Remus said with concern. "Harry's made of stronger stuff. I think he can handle it," Mrs. Figg said. Harry had read about Dementors, and they sounded awful. He'd read that people who had been through awful experiences tended to have a stronger reaction. He couldn't remember his parents' death, so he didn't think it would be a problem. "Can you do the Patronus charm?" Harry asked. "Yes, I can, but it still seems a bit wrong to take a child to Azkaban," Remus said. Harry knew he was just a kid, but he hated being reminded all the time. "Perhaps you're right," Mrs. Figg said, "but I'm inclined to let Harry decide. I trust that, should you allow him to come with you, you're capable of keeping him safe." Harry felt his heart beating faster. "Please, Mr. Lupin, I can handle it and I won't be any trouble." The aging man shook his head with a smile. "Your mother would flay me alive if she were here, but I guess you can come with me as long as you never call me Mr. Lupin again." "Yes," Harry said as he raised his fists in the air above his head. The next day was Sunday. Harry was standing outside in the yard. Snow was falling down around him, but he wasn't cold. Remus had cast some warming charms over him, and they were standing opposite each other with their wands extended. Remus cast a red stupefy at him, and Harry quickly summoned a shield, using Protego. The red spell bounced off his shield and into the ground. "Good, your shield is strong," Remus said. "Try deflecting my spell back at me. It's a bit tricky, but if you can catch my spell in the center of your shield, it should bounce straight back." Remus cast another red stupefy, and Harry cast the shield charm and then tried to aim it just right. It took quite a few tries, but he was eventually able to send a couple spells back in Remus' general direction. "Very good, Harry," Remus said as they ended their practice. Remus was a natural instructor. He was calm and had a way with words that made it easy to learn. "Thanks, you're a good teacher," Harry said. The two went back inside and grabbed a snack. They planned on fleeing to the Azkaban Visiting Center this morning. From there, if their request was approved, they'd be able to take a boat to the island that housed the prison. If they weren't approved to visit, they'd have to make an appointment and try again. Harry was prepared to bribe his way in if needed, but he hoped his name was enough if there were any issues. Luna gave them both a hug goodbye, and Mrs. Figg wished them luck. Harry stumbled out of the flue at the Azkaban Visitor Center with a curse. Remus caught him before he could fall. "Blasted flue is cursed, I swear," he said in his defense. "You can thank your mother. She never got the hang of it either," Remus said. Harry smiled as they walked towards the desk. There weren't many people here waiting to visit. Remus talked with the wizard and was able to secure passage to the island. When he asked who they were here to visit and Remus answered, "Sirius Black," the wizard hesitated. He left and went into a back room, and Harry began to worry. A new wizard came out and said in a robotic voice, "Visitations are cancelled. Everyone go home." The few people that were in the visitors' center groaned in protest. Another wizard came out and threatened them with arrest if they didn't leave. Harry was beginning to suspect that they didn't want anyone visiting Sirius Black. He glanced at Remus and said, "Let me try something." Remus nodded. "Excuse me, sir," Harry tried with the wizard telling everyone to leave. The wizard just ignored him. "Go home. Visitations are cancelled." Harry was furious and said more loudly, "Sir." The wizard finally looked at him, and his eyes widened as recognized who Harry was. He looked around the room, worried. "Why do you want to visit Sirius Black anyway? He basically killed your parents," the wizard said. Harry looked at the man's name tag, then back at the wizard. "Mr. Turpin, are you sure you want to bar me from visiting the man that sold out my parents to Lord Voldemort?" Mr. Turpin flinched hard when Harry used Voldemort's name. "I am just following orders. Visitations have been cancelled," he said. "Whose orders?" Harry asked. "So I know who to report to Madam Bones." It was an all-out farce. Harry had obviously never met the woman, but he had a feeling this might just work. Mr. Turpin hesitated. Harry focused on his magic, wanting to emanate authority and conviction. "Tell me who's responsible for this, or I'll tell Madam Bones it was your fault." That did the trick. "It was ordered by Barty Crouch," the man admitted. Remus' head jerked at that. "But he's no longer over the DMLE or Azkaban," he said. Harry saw his chance. "I'm sure Madam Bones would be interested to hear that Mr. Crouch is interfering in her department," he said. He looked again at Mr. Turpin's name tag. "And that Mr. Turpin here was just following orders." Harry trailed off to emphasize how weak of an argument that sounded to him. Mr. Turpin looked tense. "Unless you want to let us visit Sirius, and maybe we'll leave your name out of it," Harry finished. "I'll be right back," Mr. Turpin said, and he walked into the back room. Remus let out a chuckle. "What has Mrs. Figg been teaching you? That was downright impressive, scary even." "Mrs. Figg has stressed the importance of using whatever resources you have. I don't like my fame much, but I'll use it if it helps me reach my goals," Harry said. Remus looked thoughtful. "You look like James, but that was like seeing Lily reincarnated," Harry laughed. "You sound just like Mrs. Figg." The guard came back and said, "You can come with me." Harry and Remus followed the guard out to a boat, and the three of them boarded. Remus cast a warming spell on the lot of them, even the guard, who simply grunted his thanks. The magical boat moved across the water smoothly. Harry started to shiver in spite of Remus' warming charm. Remus must have noticed, or was also being affected, because he removed his wand and said, "Expecto Patronum." A white mist exuded from his wand and formed into a wolf. The wolf ran through the air around them, and Harry started to feel better. Harry could barely see through the thick fog, but Mr. Turpin assured them they were close. A moment later, Harry saw a light forming ahead of them. They got closer and closer, and Harry realized it was a lantern fixed to a post along a dock. They came up next to it, and then the guard hopped out and then pulled Remus and Harry up out of the boat. Mr. Turpin lit his wand and waved them on to follow him. He led them up several dozen steps and then into the prison. Remus, Patronus followed them the whole way. When they got inside, Harry flinched at the sight of a large black figure hovering over them. Remus, Wolf Patronus ran between the group and the Dementor screeched. "Begone, demon," the guard ordered, and the Dementor floated away. "I hate coming here, but no one else was willing to break Mr. Crouch's orders," Mr. Turpin said. "I'd really appreciate it if you made sure Madam Bones knows that when you tell her." Harry nodded and said, "I will, I promise." He continued to lead them through dark hallways. Harry was starting to feel bad and kind of hopeless. He started remembering the times he'd been trapped and picked on by Dudley or forced to start in his cupboard for days on end. Remus pulled out a bar of chocolate and broke it into 3 pieces. He then distributed it to the group, and they ate happily as they walked. Harry felt better instantly. They got to a large metal gate, and Mr. Turpin fished out a key and then unlocked the way forward. "You'll find Sirius Black 12 cells down on the right. This is as far as I go, but you'll be safe enough with your patroness," Mr. Turpin said. "The inmates go a bit nuts when us guards go through, but they usually leave the visitors alone." Harry and Remus walked down the dreary hallway, counting the doors along the way. They stopped at the 12th cell and peered inside. A large black dog was laying there on the ground, apparently asleep. Harry hoped he wasn't dead. He couldn't tell he was breathing. "Sirius Black," Remus said clearly. The dog didn't budge. "Padfoot," Harry tried. The dog's ears twitched at that. "Padfoot," Harry said again. The dog's head lifted off the ground, and Harry saw his eyes staring into his. Padfoot got to his feet quickly, and he walked over to the door with a whine. A moment later, he shifted into a man, a very dirty and smelly man, Harry thought. "Sirius," Remus whispered sadly. Sirius shifted his attention to Remus and sobbed. "Remus," Sirius wailed. "I'm so sorry, Remus." Sirius looked again at Harry and said, "And Harry, I'm so sorry. I was so foolish." "What happened, Sirius? Was it Peter?" Remus asked, cutting to the point of things. "It was Peter. We switched at the last moment, and then Peter sold them out." Harry was relieved to hear that. He was beginning to worry that they'd gotten it wrong and that Sirius had betrayed his parents. "The rat is still alive, Mooney," Sirius rasped out. Remus jerked then and grabbed the bars eagerly. "Peter is alive," he checked. "Yes, Wormtail got the last laugh in the end. Pulled a prank well beyond anything I'd thought he was capable of," Sirius said. "How?" Remus asked. "When I cornered him on the street full of muggles, he started shouting that I'd betrayed the Potters," Sirius said. "He was making a scene. I was so angry that I just started shouting at him and throwing spells." Sirius shook his head. He cast a blasting curse at a gas line and blew up the whole street. I was a bit dazed, but I watched him cut off his finger and then turn into a rat before scurrying away. "The papers said you were laughing like a lunatic," Remus said. Sirius nodded. "I couldn't believe the rat had pulled one over on me," Sirius said. "I underestimated him. He could be anywhere now, maybe even dead for real." "How do we prove your innocence without him?" Remus asked. "I've been thinking about this a long time," Sirius said. "Capturing Peter is the only definite way." "How do we find him?" Harry asked. "Peter is a coward, and he wouldn't have been safe walking freely in magical society, not with so many Death Eaters walking free," Sirius said. Remus nodded as if he understood, but Harry didn't get it at all. "If Peter were on their side, why would he be worried?" Harry asked. "Because his information led to their defeat at a time where it seemed their victory was certain," Remus answered. "And he couldn't go to Dumbledore for protection like Snape," Sirius said. Remus nodded again. "Peter wasn't brave or very good at casting spells, but he's not stupid," Sirius said. "He'll be somewhere he can hide but still keep up to date on what's going on." Remus looked thoughtful. "Do you think he'd choose living as a rat over escaping to another country?" he asked. "I don't know," Sirius said. "I'd be willing to live as a dog to stay out of here." "Why haven't you?" Harry asked. He knew he would have if it were him. He didn't think he could stand it here for more than a visit, and then not very often. Sirius looked sad. "This place is," he trailed off. Harry thought he understood. The Dementors probably made it hard to think clearly out to feel like there was a point to anything. "Sorry," Harry said. "That was a dumb thing to say." Sirius laughed. It came out awkwardly, like he hadn't laughed in a very long time. "Harry, it's so good to see you." "I'm so glad you're okay and that Remus was able to take you in," Sirius said. "Oh, actually I grew up with my Muggle relatives, the Dursleys, until Mrs. Figg stepped in a few months ago," Harry said. "Remus and I met yesterday. I've actually started writing you several letters because Luna found your journal and we thought you might be innocent." And Sirius interrupted. "Wait, what?" "Sorry, I tend to ramble sometimes," Harry said. He then caught Sirius up on his life so far. Sirius looked angry when he told him about the Dursleys, curious at the mention of Mrs. Figg living in the neighbourhood at Dumbledore's request, and absolutely thrilled that Harry was now living in Potter Manor. He teased Harry about Luna, so Harry left out that they shared a room and bed up until recently. Remus, who hadn't known the details either, looked really thoughtful and was being rather quiet. Each of the men said at nearly the same time that they should have been there for Harry. Harry just laughed them off. Remus had lycanthropy, which made it hard for him to be a justifiable guardian, and Sirius has been framed for a crime. It wasn't their fault. Maybe I should just escape this place and live the rest of my life in hiding, Sirius said. We need to get you out of here, Remus said to Sirius. But I worry that you escaping will make it harder to prove your innocence, and it might scare Peter away. Sirius looked thoughtful. The rat needs to pay for what he did, he said. Harry wanted to say that he could help, but didn't know how to explain it without mentioning the guild. Tell Dumbledore about us being Animagi and about Wormtail. He'll want to know that there is a potential Death Eater roaming free that he didn't know about, Sirius said. And he has the connections in the Ministry and Guile to start working the system. Harry nodded. He knew Dumbledore could likely help. He'd ask Mrs. Figg to inform the guild, and between them they'd secure Sirius, freedom, and see that Pettigrew was punished for his actions. Harry and Remus got back home without issue, and the pair were sipping hot cocoa in the kitchen as they debriefed Luna and Mrs. Figg. He'd have to wait to ask her to involve the guild. Harry felt bad that he was enjoying a hot drink while Sirius was stuck in that awful prison. The cocoa had helped instantly. Luckily, he had a meeting scheduled in Hogsmeade with the shop owners this evening. He could stock up. The man would need it when he got out. Harry had taken more of a backseat with his investments. Mrs. Figg knew what she was doing, and he'd probably just do what she recommended in most cases. But she'd reminded him that it was important that he develop a personal and professional relationship with each of them. So they were meeting tonight to discuss next steps, but mostly just to enjoy a meal together. He'd signed Ollivander's contract and would be paid for any high-quality wood he sent the man. He hoped to use the money he had inherited and was earning to start buying back the businesses Lucius Malfoy and the other free Death Eaters had claimed in his family's absence. He then used those businesses to supply other businesses he was involved in until he slowly but surely shoved Malfoy out. Hopefully all without the man knowing it until it was too late. Remus had been invited, but he'd opted to try and visit with Dumbledore in person. Harry wished him luck and followed Mrs. Figg and Luna to the flue. Since they'd planned ahead, the Flumes had opened their flue to them so they could travel directly to their apartment. Harry was greeted by Mrs. Flume, who caught him as he stumbled out of the fireplace with an apology. "No worries, dear," Mrs. Flume said. "Come join the rest of us at the table." Harry was greeted warmly by Zonko, Ambrosius, and the rest of the group. Zonko offered his hand for Harry to shake, but Harry was still wary from the last time. Zonko laughed and revealed a hidden device that sent a minor stinging hex up the victim's arm. Fina Greengrass admitted that she'd fallen for the prank with a glare directed at Zonko, but Harry could tell she wasn't really mad. They enjoyed a good meal together, and he was happy to see that Luna was having a great time talking to Harold Weeks and Zacharia Fenby. Mrs. Figg was chatting happily with the Flumes. He turned and caught Fina watching him with a smile. "You really care for them, don't you?" she asked. Harry nodded. He did care for them. They were his family. "I have a niece starting at Hogwarts at the same time as you," Fina said. "Her name is Daphne. She has a rough home life. Her father, my brother, is a bit old-fashioned and has been grooming her to be a proper pureblood bride," she said with air quotes. "She could use a friend like you at school." Harry thought about it for a bit. He was happy to try, but wasn't sure whether or not Daphne would want to be friends with someone like him. "I'd be happy to try," he said. Fina nodded her thanks. They spent the rest of the evening chatting and talking a little bit of business. Harold needed some higher quality wood for his broomsticks, and Harry told him he could probably supply it. Zachariah had worked out a deal with several farmers in the area and was set for the next year. Fina had been able to work something out with a few suppliers, but needed help getting her hands on some magical creature byproducts. Harry wished he had a way to help with the magical creatures. He had the land, but not the know-how or help he needed to take care of it all when he left for school. It was too much for Mrs. Figg alone. Maybe Remus would be willing to help or knew someone that could. "I'll see what I can do about that, Fina," he said. "I have an idea, but I need to check with someone first." Chapter 11. Chapter 11. The Invitation. Chapter text. Harry woke up the next morning to Mrs. Figg demanding that he get started on his morning workout. Harry complied with a grumble and got to work. When breakfast came around, he'd hoped to see Remus, but it looked like the man hadn't returned just yet. Harry and Luna ate, and Harry told her, and Mrs. Figg, what his visit to Azkaban has been like. He spared no detail, and Mrs. Figg beamed at him when he explained how he'd convinced the guard to let him and Remus visit Sirius. "You should follow through on your threat and contact Madam Bones," Mrs. Figg said. "She'll appreciate you informing her of the situation, and it never hurts to have the DMLE as an ally." Harry agreed and saw the value in forming a positive relationship with the woman. He wanted to be careful, though. "Can you tell me anything about her that will help?" he asked. Mrs. Figg nodded and replied, "She's a model Hufflepuff. She earned her position the old-fashioned way, hard work. She's held on to it by being extraordinarily fair." Harry nodded. "I met her once," Luna said. "My father wrote an article about corruption in the magical creatures department. She took Daddy's allegations seriously, and several people were fired after her investigation." Luna looked like she was trying to remember something. Her aura was the clearest I've ever seen. Harry digested the information, thinking over his approach with the woman. "Maybe she can help Sirius," he said before trailing off. Mrs. Figg looked thoughtful and a bit concerned. "She might be able to help later on if she isn't too blunt in her approach. We don't want to tip anyone off or Pettigrew might get word." That made sense to Harry. Without knowing where the rat was, it was risky to approach anyone for help. Maybe they should have left Dumbledore out of it too, but it was too late now. Harry sighed. Plotting was challenging. He preferred winging it. He shared his concerns with Mrs. Figg and Luna. Luna replied first with, "It'll all work out, Harry." Mrs. Figg was silent for a long time before replying. Pettigrew would be insane to spy on Dumbledore. It would be safer for him to keep a good distance from both groups, but close enough to pick up on any potential change. If he's living as a rat, he'll probably be living as a pet, so he'll be kept safe from predators. If I were him, I'd pick. Mrs. Figg was interrupted as Remus walked into the dining area along with an older woman with a stern expression dressed in green robes. "Minerva," Mrs. Figg said with a look at Remus. "What are you doing here?" Remus didn't say anything, but he looked a bit guilty to Harry. "Arabella, I must say I was relieved when Albus told me you were taking over young Harry's care." The woman turned and faced Harry. "Know the details, and I won't pry, but Albus has looked exceedingly guilty any time you're brought up." She held out her hand, and he took it into his before bringing it to his lips. "I'm Professor Minerva McGonagall," she said. "It's nice to meet you, Professor McGonagall." Professor McGonagall chuckled and said, "I see you're being taught proper pureblood etiquette. Fleamont and Euphemia would be happy about that." "Mrs. Figg has been teaching me," he said simply. Remus cleared his throat impatiently. Professor McGonagall simply raised her eyebrow at Remus and then said, "Well, I just happened to be there when Remus was visiting with Albus about Sirius. I never could wrap my head around Sirius betraying James. They were practically brothers." Harry continued to listen as the woman explained why she was here. Mrs. Figg had been telling him about the people he'd meet at Hogwarts the last couple weeks, so he knew she was the deputy headmistress and head of Gryffindor House. He also knew from his dad's journals and a few comments from Remus that she was extremely capable and not to be crossed. His dad and the other marauders obviously respected her and valued her opinion of them. When Remus told me that they'd become animagi and that Peter was a rat, I recalled that one of my lions has a pet rat that is missing a toe, Professor McGonagall said. "I noticed him during one of my classes." Harry perked up at this information. Professor McGonagall continued, "Normally, I wouldn't have thought anything of it, but Percy is a very studious student and does well in my class. No matter what he tried, he couldn't get his rat to transfigure into a water goblet." Harry nodded along with everyone else as they waited for her to complete her story. Harry thought he was beginning to understand that the reason the spell wasn't working was because the rat was really a man already transfigured as a rat. He assumed that complicated things to another level. "When I went to help young Percy, the rat bit him and scampered off," she finished. Percy ended up using an extra rat and got the spell correct instantly. Luna chose that moment to interject. I remember Ginny telling me that her brother had had a pet rat for as long as she could remember. I didn't think rats lived that long. I thought it must be a puker. Harry didn't know what a puker was, but he guessed it didn't matter. Everything was pointing to the rat actually being Pettigrew. It fit with their assumption that he was living as a rat with his ear to the ground. Mrs. Figg responded next. I was just brainstorming with Harry that if I were Pettigrew, I'd have tried to stay with a wizarding family so I would be safe, but could be aware of anything going on in society. Harry was thinking about how he was going to capture the rat and prove Sirius innocence. If he could bring Pettigrew to Madame Bones, then he'd for sure ensure Sirius release. Remus, you were the planner in the group. How do we capture the rat without him suspecting anything? Harry asked the old marauder. Remus turned to him and grinned wickedly before the group started brainstorming. Harry felt his pulse quicken in anticipation, impatient to act. It had taken several hours to work through the details of the plan. Professor McGonagall stayed for a while before excusing herself back to Hogwarts. Mrs. Figg happily cancelled her lessons for Harry and Luna. As a spy, she was a great resource in Remus, and they seemed to feed off each other as they discussed strategy. Luna mostly just listened and observed, but she had been to the Weasleys' home and was able to describe the layout. Eventually, Mrs. Figg had to leave as well, and Luna decided to go read in the library with Hermes. Sorry for inviting the professor over without discussing it with you and Mrs. Figg first, Remus said, when it was just the two of them. Harry shook his head. Don't be. It was the right call, and in any case I wanted to run something by you. Harry swallowed nervously, suddenly worried that the man would reject him. Remus looked at him curiously. I was wondering if you'd like to move in permanently. I like having you here, and Mrs. Figg will need some help with the animals and greenhouses. Can pick any of the rooms, Harry rambled nervously. Remus chuckled and said, Whoa, slow down there. Harry mumbled an apology. He hated when he lost his composure and started rambling. Did you just invite me to move in? Remus checked. Yes, Harry said simply, determined not to start rambling again. And you mentioned something about helping with animals and the greenhouses, Remus asked. Yes, Harry replied, but only if you don't mind. I could pay you. No, I won't accept payment. Somewhere to live is good enough for me, and I'd like to be part of your life, Harry. Remus looked conflicted. Are you sure? I mean, with my condition, it's not exactly safe. Nonsense, Harry said. I've already asked Mrs. Figg to pick up the ingredients for wolfsbane. Can you brew it? No, Sirius was the potioneer, I'm afraid. Remus trailed off. Good thing he'll be joining us soon then, Harry said simply. Remus shook his head with a chuckle and then cleared his throat. There is one other consideration, he started before taking a sip of tea. I kind of have a girlfriend and she has a daughter. They are traveling with a pack, but we've always talked about settling down. Harry cut him off with a laugh. They can come too if they want. How old is the girl? Will she join us at Hogwarts? Oh, she's a few years shy of attending Hogwarts. She's a good kid, and I think you two will get along just fine. Remus answered. Harry was musing. Maybe he would be able to pull all of this off with a little bit of help. It was kind of perfect to have people living here in the manor to help take care of things so he could focus on his goals. And it freed up Mrs. Figg so she could continue her work with the guild as well. He trusted Mrs. Figg and Remus to keep things running smoothly, and maybe even Sirius would want to help too when he got out. This is turning out perfectly, Harry said to his father's friend. I want to start selling magical plants and animal parts to people that need them, but I've not been able to figure out how to do it while I'm away at school. Do you think you and your girlfriend are enough, or are there others that you'd trust to hire and live here? Remus thought about it for a moment and said, I think the two of us should be plenty, but if it ever gets out of hand, I'll let you know. There are other werewolves that need the work, but trust is kind of hard to come by in the werewolf world. Harry thought about Greyback and his beliefs. Maybe we could change that by offering shelter, food, and work to those that need it, steer them away from Greyback and his lot. Maybe, Remus said. But that is a lot for you and Mrs. Figg to take on. You can't solve all the world's problems. You're only 10 years old after all. Harry nodded. It was probably too soon for him to make a move against the likes of Greyback. Malfoy was already too much, and Voldemort. He was simply outmatched on so many levels and needed to keep working. Eventually, he might be able to take more on after he had more allies and could defend himself better. He wasn't going to win this war overnight. You're right, Harry said. Thanks for being willing to help out around here, Remus. You'll make a huge difference. Anything for you, Harry, Remus said with a smile as he drank the last of his tea. The pair sat and discussed the plan to capture Pettigrew. It would be a few days before they could act. The conversations turned back towards Sirius, and Harry remembered that he hadn't heard much about how Dumbledore would be helping. What was Dumbledore's reaction to everything? He asked. Oh, much the same as Minerva. He had a hard time wrapping his head around Sirius betraying the Potters, but everything had pointed to that being the case, Remus said. Why hasn't anyone looked into it? Harry asked. It seems everyone eagerly believed he was innocent once an alternative option popped up. But he trailed off, realizing that Remus was included in that group of people that had simply left it alone until now. Remus sighed with a grimace before responding. The war was hard on everyone, and plenty of people that we thought were on our side turned out to be the enemy. It wasn't completely far-fetched to believe that Sirius was included in all that, as much as we didn't want to believe it. When evidence cropped up that he might be innocent, I barely dared to hope, had it come from someone other than you, I might not have believed it. Harry nodded. He thought he understood a little better now. For the rest of the week, Harry woke early to exercise and continued with his lessons with Mrs. Figg and his spell practice in the afternoon. He pushed himself harder than ever as he geared up for his role in capturing Wormtail. He wouldn't let himself be the reason that Sirius remained in prison. Remus helped him for a couple days, but then left on Thursday. After dinner, Mrs. Figg handed him 2 letters that he'd received earlier that day. One, surprisingly, was from Madame Bones inviting him to a winter solstice party tomorrow evening. It was very last minute, but he was willing to let any potential slight go. Most people didn't know he'd returned to the magical world after all. The next letter was from the guild leader, and the mystery surrounding his invitation to the Bones party was solved instantly. The letter outlined that he was to attend the party and start networking. He'd be contacted by another member of the guild, who would portkey him to a secret location so he could be initiated officially into the guild. It was going to be a long day, but he was grateful for the opportunity to meet Madame Bones before he turned Pettigrew in. He'd be able to get a better read on the woman and decide if she was the one that would be helping them or if they needed to pursue other avenues. He wondered what the initiation ceremony would be like. He remembered a weird film he'd watched at the Dursleys one night where a group of people bled into a cup and they all drank. He shuddered at the thought. He hoped blood wouldn't be involved. He was shaken from his thoughts when Mrs. Figg said, I'll let you sleep in tomorrow, and then we'll spend some time going over the plan for the party. The guild leader sent me a list of people attending that she expects you to cozy up to. Harry nodded and asked, will you be attending as well? What about Luna? Luna and I have been invited to attend the party, she said. Harry was pleased. He'd been so busy that he'd hardly been able to spend time with his friend outside of lessons. A party would be the perfect time for them to spend quality time together. Harry waited for Luna to finish eating, and then the pair walked together to their living area. She was quiet and had a vacant expression on her face like she wasn't really there, which was pretty normal for the girl. How have you been, Luna? He asked. What did you do today after lessons? It took a moment for her to reply. Good, she said simply. Hermes and I have been exploring together and think we might have figured out where the demiguise has been staying. Harry was pleased to hear that Luna had been able to find something to do other than read. Anything else going on? He asked. Luna hummed. All the time, you'll have to be more specific. Harry chuckled and then decided to get to the point. Small talk was challenging enough, but with Luna it was almost impossible. I'm sorry I've not been a very good friend lately, he said. What are you talking about? Luna asked. You're a great friend. Harry was relieved she wasn't upset with him, but he knew he'd been neglecting her. I've just been so busy and I haven't really been paying attention to you, he said. Luna actually laughed at that. We both know that you pay more attention than I do. I'm the aloof one, not you, she said. Harry was surprised at the level of self-awareness she was displaying. She never commented on her odd mannerisms, and he figured she didn't realize she was being odd. He had to admit she had a point. Maybe he was being silly, and Luna didn't mind that he'd been preoccupied since she was basically always preoccupied. Thanks, Luna, he said. The pair snuggled up on the couch and talked about random things until they fell asleep. Harry had fully intended on sleeping in, but he'd woken up in the early morning and hadn't been able to fall back asleep. He still hadn't developed a love for exercise, so he chose to head down to the potions lab instead. He found potion making to be relaxing, and he wanted to clear his head since he was beginning to feel anxious about everything on his plate today. He decided to brew a few vials of extimulo potion, which was supposed to increase the power of a single spell cast after drinking the potion. It sounded useful, and he hadn't brewed it yet but should be at his skill level. After a couple hours, he noted the potion matched the sky blue description in his potions book. He filled 5 vials and labeled them before putting them away. He wondered if there was a way to enhance the recipe so it lasted more than one spell. As he was cleaning up, Mrs. Figg walked in and said, "There you are," in a flustered voice. "We need to get started. There are a lot of profiles to go over." "Almost done here," he replied. "I'll come to the dining room in just a moment." Mrs. Figg nodded briskly and then walked away. Harry finished cleaning and then followed after her. He saw Remus near the flue and waved. Rebus waved back and said, "Good morning, Harry. I'm just heading out to meet with Dumbledore so he knows what our plan for Pettigrew is." Harry nodded. They'd discussed keeping Dumbledore in the loop, and even though he didn't like it, he knew it was important for their plan to succeed. "Safe travels," he told the old werewolf. Remus vanished in a plume of green smoke a moment later, and Harry entered the dining room. For the next several hours, Mrs. Figg instructed him on each of the guests expected at the party. The amount of information she had on each person was frightening. Each profile included names, birthdays, professions, and net worth. Some even included Hogwarts house affiliations. There was also relationship status, siblings, children, and even pets. Pretty much anything of note was in the profile. He thought it was a little overkill, but he did his best to memorize every detail. He wondered what his own profile looked like, but he suspected that maybe he didn't want to know. "If the guild has all this information, then what use will I be?" he asked Mrs. Figg. Mrs. Figg laughed and said, "Information is one thing. Being friends and allies so they'll back you up and improve your influence is another." Harry nodded, understanding. He was making allies so that the guild could use him to push their agenda. He could only hope that it never conflicted with his own desires. Mrs. Figg added, "Besides, their children will be there, and the information you gather will be used to create their profiles too." "Okay, that makes sense, I guess," he said. Harry was reminded why he liked thieving more than spying and politicking. Thieving was so much simpler. "Did my mom do all this?" he asked. "Of course," Mrs. Figg said. "Your mother thrived in the guild. She was a natural at gathering intelligence, and she was so likable that it was easy for her to get in close with the people she was assigned." Harry sighed. Maybe he'd like it more after a bit of success. Mrs. Figg left to go get their host a gift. Luna quizzed him on everything until he felt like his brain would explode. He felt better after Luna reminded him that she'd be there. "I'll just bring up a strange creature if it looks like you're about to embarrass yourself," she said. Harry practically mauled her with his hug. "You're a lifesaver, Luna," he said. "I don't know what I'd do without you." "GRR off," she squealed as she tried to push him off of her. He put on a bit of weight, and she wasn't very successful, but he complied with a grin. Luna huffed and puffed as she regained her breath. "That's not fair. You're a lot bigger than me now," she said with a mock glare. Harry just laughed in return, and the pair went to try and relax before the party. Harry was dressed in smart, jet black robes that he'd been told were in style. He'd used a bit of sleek-easy to tame his hair, and it was as controlled as it was going to get without gluing it down to his head. He was leaving his wand behind with a bit of trepidation. He'd gotten used to having it, but it wasn't a good idea to walk into the head of DMLE with an unregistered wand. This was his first open foray into wizarding society, and he wanted to make a good impression. He did have a couple potions in case anything happened, not that he thought anything would. He just wanted to be prepared if something did. There was nothing illegal about that. He'd even grabbed a few empty bottles and his knife in case the opportunity to harvest something presented itself. Mrs. Figg had jokingly started calling him a Boy Scout, but he knew she approved. Luna was dressed just as smartly as Harry in a new type of woman's robe that was apparently in style, but she was wearing robes that were light blue. Harry thought she looked very pretty. Mrs. Figg dressed more traditionally than Harry and Luna, but Harry thought she looked really nice too. The trio were gathered around the flue, waiting to make their entrance. Harry wanted to be on time, but Mrs. Figg said it was better to be a bit late. He didn't get it, but knew Mrs. Figg knew best. Harry asked Luna to quiz him a few more times to help pass the time. He answered the majority of her questions correctly, but forgot a few key points. It seemed at least Luna had been able to remember everything. Eventually, they threw in some flue powder and traveled to their destination. Harry tumbled out of the fireplace and right into a pretty red-headed girl who caught him. Harry was mortified and blushed furiously as he met the pretty girl's blue eyes. He was gorgeously dressed in green robes similarly styled to Luna's. Harry noticed she had a few freckles on her cheeks. He offered his hand so she could take it and said, "I'm so sorry. I haven't quite gotten the hang of the flue, miss." He kissed her knuckles as she curtsied and said, "Susan, Susan Bones." Harry noticed she was blushing a bit as well, though he didn't know why. She cleared her throat and said, "It's quite all right, no trouble at all actually, mister." "Oh, right," Harry fumbled. "I'm Harry Potter." "It's nice to meet you." He couldn't believe he'd forgotten to introduce himself properly. He quickly glanced around and found Mrs. Figg looking at him with a knowing smile. He looked back at the girl, Susan, and noticed she was looking at him with wide eyes. When she noticed him looking at her, she said, "Sorry, you probably hate when people react that way." Harry did hate it, but he had just bombed his introduction, so he just said, "No big deal," with a shrug. Luna walked over just then and introduced herself. Susan was looking a little disappointed, but he wasn't sure why. Luna noticed and said, "Oh, don't worry. Harry is like a brother to me. He's completely available." Susan blushed, and Harry was confused. "Luna, what are you?" Mrs. Figg came by just then and interrupted him. "Harry, come greet our host," she said as she guided him around to stand in front of a tall woman with grey hair. He'd seen her picture in her profile, but it didn't really do her justice. She was much more intimidating in person. Harry quickly performed the rituals that Mrs. Figg had been cramming into his brain. He was pleased that he'd been able to do it all flawlessly, unlike with Susan. He offered her a nice bottle of wine that Mrs. Figg had picked out and thanked her for inviting them. Madam Bones looked impressed and said, "It's very kind of you to not mention how last-minute my invitation was, Mr. Potter. I must beg for your forgiveness. I hadn't realized you'd returned to us from the mundane world until very recently." Before he could respond, she continued with, "I must commend you for your efforts to perform the proper niceties, as if it's not new to you. It was very well done, but I must admit I'd prefer if we could do away with them for the rest of the evening." Harry decided he liked her at that very instant. He smiled brightly, relieved that Madam Bones seemed as tired of the pureblood niceties as he was. "Oh, thank goodness," he said. "Mrs. Figg has been teaching me." Madam Bones smiled at Mrs. Figg and said, "You're very lucky to have someone like her looking out for you." "Mrs. Figg, I don't think I've seen you since before," Mrs. Figg interrupted, but not rudely. "I believe it was around the spring equinox at the Potter home just before they died, yes." "Such a loss, that was. Have you been looking after young Mr. Potter all this time?" Madam Bones asked. Harry listened as Mrs. Figg explained how he'd come into her care. She didn't go into details, but offered just enough truth. He looked around the room at the rest of the guests that were chatting in little groups all around the ballroom in the next room. He recognized most of them from their profiles, but there were a few he didn't remember learning about. He saw Scrimagore and Kingsley from the DMLE. He also saw a man in a bowler hat that must be Minister Fudge talking with Malfoy Sr. and his wife, Narcissa. He saw Draco with two large boys by the punch bowl. He saw Luna and Susan talking with a chubby boy that he didn't recognize and was relieved to see them smiling as Luna said something. He returned his attention to Madam Bones and Mrs. Figg just as Mrs. Figg finished her story. "I'm very grateful for all Mrs. Figg has been doing for me," he said truthfully. "She's been a great friend." Mrs. Figg blushed and waved him off playfully. Madam Bones smiled a real smile at that. "I hope Susan feels that way about me," she said. Harry knew from the profile that Madam Bones was Susan's father's sister and that most of the family had been killed in the last war. The Bones family was hit almost as hard as his own. He found that he didn't know what to say but didn't want to be rude. He settled for a compliment and said, "Susan is lucky to have someone like you to care for her. Family is important." "It truly is," she said, impressed. I've been learning about my family. There are plenty of journals around the house, and Mrs. Figg has been kind enough to tell me some stories, Harry said, seeing his opening. I don't mean to be rude by bringing up work, but I came across something that might interest you. Oh, please, feel free, she said. Harry then told her about Sirius' journal and his trip to Azkaban with Remus. She seemed shocked that he'd made the trip to the prison and gave a judgmental look to Mrs. Figg, which Mrs. Figg ignored. She was furious when Harry told her about Crouch's interference at the prison, and he watched as she scanned the room and made note of the man's location. She listened intently as Harry finished explaining Sirius' side of the story and his admission to being an illegal animagus, along with Peter Pettigrew. He told her how Peter was the actual secret keeper and that he'd been the one to blow up the Muggles before transforming into a rat and escaping. We think we know where the rat is and will be moving on him soon. I was hoping I could count on your help if it turns out the man is alive, Harry asked. Of course, she said. I'd prefer my department be the ones to confront him, though. Harry nodded. It's not anything against your department, of course, but we don't want word to get out and the rat to run off. Madam Bones nodded grimly. I know not everyone in my department can be relied on to keep their mouth shut, but I insist you accept the help of someone I trust implicitly. Harry wasn't surprised at her demand. From what he'd heard about the woman, he was surprised that she wasn't taking over completely. It was her right to do so. She must be shaken that Crouch had been able to interfere right under her nose without her knowing. There might be others working against her, and that must be why she was so willing to give up her right to interfere. His respect for the woman was rising as he began to understand what she was doing by offering help without risking ruining everything by including the wrong people. Harry agreed to her offer of help. Who is it, may I ask? He got the attention of the tall man with dark skin in purple robes that he'd identified as Aura Kingsley earlier. He started walking over, and Harry soon realized just how tall the man was. His neck nearly hurt as he looked up. This is Kingsley. He's an Aura that actually worked with your dad and Sirius back in the day, Madam Bones said. Kingsley raised one eyebrow at the mention of Sirius, but chose to keep his thoughts to himself. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Potter, Kingsley said in a deep voice. Madam Bones updated Kingsley on the situation, and Kingsley agreed to join the team. I'd be honored to work with you and your friends, he said. Thanks, I'll ask Remus to reach out with the details tomorrow if that's all right, Harry asked. Kingsley accepted and then went to leave. Madam Bones hurried and said, Don't let Crouch leave before I can talk to him, she ordered. Kingsley nodded and returned to the party. I'm glad that's settled. Thanks for keeping me and the DMLE involved, Madam Bones said. I'm afraid I should probably go mingle with more of the guests, but let me introduce you to the Longbottom boy. She scanned the room until she spotted him and then led Harry and Mrs. Figg over. Harry noticed that Luna and Susan were still there with the Longbottom boy. Harry noticed the boy who must be the Longbottom heir. He thought maybe his name was Ned or something, tense as Madam Bones approached. He looked nervous, though Harry couldn't guess why. Madam Bones, it's good to see you. Thanks again for inviting me and Gran, he managed to say. You're very welcome, Neville, Madam Bones said. I'm just here to introduce you to Harry here. Mrs. Figg, would you like to join me? It was Neville, not Ned. At least he'd been close. She gave a small bow, and then her and Mrs. Figg walked over to a group of adults not too far away. Harry admired the way she positioned herself so she could keep an eye on Crouch. He turned his attention back to Neville, Susan, and Luna. Neville had the same look that Susan had when she realized she was talking to the boy who lived. She blushed a little bit, seemingly remembering that herself, and then gently elbowed Neville in his side. Neville jumped and then shook his head as he realized his faux pas. Sorry, I'm Neville Longbottom, and this is Susan Bones and Luna Lovegood, Neville said. Harry was relieved that Susan hadn't been bragging that she'd met him. Thanks, I'm Harry Potter, he replied unnecessarily, but still adhering to the proper social rituals. He held out his hand and Neville shook it nervously. I met Susan earlier, didn't she say? And Luna and I actually live together at my family home, he added. Susan interjected. I didn't want to come across as braggy, she said. We were busy talking about the infestation of Raxperts around the Malfoys. We didn't have time to talk about you. Neville simply nodded. Susan smiled fondly at Luna. Oh, of course, Harry said. Is it worse than before? He checked. Not really, but it seems worse when they're grouped together, Luna said. Harry nodded. He looked back at Neville, who seemed confused. Neville said, "Wait, Luna. Everyone thought, I mean your parents. No one really knew where you went. Are you okay?" "I am. I miss Mom and Dad, but I've got Harry and Mrs. Figg now, and they've been great," Luna said. "I keep forgetting you probably know everybody already," Harry said to Luna. "Not everyone, but I've met Neville and Susan before," she replied. "What about you, Harry?" Neville asked. "Word around here has been that you're living in the mundane world with some relatives, but no one really knows where." Harry explained that he had in fact grown up in the Muggle world, but had been rescued by Mrs. Figg a few months ago. Neville and Susan both looked impressed. Susan said, "But you fit right in. I was watching as you greeted my aunt, and you did everything perfectly." Harry smiled. "I had a good teacher. Mrs. Figg has been helping me. She used to tutor my dad." "Isn't she a squib?" Susan asked. "Oh, yeah, but she still taught me loads about the magical world and about my family. It's been great," he said. Harry had copied Madame Bones and had positioned himself so his back was to the wall and he could see everyone else. He saw Draco and his two friends walking over to him and said, "Looks like Draco is on his way over here, just a heads up." Harry wasn't too worried about anything Draco might do at the party. It would be considered bad form to make a scene or insult the host or other guests. When he finally made it to the group of kids, he said, "Potter, nice to see you again." "Neville, Susan, always a pleasure," in a polite tone. "Who invited Looney?" he asked with a sneer, his nose turned upwards. Harry held back a snarl. He walked forward and shook Draco's hand, reminding the boy of what manners looked like. "Hi, Draco. It's nice to see you, too." "Luna," he said, emphasizing her name, and was still holding Draco's hand firmly, "was invited just like the rest of us, actually. But it so happens that she's a close friend of mine. She's practically family." Harry wanted to make sure Draco knew that any further insults thrown at the girl would be taken seriously by him. He'd gone out of his way to be polite to Draco and was choosing to ignore the slight, but that would all change if Draco misbehaved again. Draco looked away from Harry, uncomfortable, and the boys that had been to either side of him walked forward as if to protect Draco. Harry didn't budge. He simply looked at both boys and asked, "And what are your names?" "I'm Harry Potter. By the way, I don't think we've met." He finally released Draco's hand, and Draco held his hand as if nursing it. Harry offered his hand to each of the boys, but they didn't shake it. "Looks like someone has been neglecting their etiquette lessons. It's rude to refuse a handshake, you know," Harry said. Both boys grumbled and then offered their hand in turn for Harry to shake. The first boy said, "I'm Vincent Crabbe." He was squeezing Harry's hand roughly, but Harry simply smiled and the boy let go. "I'm Gregory Goyle," the second boy said, taking Harry's offered hand. Goyle had a stronger grip, but Harry didn't let any discomfort show. It looked like all the bullying he'd been the victim of was finally paying off somehow. "That's better," Harry said. "It's nice to meet you both. I was just telling Neville here how excited I am to attend Hogwarts next fall." "What about all you?" he said, gesturing to the group at large. "What house do you think you'll be in?" Susan, as the host, wanted to make sure the interactions went smoothly, so she answered first to put everyone else at ease. "I think I'll be in Hufflepuff like my aunt," she said. "Most of my family have been in Hufflepuff." Malfoy snorted. "I'll be in Slytherin, of course, just like my parents." He folded his arms proudly and said, "Slytherin is the greatest Hogwarts house, after all." Crabbe and Goyle both nodded their agreement. "What about you, Neville? Is there a house you're hoping to get into?" Susan asked, still taking the lead. "Oh, I don't know," Neville said. "Both my parents were in Gryffindor, but I don't think I'm brave like them, so I'll probably go to Hufflepuff." Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle shared a look, but didn't say anything. Their body language was speaking volumes about their opinion of Neville and Hufflepuff House. Luna spoke up then. "I think I'll be in Ravenclaw," she said. "What about you, Harry?" Harry wasn't sure which house he thought he belonged in. Both his parents had been in Gryffindor, but he thought he might have more Slytherin tendencies than Gryffindor ones. He didn't fancy being in a house with Draco and his goons, though. He chose to stay neutral and said, "Both my parents were in Gryffindor, so I will probably end up there, but all of the houses sound good to me. I'm hoping to have friends in all the houses, so it doesn't matter much where I sleep." Draco looked curious at that. "But the houses are more than where you sleep, Potter," he said. "Who you make friends with in school will impact the rest of your life, and that is why Slytherin House is the greatest house." We turn out the best witches and wizards than all the other houses." Susan sniffed angrily at that, but chose not to say anything. Harry didn't want to continue arguing. He didn't want to ruin everyone else's night just to prove a point, so he just nodded as if he understood and was even considering what the boy had said, but chose to also not say anything. Just then, Harry noticed there were 3 girls and a boy heading their way. Susan absolutely beamed and ran over to greet one of them. Harry reckoned they must be close. The remaining group approached Harry, and he displayed the proper niceties with each of them. One of the girls, Daphne Greengrass, was quite pretty. She had wavy black hair and green eyes. They reminded him of the woods back home. She was the one that Fina had asked him to befriend and had been nice enough, if a bit quiet, when Harry greeted her. He didn't see any problems being her friend, if Daphne wanted it. The other girl was named Tracy Davis, and she was a lot more bubbly than her companion had been. Tracy had plain brown hair and brown eyes. The boy that was with them was named Theodore Knott, which put Harry on edge because he knew at least one Knott had been a Death Eater. Theodore was polite and quiet. He had not responded the way that Neville and Susan had when Harry introduced himself, and Harry was grateful for that. He was willing to give the boy a chance for now. The girl that Susan had run to was Hannah Abbott, and she was apparently Susan's closest friend. She was pretty in a plain way, but he noticed that Neville stood up straighter when she'd arrived. Harry reckoned that maybe Neville would disagree in Harry's assessment of her appearance. The addition of the group had helped immensely with lowering the tension that had been present when Draco and his friends had arrived. Harry noticed that Susan's posture had relaxed, so she must have noticed too. They continued talking about Hogwarts and what classes they were looking forward to. Harry soon found himself having a pleasant time, and he was able to relax as well. Luna rarely left his side, however. She must not have been enjoying the larger group and preferred more one-on-one interaction. Harry made an attempt to get to know Daphne better, but stumbled a bit because she was so pretty. He succeeded in learning that the young witch expected to go to Slytherin like her family, and that she enjoyed brewing potions just like Harry. They bonded a bit over their shared interest, and he was hopeful that they'd be able to continue to be friends. Susan made her way over to Harry at some point, and Harry's heart began to race at her close proximity. He wasn't used to talking to pretty girls. He thought he could get used to it, though. Theo remained mostly aloof to the others like Luna and was content to be present but didn't offer a whole lot to the conversation. When he noticed Harry looking at him, he raised an eyebrow but didn't make a move. Harry decided that he'd be the one to break the ice and walked over to him. "What subjects are you looking forward to at school?" he asked. Theodore just shrugged and said, "Care of magical creatures and potions, probably." "Oh, cool. I like brewing potions, and I'm trying to convince Mrs. Figg to let me get a few creatures, maybe moon calves, Thestrals, and griffins," Harry replied. Theodore came out of his shell a bit at that. Having something in common helped. "What house do you think you'll be in?" Harry asked. "Probably Slytherin, but I'd be okay with Ravenclaw or even Hufflepuff," Theo answered. Harry nodded. "I don't think I'm quite academically inclined enough for Ravenclaw, and I'm not sure I can put up rooming with Malfoy in Slytherin, but Daphne might change my mind if she ends up there." He added the last part without thinking and blushed a bit. Theo just laughed, and Harry was relieved it was a genuine laugh and not a mocking one. "Aye, Daphne is quite pretty, but she's just as dangerous as Malfoy, so be careful." "So you know Daphne pretty well then?" Harry asked. "Our families run in similar political circles," was all that Theo said to that. Harry wasn't sure what to say to that. He didn't want to offend Theo by saying something negative about the traditional purebloods. He opted to take a drink of the punch that Luna had brought him instead. Luckily, he saw Mrs. Figg gesturing for him to join her. "Apparently Mrs. Figg wants to introduce me to some friends of hers. I better go, but it was nice getting to know you, Theo," he said. Theo nodded and said, "It was, in fact, nice to get to know you too." Harry thought he was even being genuine, though it was a bit hard to tell. Harry excused himself from the group of kids and told them he'd try and come back if he could, even if it was only to say a proper goodbye. Mrs. Figg met him halfway so she could talk to him before introducing him to a few people. "You seem to be doing well over there, lad," she said. Harry nodded. It was rough for a minute with Malfoy, but when the others joined, things lightened up. Mrs. Figg hummed. Malfoy Sr. and his wife were quite rude, but Madam Bones was able to diffuse the situation. She called them right out for their rudeness, and the pair quickly apologized before sneaking off somewhere else. "They don't seem to mind abandoning etiquette, the Malfoys," he said in response. "Their money makes it easy to overlook most of the time, I reckon," Mrs. Figg said. Not for long if Harry had his way. He'd see them bankrupt and destitute eventually, he vowed to himself. Mrs. Figg introduced him to several people that seemed interested in meeting the boy who lived. Harry, for his part, was polite and didn't let the hero worship bother him. He'd use it if he could, even if he hated it. Everything has its purpose, and it seemed foolish to give it up when it was readily available to him. Mrs. Figg smiled and seemed proud that he'd managed to remember all her lessons in etiquette. He managed to introduce himself and help carry the conversation without any further faux pas. He even liked several of the people he'd been introduced to, including Madame Longbottom, who was loud and overbearing. She at least seemed to treat him like a human being and not just a piece of meat. Minister Fudge was very obvious in his machinations. How the man managed to become minister while being so obvious was a mystery to him. Barty Crouch was a bit intimidating, Harry thought. He didn't seem swayed by Harry's fame in the slightest. Harry's opinion of the man was that he was very by the book, like Madam Bones, except for his interference at the prison at least. Harry noticed Madam Bones watching him periodically, as if she were inspecting him. He barely managed to contain the shiver that ran down his spine each time he caught her watching. He didn't want her for an enemy, that was for sure. He'd have to be careful around her. He was suddenly very glad he hadn't brought his wand with him. She surely would not have let him get away with that. Luckily, he managed to avoid meeting Malfoy Sr. and his wife. He had no desire to meet them and would prefer to stay off their radar for as long as possible. At some point, while he was being led around by Mrs. Figg, he felt someone place something in the pocket of his robes. He'd been unable to tell who it had been because of how crowded everything was becoming. He thought he caught a glimpse of curly black hair, but they vanished in an instant. He wanted to check his pockets, but didn't dare do it in front of all these people. He excused himself to the restroom, and once he was alone, he reached in and withdrew a black envelope. He flipped it over, but it was completely blank. He opened it and found a small piece of rope and a note with the activation phase and 9:00 p.m. The note soon disintegrated into nothing. Harry left the restroom and found Mrs. Figg. He gave her the signal that he'd been contacted, and she nodded her understanding. He tapped her elbow 9 times in order to convey the time they needed to leave. She nodded again that she understood. It was still only just before 7:00 p.m., and he knew they'd be eating soon. He went over to find Luna and his new friends so they could eat together. It turned out that most of the group was expected to eat with their families. Purebloods loved to brag about their kids, and dinner was the perfect time to do just that. Only Harry, Luna, Susan, and Thea would be allowed to eat together. When dinner was announced, they each made their way to their place at the table. Harry enjoyed the meal and the company. He was relieved that everything was going so smoothly. He felt like he'd succeeded in his task tonight and was happy to have made a few potential friends. After dinner, he found Luna and Mrs. Figg so they could portkey to their destination on time. He said his goodbyes to everyone and thanked Madam Bones for her hospitality a final time. "Don't be a stranger, Harry," she said. "I hope you'll keep in touch." Harry nodded and said he would. Susan came over to him and offered a hand to him. He took it and bowed so he could kiss her hand. "I hope you'll come by again before school starts at least, Harry," she said with a blush. Harry blushed in return, and he heard Mrs. Figg stifle a giggle behind him. He looked and saw an amused look on Madam Bones' face as well. "I'd like that," Harry said to Susan. He flew back home with Mrs. Figg and Luna, and even managed not to stumble out of the fireplace this time. Why couldn't he have flued properly like this when he'd arrived at the Bones home? He wondered in frustration. Harry ran and grabbed his wand. Luna changed into some black robes so she wouldn't stand out so much, and they arrived together in the hall so they could portkey to their destination. Harry was excited to finally be initiated into the guild. He held onto the small piece of rope and offered the ends to Mrs. Figg and Luna. They grabbed hold, and he said the activation phrase. A millisecond later, he felt himself fold into space with a pop. Chapter 12. The Initiation and the Rat. Chapter text: Harry landed gracefully from the portkey, for which he was grateful. Of course, he'd been portkeyed into an empty room so no one saw his graceful entrance, save Mrs. Figg and Luna, who both chuckled while shaking their heads. Harry saw a candle waiting for him on the table. Next to the table were 3 hooded robes and a note that said, "Put these on." Harry handed out the other robes, and then they proceeded to put them on over their existing clothing. When he put his hood on, Luna gasped. "What's wrong?" he asked. His voice sounded funny, like it was being modified somehow. "Your aura changed. I can't feel it anymore," Luna said. "I don't like it." Harry turned to look at Luna, who still had her hood down. Curious, he asked her to pull her hood on. She complied, and Harry saw that all of her distinguishing features were hidden by a cowl that appeared out of nowhere. "Say something," he said. "Something," Luna said bluntly. Her voice was distorted so he could no longer recognize it. "Oh, weird," she said. Mrs. Figg said, "These robes, as far as I know, are unique to the guild. Many members have tried to recreate them but have always failed. Only the guild leader knows how they are made. I'm guessing we don't get to keep them," he checked. "No, not right now at least," Mrs. Figg said. "You can earn them later." "Do you have a set?" he asked Mrs. Figg. Mrs. Figg just laughed and said, "No, I haven't been given that privilege." Harry instantly made a mental note to figure out how to make a set of his own. "I don't like them one bit," Luna said. "I can't feel anything." Harry hummed. "They must block out all the ways there are to identify someone." Harry tried to reach out with his magic. His brain was running wild, and it took a while for him to be able to focus. He soon found his consciousness flying around the room, inspecting areas for magic. He picked up a few things in the room and outside of it, but he didn't even get a reading on the robes. It was like they were shrouded by emptiness. It almost reminded him of how Mrs. Figg felt when he sensed her, like an empty vessel. "I can't pick up on anything either," he said. Just then, 3 knocks were heard on the door, and then it opened. A hooded figure dressed the same as them walked into the room. "Follow me, please," a distorted voice said. Mrs. Figg nodded to Harry and Luna as if to reassure them, and then took the lead behind the new person. They walked down a long, dark hallway. The walls were made of stone, the only light coming from equally spaced torches that lined the walls. Eventually, after what Harry felt was an eternity, they found themselves in front of a door. Their escort opened it, and they walked through. Harry looked around in wonder. They were inside a large dome building. Harry could see that it was snowing outside through a large skylight window. There were no other windows to hint at where they were. He didn't know the limits of portkeys, so as far as he knew they could be in a different country entirely. Towards the center of the room was a small circular platform, and surrounding that platform was a bunch of raised seating. "Initiates, please enter the platform. Everyone else find a seat," a distorted voice said loudly. Harry saw someone lower their wand that was previously placed against their own throat. His escort grabbed Luna and Mrs. Figg and led them up to the seating, leaving Harry alone to enter the platform. Harry was suddenly very nervous, but he pushed it aside and walked onto the platform. He stood, pretending that it wasn't awkward, and waited. A few moments later, another person entered the platform as well. It looked like he wasn't the only new member. Harry looked up into the crowd and noticed there were several empty seats. He started to count. There were only a couple dozen people seated, looking down at him. Everyone was silent. Harry was suddenly very grateful that he was hooded and his face was covered, because he was feeling decidedly nervous. The familiar voice of the guild leader reverberated down onto the platform from one of the high seats. "Initiates, kneel." Harry knelt, his right knee planted firmly on the ground while his left foot remained in place. He heard the person next to him kneel, and he was tempted to look to see if they were kneeling in the same fashion. He was suddenly worried that he was somehow kneeling incorrectly. He managed to keep his face forward towards the voice. "We are gathered here tonight to welcome 2 new members into our fold," the guild leader said. "The Guild of Shadows has existed for centuries. Our purpose is to watch over all magical kind and ensure the well-being, safety, and fair treatment of magicals all around the world. These fledglings represent our future. They have both proven themselves to be capable and are ready to join us." Harry felt his pulse quicken in anticipation. "Initiates," she continued, "we will now begin with your vows. Consider your answers carefully. The consequences of breaking these vows are severe." He felt the pressure in the room increase. Magic swirled around the platform, and Harry felt his magic reach out. It felt similar to his encounter with his family magic and the Horcrux, as if the two magics were assessing each other. "Initiates, do you vow to never betray the guild?" she asked. "Yes," Harry and the other initiates said together. "Do you vow to never harm or kill another member unless out of self-defense?" she asked. "Yes," they answered together. "Do you vow never to steal the possessions of another guild member?" the guild leader asked. "Yes," Harry and the other initiate repeated. "Do you vow never to betray the guild?" "Yes," Harry said clearly. "Good," the guild leader said. "In return, the guild offers you its support, resources, and will work to ensure your success." The swirling magic lessened, but remained in the room. He felt his magic withdrawal back inside his core. Harry had not been able to pinpoint the source of the voice, but now he saw the crowd part as a figure walked down the steps in front of the two initiates. Harry looked up at the face of an extremely attractive woman with curly brown hair and hazel eyes. He guessed she was probably in her 40s. He was pouring everything together and guessed she was either spelled to look different when he'd met her before or was possibly spelled now. He was interrupted from his thoughts when she said, "Fledglings, please rise and remove the glove from your non-wand hand." Harry did as commanded and saw the other initiate do the same. His eyes caught sight of a well-manicured hand that was obviously female. He logged that bit of information away. "This year, after much debate and deliberation amongst myself and other members of the guild, we are welcoming two of the youngest members in recent history into our fold," the guild leader said. There was loud murmuring in the crowd as they processed the information. Harry thought it sounded incredibly odd due to the voice-altering spells. "Both fledglings will be attending Hogwarts next year," she continued through the murmuring. "I'll admit I still have my reservations, but it's been pointed out that our numbers have dwindled over the years after the war. We must work to ensure our sacred organization is restored to its former glory." Harry heard some cheering from the crowd, but a large portion was more reserved. He didn't think they were convinced. The guild leader must have noticed it too, because she added, "To those that doubt my decision, I ask that you help our fledglings become the best of us." She paused for a brief moment, allowing the crowd to quiet down. "Competition has always been a part of the guild, and I'll never attempt to change that, but we mustn't let it get in the way of the overall success of the guild. Any success or failure, to a degree, is shared by all of us, so it behooves us to help each other, but especially our fledglings that still haven't learned to fly." Harry was a bit confused. He digested her words as the crowd cheered. Did that mean that he'd be in competition with everyone in the guild? He had thought the guild was more collaborative, but it sounded like it was more or less everyone for themselves, and the guild leader was attempting to change that. He was starting to worry that his list of enemies had just grown, but reminded himself of the vows. They shouldn't be able to harm him, at least not directly. The noise died down as the guild leader turned and faced the initiates once again. The guild leader approached him first and took his ungloved hand in hers with a sly smile. He felt heat rise in his cheeks and was grateful again for the cowl. She pulled out her wand and placed the tip to the top of his hand. He felt his magic respond and mingle with the magic, exuding from the guild leader's wand as if inspecting it. A moment later, his magic returned to him. It took everything in him to hold in his cry as he felt an intense white-hot pain on the top of his hand as it glowed. When she removed her wand, he saw a mark that looked like an hourglass tipped on its side. His magic began to respond as it assessed the new mark, and then, as if accepting it, his magic swirled around the residual magic, and then pulled it in so it became a part of him. A moment later, the mark vanished completely. Harry looked up into the eyes of the guild leader, who he noted looked quite impressed at his display of willpower. The crowd murmured again, but Harry couldn't make out a word of it. Someone in the crowd began to clap, and soon more cheers were heard. Harry watched as the guild leader repeated her actions on the other fledgling. Harry was a little satisfied with himself as he heard them cry out in pain, clearly unable to bear it any longer. Harry saw that the mark on the other initiate's hand was exactly the same as his. A moment later, the other initiate's mark vanished too. The crowd cheered loudly. "Welcome, fledglings, to the Guild of Shadows," the guild leader said with a bow, her arms extended with her palms up. Soon the cheers morphed as each member in the audience made a fist with their right hand, and then beat it against their chests in unison with each other. Harry wasn't sure what made him do it, but he returned their salute in the same fashion. It was the right thing to do apparently, as every single member of the crowd stood and started cheering at him. He noticed the guild leader looking at him oddly. "You sure are full of surprises," she said to him fondly. He looked towards the other initiate, and even with the cowl he could feel their frustration directed at him. Harry was standing in the entry hall of his home with Mrs. Figg and Luna as they embraced in celebration of his successful initiation into the guild. "I'm really happy for you, Harry," Luna said with a smile. "Thanks, Luna," he replied happily. He felt really good and was excited to get started. He'd thought there would be more direction after his initiation, but they'd just sent him home with a promise that they'd be in touch with instructions soon. "Mrs. Figg, do you think I'll have to wait long to hear from the guild? What's next?" he asked. Mrs. Figg held back a yawn. "I'm sure you'll be contacted soon, but I wouldn't count on a mission any time soon, probably not until Hogwarts, really." "But that's practically a year away," he complained. "And you'll be plenty busy with me until then, don't worry," Mrs. Figg said with a laugh. Harry just groaned at that. "It's late," Mrs. Figg said. "Let's go to bed. Don't forget we have a rat to catch soon." Harry nodded, and they all went to bed. Harry was sitting at the table in the dining room, enjoying a cup of tea with Remus. He'd filled the werewolf in on Kingsley's involvement, and the pair were altering their plan to capture the rat. Harry was pleasantly surprised at how well Remus had responded to the news. Apparently, Kingsley had attended Hogwarts with the Marauders, but was a few years ahead of them. Remus had no problem working with the man and considered him a great addition. Once they both felt like they'd addressed everything, Remus left to contact Kingsley. Harry was tasked with setting up a playdate with the Wesleys under the guise of Luna catching up with old friends and dragging Harry along. He headed to the library where he'd seen her last. On his way there, he ran into Hermes and Loki walking together. He rarely saw Hermes and pretty much never saw them together. "Hey, you two," he said. "How's it going?" Loki turned and looked at Harry. "Hi, Harry, we should probably talk." Hermes didn't say anything and just walked away towards Mrs. Figg's quarters. Harry approached Loki and sat down on the floor just outside the library. "What did you want to talk about?" he asked. Loki sat in front of Harry, so he was looking right at him. "What do you know about familiars, Harry?" Loki asked. Harry thought for a minute. He'd heard that magical pets were sometimes considered familiars, but he didn't really know the difference between a pet and a familiar. "Nothing, I guess," he answered. "A familiar bond with a witch or wizard can enhance an animal's life expectancy as well as their ability to perform magic." "You mean you could cast a spell if you were to become someone's familiar?" Harry checked. "No," Loki said. "It's not like that. An animal's magic is more intuitive, or it's just like a natural ability. It's something we instinctively do." Loki hummed mentally. Like a post owl is naturally able to deliver mail to someone, even without an address. A post owl that becomes a familiar might be able to find their owner no matter what, or will better be able to follow through on their delivery in the way their witch or wizard intends. Harry thought about it for a moment. "So they become more in sync with each other?" he asked. "Right, and my gifts and abilities are different, so when I form a familiar bond, I might be able to communicate with my bond mate from further away like Hermes, or I might be able to read auras like," Loki said, and trailed off when he realized he let slip his intentions. And finally, Harry understood what Loki wanted to talk about. "So you want to be Luna's familiar instead of mine?" Harry asked in a dull voice. Honestly, he shouldn't be surprised, and he wasn't really upset. But it still kind of felt like a rejection, and it hurt. "Yes," Loki said. "It's not personal, Harry. You make a great bond mate. It's just a Nico typically bonds with the opposite gender. I was trying to ask my dad why, but he just said that's how it's always been. My bond will be stronger with Luna because she's a girl." "It's okay, Loki. I understand," Harry said. It explained why Loki had so easily attached to Luna after she arrived. He would be happy for Loki and Luna if they bonded and hoped they'd benefit from it. "Thanks, Harry," Loki said. "Are you looking for Luna? I can wait to talk to her about it if you want." "I'll just be a minute," Harry said. "I need Luna's help with the plan to bring down the rat. In fact, I was hoping you could be part of it too, if you're willing." Loki tilted his head to the side, and his tail twitched in what Harry interpreted as anticipation. "Sounds thrilling," Loki said. I'd love to. Harry laughed. You haven't even heard the plan, he said as they walked through the door. I'm a cat, he's a rat. What more do you need to say? Loki asked. I'm in. Fair enough, Harry said as he scanned the room. He finally found her standing on one of the ladders as she reached for a book. Hey, Luna, he said. Need any help? Yes, please, she answered as she climbed down the ladder. It's the blue one up there on the very top shelf. Harry wished he could manage the summoning charm, but it was still outside of his abilities. He climbed the ladder and was just barely able to reach the book. He read the spine, flora and fauna of the Forbidden Forest. When he got down, Luna and Loki were sitting together on one of the sofas. This looks interesting. Leave it down when you're done with it, please, he said as he handed it to her. He took a seat next to her. I will, she said with a smile, and then kissed him on the cheek as thanks. Harry blushed, not used to physical displays of affection. Hey, knock that off, he said as he wiped his cheek. I love how easy it is to get you flustered, she said with a laugh. Harry promptly changed the subject by asking for her help getting invited to the Wesleys' house, tomorrow if possible. Sure, can I use the flue? She asked. Of course, he answered. They walked together towards the entry hall. Loki ran ahead of them, leading the way. When they got there, Luna grabbed some powder and threw it in the fire and said, The burrow. The fireplace flashed green, and Luna climbed into her knees so she could stick her head in the fire. Harry waited as Luna talked with someone on the other side. Luna climbed back out of the fireplace. He noticed some soot in her cheek and tried to wipe it away. It didn't budge, so he licked his thumb and then tried again. He laughed at Luna's cries of protest. You're pretty easy to get you flustered too, you know, he said. I miss being an only child, she grumbled in jest. He ignored her jibe. So, he said, trailing off waiting for her to tell him what the Weasleys said. They said we could come over tomorrow afternoon, she said. Great, he said excitedly. Hold on, Sirius. We'll get you out in time for Christmas, he thought. Harry was incredibly restless at breakfast the next day. His nerves were firing on all cylinders, and he was even a little short with anyone that talked to him. Mrs. Figg finally had enough and sent him to the potions lab to unwind. Harry grumbled as he pulled a cauldron out from one of the cupboards. He inspected it and found that it had been put away a little bit dirty, and that irritated him. With a curse, he carried the cauldron over to the sink so that he could clean it. Harry scrubbed and scrubbed until the cauldron was spotless. He dried it with a towel and then carried it back over to the workstation where he'd left Ratatosker. He felt a little bit better after cleaning the cauldron. He popped open an advanced potions book to the wolfsbane recipe. He knew he wasn't capable of brewing it just yet, but he wanted to review the ingredients. Mrs. Figg had purchased enough ingredients for a year, and it had been expensive. Maybe he could find an apothecary owner that was a dirtbag, so he could justify stealing from him. He wondered how hard it would be to find out which apothecaries Malfoy owned. Wolfsbane mandrake, dragon blood, moonstone, hellebore syrup, murtlap tentacles, soporiferous beans. What the hell are those? He said to no one. Oh, and just a bloody Arkhami egg, those are common. Ratatosker appeared to be chuckling at him, which he ignored. No wonder it had been so expensive. He might just start growing these plants and raising the required animals. Save the dragon. He doubted he could get that cleared with the ministry, since raising dragons was restricted in England. Maybe he could work something out with a reserve back on the mainland. If he could grow all these things, he could probably sell a lot of these ingredients to apothecaries that needed them and steal from Malfoy just for fun. It would certainly speed things along if he did both. He had come to the lab to try and relax, but he was finding himself getting wound up again. He should probably just brew something instead. Maybe a calming draft, but those were pretty difficult to get right. Flipped the pages until he found the potion. I should be able to pull this off, he said to himself as he read over the instructions. He pulled out the ingredients he needed and got to work. Over time, he felt himself relax as he got into his potion's brewing groove, chopping, peeling, slicing, and stirring over and over again. The repetitiveness was calming. He talked with his stick friend while he waited for the potion to finish. Mostly, he just talked, and the boat truckle walked around inspecting everything. Ratatosker enjoyed pulling ingredients out of jars and sorting them in some fashion Harry didn't always understand before putting them back inside. Every now and then, Harry would give him a fairy egg just for fun. At the end, his potion turned out just as the book said it should. He felt he'd probably done a passable job, and that it would do its job. He poured the potion into several vials and labeled them. He had calmed down significantly after his brewing session, but he still decided to try some potion to make sure it worked. He figured, worst case, he'd have an upset stomach or maybe be a little emotional. He downed the potion and instantly felt relaxed. Then he got to work cleaning up after himself, making sure the cauldron was clean this time. Finally relaxed, he and Ratatosker made their way back to the kitchen for lunch. He owed everyone an apology for his crabby behavior. When he entered the kitchen, he was greeted by not only Mrs. Figg and Luna, but also Remus, Kingsley, and Professor McGonagall, who were all eating and chatting together. "Hey, Harry," Remus said. "Feeling better?" Harry nodded and said, "Yes, much better. Sorry for earlier." "No matter," Remus chuckled. "You should see me the day before a full moon. I would be a giant hypocrite if I got upset because you were a little cross." "I think I recall a few times you earned detention for your lip, Mr. Lupin," Professor McGonagall said. Everyone laughed at that, and Harry felt a lot better. He went over and hugged Luna after that. "Are you ready?" he asked her. "Oh, I think so. I'm actually looking forward to seeing everyone," she said. "It's been a long time." The plan was that Harry, Luna, Loki, and Mrs. Figg would flew over to the Weasleys. Remus, Kingsley, and Professor McGonagall would apparate nearby with Hermes to monitor the situation. They'd close in on the burrow after Harry gave the signal through Hermes and Loki. Harry looked at Remus and nodded. Rebus returned the nod and got everyone's attention. "Thanks for coming, everyone," Remus said. "Today is the day we not only capture the man responsible for selling out James and Lily to Lord Voldemort, but also ensure an innocent man is released from Azkaban prison after being unjustly imprisoned almost 10 years ago." Harry looked around the room. Everyone looked just as determined as he was to see justice done. "All right, let's do this," he said resolutely. Ratatosker stood in his pocket on his outer robes and folded his arms, mimicking Harry. The group walked over to the flue. Harry watched as Luna held Loki close and walked through the fireplace in a flash of green light, followed by Mrs. Figg. Remus, Kingsley, and McGonagall disapparated with a bang that reverberated off the walls. Harry entered the fireplace, determined to stick the landing this time, and vanished in a flash of green light. He came spinning out of the fireplace and stopped firmly as he stepped out, only slightly stumbling as he reoriented himself. He looked around the room quickly. A grandfather clock stuck out as he saw each hand had a name, and there were locations in place of numbers. What a neat piece of magic. He didn't have much time to look strong as a red-headed woman approached him to greet him. He got used to purebloods greeting him in the traditional way and was thrown off when she pulled him into a hug instead. He didn't mind it, though, not even when his back cracked as she squeezed him tightly. This was a proper hug, and he returned it as well as he could. "Come, Harry dear," she said with a warm smile. "Luna was just telling me that you tend to struggle a bit with the flu, but it looks like you made it through all right." Feeling awkward, Harry put his hand on the back of his neck and said, "It's a bit hit and miss." Just then, a cute red-headed girl walked in. "Did I hear Luna arrive?" she asked as she walked around her mother, who had been blocking her view. She saw Luna and ran over and gave her a hug. When she saw Mrs. Figg, she looked confused. And then she noticed Harry and her eyes traveled up to the scar on his forehead. She made a weird eep sound and ran out of the room. Luna ran out of the room after her red-headed friend. Mrs. Weasley stood there awkwardly. "Sorry about that," she said. "She's developed a bit of a," she paused, "crush on you." Mrs. Figg laughed. "By the looks of things, you'll be fighting girls off you left and right, unless you're enjoying the attention." Harry felt the heat rise in his cheeks and didn't say anything. "Already?" Mrs. Weasley asked. "You're only 10 years old, after all," Harry sighed. He'd started noticing girls already, and a couple seemed to be noticing him as well. He didn't know why or what to do about it, so he just shrugged. Mrs. Weasley looked thoughtful. "Well, I'm sure Ginny will settle down. She was probably just surprised," she said. "A few of my boys are just outside denoming the garden if you want to join them." Harry nodded. "Thanks, Mrs. Weasley," he said, and then he headed out the side door. On his way out, he noticed pots and pans washing themselves in the sink, and he wondered what other things were commonly done by magic. He walked outside and was astounded by the wild and seemingly disordered garden. He liked it because it just seemed so natural. The Weasleys seemed like a practical bunch, and he approved. He saw a group of redheads standing off in the distance. One of them was spinning in a circle, and when they suddenly stopped, a small creature went flying through the air before landing with a thump. The other boys cheered. It looked like they'd made a game of their chore. As he got closer, one of the boys saw him and waved him over. "You must be Harry," he said. "I'm George, and this is Fred," he said, pointing to the identical boy next to him. Fred shook Harry's hand and said, "Mum said you'd be coming with Luna today. Where is she?" Harry thought the boy looked disappointed that Luna wasn't there. "She's with your sister Ginny," Harry said, purposely not bringing up that Ginny had kind of freaked out when she met him. Harry was happy to see that the boys didn't seem to care at all that he was the boy who lived. The last boy walked over and offered his hand. "I'm Ron, it's nice to meet you," he said. "Hey, where's Looney?" Harry glared at that and Ron quickly apologized. "Sorry, where's Luna?" he asked sheepishly. Harry repeated what he'd told Fred. "Oh, all right." "Well, Mum said you'd been coming and then told us to denome the garden before you arrived," Ron said. "We haven't quite finished." He trailed off with a hint of hesitation. "Would you care to join us?" Harry smiled. "Looks like fun to me," he said. "I'll give it a go." The brothers all shared a pleased look. Apparently he'd passed a test of sorts with his answer. He suspected that the Weasleys had been worried he might judge them for their home, but he thought the place was great. They spent the next little while taking turns flinging the ugly little creatures as far as they could. Harry only got bit a couple times before he figured out how best to avoid it. Harry saw Luna with Loki and Ginny exit the home as he managed a particularly good throw. Fred and George whistled in appreciation. Luna was within earshot, and Ginny was hiding behind her at this point. "Hey, Luna," Fred said to the blonde girl. "Long time no see," George picked up. "Hey, you too," Luna said. "I hope you lot aren't being too mean to the gnomes." Loki chose that money to jump out of her arms so he could chase the gnomes around, at which Luna grumbled. The boys laughed, and then Fred said, "Of course not. I'd hate to incur your wrath." "Fred fancies her, I think," Ron whispered to Harry with an eye roll. Luna walked by Harry. She took Ratatosker from him and whispered to him that Percy was upstairs studying runes. Harry nodded and signaled Loki to follow him inside. "I just remembered that I'd wanted to meet Percy. Luna told me he was taking runes, and I wanted to ask him some questions," Harry said. Ron groaned and said, "But that's so boring. I thought you were cool, but you sound like a Ravenclaw." Fred and George both punched Ron in the arm. Harry laughed and said, "Nothing wrong with Ravenclaws, and I'll just be a minute." He walked back to the house with Loki at his heels and walked into the empty kitchen. He asked Loki to update the group so they knew he was closing in. Deciding it might be a good idea to use his magic to search out for the rat in case he got away, he focused and reached out. There were plenty of magical objects around, and the residual magic of a family home was quite overwhelming. The Weasley home felt happy and warm, he thought. He allowed himself to get used to it, and then sent out some probes to see if he could find anything that stood out. He could sense subside, who he could safely assume was Mrs. Weasley, in the sitting room, and assumed Mrs. Figg was there with her. Upstairs, he thought he sensed another person, as well as something a tad dark close by that sort of reminded him of a lesser version of the Horcrux. It had nearly the same magical signature, he guessed. He reached out further, just to make sure there wasn't anyone else in the house. He did pick up on something wild, and he thought maybe hungry in the attic, but that was it. Loki let him know that the others were just outside the property line. They'd wait there unless called on to avoid the risk of signaling to the rat that something was amiss. He headed upstairs and knocked on the closed door to Percy Weasley's bedroom. "Come in," he heard from the other side. He opened the door and saw Percy crouched over his desk as he was writing something down with a fancy-looking quill. He sensed Loki run in and under the bed, hopefully undetected. Harry scanned the room for any sign of the rat. Percy's room was not very large, but it had everything a teenage boy might need. There was a bookshelf filled with books and a good-sized desk with a comfortable-looking chair. The bed was only a twin and took up a lot of the room. There was also a large corner shelf that hung on the wall over the desk and onto the adjacent wall. In the corner, on that shelf, was a small cage. Harry could see the beady eyes of the rat starting back at him. It took all his self-control not to react. Instead, he cleared his throat to get Percy's attention. Percy turned and looked at Harry, who he obviously wasn't expecting. Harry watched as Percy's eyes widened in surprise and then traveled up to the scar on his forehead. "Oh, right," Percy said. "Mum mentioned you'd be coming." He walked over and held out his hand. "I'm Percy," he said while shaking Harry's hand. "It's nice to meet you, Percy," he said in return. "I heard you were studying runes, and I had a question." Percy then went into a long explanation about the subject, completely unprompted by Harry, who hadn't technically even asked his question yet. Harry could tell that Percy was academically minded and liked to show off his knowledge. While Percy was talking, Loki let Harry know that the anti-apparition wards had been put in place. Harry continued to nod and act like he was paying attention while he told Loki to ask the others to move in. A moment later, and just as he expected, he heard Mrs. Weasley's voice. She called for Percy to come down real quick. Percy looked like he was going to ask Harry to come down with him, but Harry quickly moved as if interested in a particular book. Seeing that Harry seemed truly interested in one of his favorite subjects, he told Harry that he'd be right back. While Harry continued to pretend to read the book, he let his wand fall from his sleeve so it was resting against the palm of his hand. He scanned the room quickly as he adjusted his glasses and saw that the rat seemed to have fallen asleep. He placed the book gently on the desk, carefully to make as little noise as possible. Wand in hand, he stood ever so quietly and faced the rat in the cage. He raised his wand and slid it through the bars before casting a quick stupefy. He watched the rat's eyes open in panic before the spell landed and the rat passed out. He then cast a strengthening charm on the cage so that it hopefully wouldn't break. Picked up the cage and put it on Percy's desk. Loki came out of his hiding place and inspected Harry's work. A moment later, Kingsley walked into the room in his red aura robes. Kingsley walked over and inspected the cage with his wand. "I won't ask how you cast that stunner and what appears to be a strengthening charm." He checked. Harry nodded sheepishly. "Good work," Kingsley said with a grin. He cast another charm that Harry didn't recognize in any case. "Unbreakable charm," Kingsley answered. "I'll take the rat from here straight to Madame Bones so we can begin an official investigation." Harry nodded and said, "Thanks, Kingsley." The pair walked back down the stairs and into the sitting room where everyone was waiting. Professor McGonagall was consoling Mrs. Weasley. Apparently the Weasleys had just been told what was happening. "I'm sorry for coming under false pretenses," Harry said. "I did enjoy meeting all of you and I'm sorry for ruining a pleasant afternoon." Percy shook his head. "I think you just did us a huge favor if Scabbers is really who you say he is." The rest of the Weasleys nodded their agreement. Professor McGonagall cast a spell on the sleeping rat and confirmed he was in fact a wizard in disguise. "We'll force the transfiguration later, I think," she said with disgust. "That's definitely an animagus, and probably a dangerous one at that." Mrs. Weasley sobbed at the revelation, and the rest of the Weasleys looked sick. Mrs. Figg interjected, "Maybe you could all come to our place for dinner, and we can get to know each other better without all the cloak and dagger." Harry and Luna nodded hopefully at that. "I think we could do that. What about Boxing Day?" Mrs. Weasley said in a shaky voice, clearly still upset. "That would be great, Mrs. Weasley," Harry said with a smile. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. The Hospital. Chapter text. Harry and Remus appeared in the entryway of Potter Manor with a bang. A moment later, Mrs. Figg and Luna arrived via Flu. "I can't believe everything went so perfectly," Harry said excitedly. "I was expecting more of a fight. The rat must have gotten lazy over the years." Remus nodded and said, "That sounds more like the Peter I knew. He was always a bit lazy at school." "I hope the Weasleys will be all right," Luna said. Harry nodded his agreement. He knew how he'd feel if Loki or Ratatoska turned out to be a dangerous criminal in disguise. They'd been in the room while he slept and seen him naked. He shuddered at the thought. Loki, who had traveled with Luna, jumped out of her arms and ran towards the kitchen. That reminded Harry that Luna still had Ratatoska, so he went over and collected the stick creature from her. "We should go eat something now that our party's done," Mrs. Figg said. "We'll just have to wait to hear from the others for now." They entered the kitchen and made a light dinner. Harry ate in silence, mentally going over the next steps. Shacklebolt and McGonagall were traveling to the ministry with the caged rat. Remus and Kingsley had intentionally planned to reduce the chances of interference. The ministry would be lightly staffed due to it being Sunday and nearly Christmas, but Madame Bones was supposed to be in the office. The rat would be turned in and verified as an animagus by Professor McGonagall, who Harry had learned was also an animagus besides being a qualified expert in transfiguration. He'd then be questioned under the influence of truth serum in the presence of Madame Bones as the head of the DMLE and Professor Dumbledore in his capacity as Chief Warlock. If everything happened like Sirius said it did, then Wormtail would be kept in a holding cell at the Ministry until an official trial could take place. With any luck, Sirius would be released and sent to St. Mungo's for treatment until the trial. Kingsley had said Sirius would still be held by law enforcement, but Harry and his family planned to visit him on Christmas if everything worked out. Harry finished his food and went to clean up. He was feeling so restless and was already tired of waiting. He decided to head outside to the greenhouses, and Luna offered to join him. Remus and Mrs. Figg remained behind in case someone contacted them from the Ministry. It was dark and cold outside. He had mostly practiced a few spells that seemed useful like Lumos, Alohomora, Pratigo, and Stupefy, but he managed a very weak warming charm. He'd need to practice more. Using Lumos, they managed to navigate safely to the greenhouse. Harry wasn't growing anything yet, but he figured the manual work of prepping the parts for next season would help distract him. He and Luna lit a few lanterns and got to work, and even Ratatosker helped a little. They opened different bags of soil and mixed them before adding the mix to a few parts. Mrs. Figg said that different plants liked different soil, so it was worth making sure each plant got what it needed. They repeated the work in the other greenhouses. Once they got the seeds early next year, they'd be ready to plant. It was a few hours later, and a very sweaty and dirty Luna and Harry returned to the house. They removed their outer robes and shoes so they didn't track any dirt inside. They didn't want to get in trouble with Mrs. Figg, who would just end up making them clean it up anyways. Luna claimed the shower first, but Harry knew there was another shower in the master bath, so he could just use that one. Harry showered quickly, hoping to check in with Remus and Mrs. Figg for an update on the serious situation. He walked by the other bathroom and heard the shower still running. He knocked and opened the door just a crack so he could tell Luna where he was going. He went and found Remus, who was reading a large tome in the guest suite. "Hey, Remus," Harry said. "Any update on Sirius?" Remus folded the corner of one of the pages of the book to mark his spot and closed it. He looked up at Harry with a smile and said, "Yes, actually." Remus gestured that Harry could sit down if he'd like, and Harry complied. "Kingsley called the flu and let me know that everything went according to plan," Remus said. "Sirius is already at St. Mungo's." Harry grinned happily at that. He was happy to hear that Sirius had finally escaped from and would hopefully never return to Azkaban prison and its guards. "Did Kingsley say when the trial would be?" he asked. Harry hoped it could be soon. He wanted to see Wormtail receive the justice he deserved. Remus shook his head. "These things can take some time to set up," Remus said. "But Wormtail is in a specially warded cell, so he can't transform and is under 24-hour surveillance without visitation rights, so we shouldn't need to worry." Harry frowned. From what he'd heard about the corruption in the Ministry, he wasn't too sure. Remus must have sensed his doubt because he continued. "Madame Bones and Professor Dumbledore are taking this very seriously," he said. "Everything that can be done to secure the rat and keep Sirius safe is being done." Harry decided he would try to have faith. Even if something went wrong, he'd at least done his part to set things right. He'd have to let the others do their job now. "Thanks for the update, Moony," he said to the werewolf. He yawned just then and said, "I should probably get to bed." They said goodnight, and Harry walked to his room for some much-needed sleep. It was the afternoon the next day, and Harry was in the library reading the book about magical creatures and plants in the forbidden forest that Luna had found yesterday. He'd been given the day off since it was Christmas Eve. He was both grateful to have the day off from Mrs. Figg's vigorous training program and discouraged because he needed the distraction. He tried asking Mrs. Figg if he could go to Diagon or Hogsmeade to buy Sirius a present, but she was too busy with her mission to take him, and Remus had left early in the morning to try and get a hold of his girlfriend. He ended up practicing spells for a while until he started to get light-headed. After that, he hung out with Luna in her room. Augie was there, and in much better shape. His feathers had grown back in, and they were practically glowing. Harry thought the birds still looked a bit miserable, but that was just in their nature, he guessed. But now Harry sat in the library alone, making notes of the various interesting creatures and plants in the forest that he'd hoped to find. Ratatosker had been with him initially, but the small creature kept ripping pages out of the books so he could resort them. It drove Harry mad, so he took the rascal back up to the tree in his room. His stomach growled, and he remembered that he'd skipped lunch again, which meant Luna probably did too. He went to the kitchen and started to make dinner. It was Christmas Eve after all, and they should try and make it special even though everyone was stressed and busy. As he was cubing the potatoes, he heard a voice that sounded like Kingsley calling from the flue. Still holding the knife, he ran to the entryway where he saw Kingsley's head floating in the fireplace. It was the first time seeing what it looked like on this end. "Hey, Kingsley," he said, trying not to laugh, as he remembered what Luna looked like when she'd used the flue and pictured what the man looked like on the other end. "Everything okay?" "Harry, I have good news," Kingsley said with a smile. He laughed deeply as he followed up with, "Dumbledore pulled some strings, and he has enough members of the Wisengamot to call an emergency trial." That was good news, Harry agreed. "Do you think it will go in Sirius's favor?" he asked excitedly. "We do," Kingsley said. "Most of the members that we think might try and oppose are out of the country for the holiday and couldn't be reached. It's in Sirius' favor." Harry laughed. This was perfect. "Can I come?" he asked. Kingsley frowned and said, "Sorry, emergency trials are closed meetings. Only members of the Wisengamot and witnesses are allowed in." Harry deflated at that. "Aren't I a witness?" he asked. Kingsley chuckled. "You could be, but we think we have everything we need already. We wanted to avoid any opportunity of someone finding out you used magic with an unregistered wand." Harry frowned. Kingsley continued, "We have Sirius and Pettigrew's testimony under Verituserum, McGonagall's verification that Pettigrew is an illegal animagus, along with Arthur Weasley's account of when and how Pettigrew was taken in by the family as a pet rat." It seemed like they had what was needed, and Harry really didn't want to get in trouble for his wand, so he just nodded and said, "All right." Harry promised to pass on the good news to the others when he saw them. "I need to go," Kingsley said. The trial could start any time now. Kingsley left, and Harry went back to the kitchen to make dinner. He anxiously cut the potatoes and skinned the carrots. He really hoped everything went well, and that Sirius would officially be declared a free man. Distracted, he sliced open his finger with a yowl. He quickly raised his hand above his head and applied pressure. He'd sliced it pretty good, and blood was oozing out despite the pressure. He grabbed a towel and wrapped his finger in it, and then used his good hand to quickly pull out a Wiggenweld potion, uncork it with his teeth, and then swallow a mouthful. Thankfully, that did the trick to stop the bleeding, but wasn't enough to fully heal the wound. Was able to bandage it without bleeding all over everything at least. He cleaned up his mess, inspected the food, and found he'd have to discard some of it, unfortunately. He gathered it up and threw it out with a curse just as Remus walked in. Remus looked concerned and asked, "Is everything all right, Harry?" Harry nodded. "I just cut my finger and had to throw some food out," he said. Kingsley flewed and said Sirius and the rat are getting an emergency trial. "I guess Dumbledore pulled some strings." "That's excellent," Remus shouted happily. "When is it?" "Right now or soon," Harry said bluntly. "Now," Remus yelled. "Why didn't you say so?" Remus threw his hands in the air in exasperation just as Mrs. Figg walked in. "What's going on?" she asked. "What's with all the shouting?" Remus paced as Harry explained. "But we can't go anyways," Harry said defensively. Kingsley said it was a closed trial. Remus stopped at that. "A closed trial?" Remus checked. Harry nodded. "Why?" "That a big deal?" he asked. Mrs. Figg interjected before Remus could answer. "No, it's a good thing," she said. "It was probably the only way Dumbledore was able to convince Fudge, and Crouch if he's involved, to allow the trial." Harry and Remus stopped at that. "They could have stopped the trial?" he asked. "Not entirely legally, but these are well-connected career politicians," she said. "They could have found a way. Good on Dumbledore for rushing the trial and finding a way to keep them from interfering." Remus nodded his agreement. "Wait, why would Crouch and Fudge want to stop the trial?" Harry asked. "Crouch was the head of the DMLE when Sirius was wrongly imprisoned. He won't want the details to get out," Remus said. "And Fudge won't want the past ministry actions to color his own reputation. He'll want to use this to show how he is fixing things, but since he was left out of the loop, he can't do that." Mrs. Figg added, "He'll be able to spin it however he wants since the details won't be public." "Will Crouch be punished because of this?" Harry asked. He didn't want the man responsible for imprisoning Sirius to get off without any consequences. "We can hope," Remus said. But I wouldn't count on it, not unless Fudge sees a benefit in doing so, and Crouch is very popular. Personally, Harry hoped he'd be the one to punish Crouch. This was one time he had been glad the ministry was so corrupt. They continued to speculate on how or why Sirius and the rat's trial had been rushed while they cooked dinner. Just when they were all gathered and about to start eating, Harry heard the flue flare. He and Remus raced out of the kitchen, both competing to be the first one there. Harry, who has been expecting Kingsley again, was surprised to see the head of an old wizard with a very long beard wearing half-moon spectacles smiling at him. "Professor Dumbledore," he heard Remus say, "is everything all right?" The professor shifted his gaze to Remus and said, "Yes, quite all right, I suspect. Sirius has been cleared of all charges and Pettigrew has been convicted of several crimes." Harry and Remus shared a smile at that. Remus seemed to be overcome with emotion and couldn't seem to think of anything to say. Harry, curious to know the details, asked, "Will Sirius be able to come here tonight, sir?" Dumbledore shook his head no. "I'm afraid he's still in need of some medical care before he's fit to return to you," he said. "He asked me to pass on his gratitude for your part in capturing Pettigrew." Harry nodded at that. He knew that Sirius might be stuck at the hospital a while longer. He was anxious to see the man his father had written so much about in his journals, but was relieved that Sirius was free at least and could join him soon. Remus finally pulled himself together enough to ask, "Any trouble with the trial?" Dumbledore grimaced and said, "Nothing more than I suspected. Mr. Crouch managed to elude any consequence, despite my efforts, and I suspect our minister will try to act as if he'd led the investigation himself." Harry felt his lip raise in a silent snarl at that, but he quickly smoothed his features when Dumbledore looked at him. Remus interrupted his dark thoughts when he asked, "And Pettigrew?" Harry thought he'd seen a dark glint and a flash of orange in the man's eyes as he'd said his old friend's name. Dumbledore breathed a heavy sigh and said, "Mr. Pettigrew has been sentenced to the Vale tonight, despite my attempts to see him sent to Azkaban." Remus simply said, "Good," and crossed his arms. "What does that mean?" Harry asked. "What Vale?" Dumbledore looked away from Remus with a frown and said, "The Ministry holds in its depths an ancient archway known as the Vale of Death that it sometimes uses to execute criminals." "Oh, well, that's all right then," Harry said. He was honestly confused why Dumbledore had tried to recommend anything else. "Is it?" Dumbledore asked in a tired voice. "I, for one, think it inhumane, as it removes any chance of redemption or change from old ways." Harry wanted to consider the old man's words, but he was honestly glad the rat would pay for his crimes with his life. The rat had ruined everything for Harry that night by selling his parents out to Voldemort. Harry looked at Remus, who had lost every friend he'd had that night. One night of every month since then, he'd had to suffer alone and without distraction. He'd have to wake up the next day and tend to his wounds on his own. No, Harry didn't care about the rat. He'd ruined everything and deserved his punishment. He didn't really want to debate the old wizard, but he wanted to stick up for Remus, so he said, "I think Peter deserves to be sent through the veil for what he did." Remus nodded again next to him, but didn't say anything. Harry suspected the reserved and stoic man was wrestling fiercely to rein in his emotions. Professor Dumbledore sighed in defeat and said, "Perhaps, but the decision weighs heavily on my soul, and killing a man shouldn't be done lightly." Harry wondered why he was telling him that. It's not like Harry was in a position to make those kinds of decisions. Deciding that, despite his reservations about the man, he was grateful for the man's help tonight, he said, "Sir, would you like to join us for dinner tonight?" Dumbledore's jaw dropped in surprise at the invitation. He recovered quickly and said, "I'd love to, Mr. Potter. Would it be terribly rude of me to also invite Professor McGonagall?" Harry smiled and said, "No, she's welcome too, of course." "Marvelous," Dumbledore replied happily. "We'll flew through in just a moment after I collect something." Dumbledore had disappeared, and Harry looked at Remus, who looked like he was about to boil over with emotion. "Are you okay, Moony?" he asked. Remus shook his head as if clearing away bad memories. "I didn't realize how much I've been holding in. The last 10 years have been so hard without them, and all this time I've just kind of pushed my emotions aside. Hearing that Peter is going to die tonight for what he did is both a relief and I don't know how to explain." Remus shook his head again, his eyes glowing with an amber tint as if a wild animal was bursting to get out. "We took him in." Peter was part of our pack, and he betrayed us. He deserves to die for what he did, but I'm still sad by the loss of someone I always considered as a pack mate." Harry thought he understood. He couldn't fathom how he'd feel it Luna or Mrs. Figg betrayed him. "At least now you'll have Sirius," Harry said. Remus smiled a toothy smile at that. His amber eyes still shining, Harry almost expected to see fangs. "Your eyes are glowing. Is that a werewolf thing?" Harry decided to ask, even though he was worried he'd offend Moony somehow. Remus laughed. "Yes, it's a werewolf thing," he said. "The wolf knows Wormtail and Padfoot and is processing his own emotions." Harry thought it was interesting that Remus regarded the wolf as a separate being, but chose not to comment. It must be pretty complicated, he guessed. Harry simply gave Remus a hug. Remus jumped a little at the contact before returning the hug tightly. It was almost as tight as Mrs. Wesley's, Harry thought. The flue flared green just then, and the two separated. A moment later, Harry saw Professor McGonagall step through, followed by Professor Dumbledore, who was taller than Harry imagined. Professor McGonagall shook Harry's hand, and then she noticed Remus and gave him a big hug. Harry guessed she probably knew how hard the situation was for the man who had been one of her lions. While the two adults were hugging, Harry took in Professor Dumbledore's appearance. He was old, nearly ancient, but he looked healthy and full of energy. Harry guessed he likely had several more years of life in him. "Thank you for your gracious invitation, Harry," Dumbledore said. "I admit I was worried that you and I might get off on the wrong foot because of my actions regarding your initial living arrangements." Harry thought carefully about what he wanted to say to the man. He wasn't sure he'd forgiven him, but he also recognized that Dumbledore's decision wasn't made with malice. "Mrs. Figg explained everything, and even though I'm sometimes still upset with you, I do understand that you thought you were making the best choice," Harry said. He offered the professor his hand and said, "I'm willing to give us a fresh start, sir." The professor took Harry's hand with a smile and shook it. "I'd like that too. That reminds me that I brought you a present, although it's not really fair for me to call it a gift since it belonged to your dad." The professor handed Harry a gift wrapped in red and gold wrapping paper. "You may want to open this in private." Harry nodded his understanding and said, "Thanks." Feeling awkward, Harry said, "I'm sorry, sir, I didn't get you anything." Dumbledore laughed and said, "Fear not, I'm not offended, and like I said, my gift doesn't really qualify as a gift. I think I'll go put this in my room for now, then, if you'll please excuse me," Harry said, and then he ran to his room quickly. When he got to his room, he decided to open the present, and a silvery material tumbled out of his hands. The material was cool to the touch, and Harry instantly wanted to reach out with his magic to inspect it. He focused on his breathing and felt his magic reach outside his body. He sent probes out and instantly could tell the material was magical. It felt cold and dark like an abyss. He couldn't quite guess what properties it had because it almost felt like nothing, but not quite the same as the cloak he'd tried on at his initiation. It was different. He drew his magic back in and decided to inspect it further the normal way. He soon found that it wasn't just material, but a very large cloak with a hood. He figured he could fit him and another person underneath it. Suspecting what it might be, he threw it on and put on the hood. He walked over to the mirror and found that he couldn't see anybody in the mirror. This was his dad's invisibility cloak. He was suddenly very glad that Dumbledore hinted he'd want to open this gift when he was alone. Harry woke up bright and early Christmas morning. This would be his first Christmas with people he considered family. He hated Christmas with the Dursleys because he never felt wanted, except to do all the cooking and cleaning. He remembered trying not to sob as he cleaned up all the wrappings and boxes that had contained Dudley's numerous gifts while he got nothing. But now he'd be surrounded by people he loved, and that loved him in return. He'd actually get gifts and be able to spend time relaxing with his friends and family in his own house. Last night, dinner with his family and the professors had been wonderful. They'd enjoyed a meal that they'd prepared together and spent hours talking about nothing. He'd learned a little bit about his future professors and what his classes might be like. He'd been teased with stories about hidden passageways and getting lost in the castle's many rooms and hallways. He couldn't wait to go. Luna and Harry planned to open gifts together in their shared living room and then join Mrs. Figg and Remus in the dining area. He was looking forward to giving everyone their gifts. Mostly, He was hoping to visit Sirius at St. Mungo's. He hadn't had time to get the man anything, but he'd find a way to make it up to him. It was still early, and Luna wouldn't like to be woken up just yet, but he was still tempted to wake her up. It was Christmas for Merlin's sake. He walked outside his room quietly, and then gently opened Luna's bedroom door. It was pitch black because she put several curtains up to block out the light. He nearly tripped over several mysterious items strewn about the floor. The girl was messy. He eventually made it to her bed and was considering how he might wake her up without risking any potential injuries he might receive as a result. His eyes had finally adjusted to the dark, and he was able to make out a glass of water on the nightstand. Decision made, he grabbed the glass and then dumped the contents on Luna's head. Luna gasped before shrieking so loud that Harry had to cover his ears. Luna jumped up out of bed and threw open the curtains violently. When she saw him standing there with an empty glass, she glared at him and yelled, "You're dead." Harry tried to run to the door, but he tripped over a pile of clothes with a thud. Luna was on him in an instant, and she proceeded to tickle him without mercy. He gasped for air as he struggled to breathe as she leaned over him so that her wet hair was in his face. Desperate for freedom, he reached up with his hand and gripped her thigh just above her knee and squeezed in a pulsating fashion. She began to laugh and convulse until she finally relented and got off of him. "No fair," she wheezed. "Truce," she asked. Harry filled his lungs with air several times before agreeing to the truce. "Ah," she groaned. "What time is it?" Harry chuckled nervously and said, "Just after 7, which is a pretty late start for me. You're lucky I didn't wake you up sooner, honestly." Luna glared at him. "You know I know where you sleep, right?" she asked in a threatening tone. He laughed and said, "But we both know you're not going to wake up early just to prank me." "Who said anything about pranking?" she said bluntly. "You're scary in the morning, did you know?" he responded. Luna just laughed at that. She stretched and said, "This isn't over. You better have got me something nice for Christmas, or I might just reconsider our truce." Harry laughed. He knew she'd be happy with his gift. "Let's go find out, shall we?" he asked, offering his arm. She took his offered arm, and they walked out of her room and into the shared living area. Harry walked her to the couch like a gentleman, fully repentant of his mischievous behavior. He then bolted to the tree to gather her presents. "Ladies first," he said, while handing her one of the gifts. He'd gotten her a few things. Some were common and casual gifts, but he'd also gone out of his way to give her something that he thought was a big gesture. He wanted her to know that she was important to him. She opened a few gifts, including some chocolate and candy, some more clothes and robes that he thought she might like, as well as some magical hair dye that should last her all year. She told him that she might like to dye her hair a few colors, like blue, purple, and pink, so he'd gotten her a set that was spelled to whatever shade and color she wanted, and that would last a long time. She could even end the spell if she needed to look presentable. This made it perfect for school since she could just use it during the weekends. Her last gift was Harry's big gesture gift. He wanted her to know that she was important to him, so she got her a very nice locket made of fine silver. She gasped in surprise when she'd opened the box it came in. She took it out and admired the embossed image of a crumple-horned snorkack. Harry had swiped a drawing of hers and taken it to a jeweler to be custom-made. "Open it," he said. She gently opened the locket to find a picture of her parents on one side and a picture of Harry, Mrs. Figg, and Loki on the other. Harry watched as the photo of her parents blew her a kiss. Luna wiped tears from her eyes. Photo Harry and photo Mrs. Figg waved happily at her and Loki's tail twitched. "Thanks, Harry. This is really nice," she said as she hugged him and then gave him a kiss on the cheek. "You really are the best even though you're annoying sometimes." Harry laughed and said, "Is our truce still in effect then?" "Yes, you idiot," she said with a laugh. Harry waited happily while Luna fetched his gifts. She'd also gotten him some sweets and a couple books on potions and enchanting that she'd noticed him eyeing. Harry thanked her earnestly. "My last gift is kind of silly because it's something I found in the house," she said. She handed him the last present and he opened it reverently. Inside, he found a framed canvas of his family's crest. It featured a griffin and a lion in opposite corners, followed by a stag and a ceramic pot in the other corners. It was accompanied by a script that read, "Novissima autem inimica destruta mors." It's your family motto. I looked it up and it translates to, "The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death," she said. Harry was blown away. "Where did you find this?" he asked. The canvas was rolled up in one of the offices, she said. All I did was get it framed, really. Harry loved it. It's great, Luna, he said. Thank you. It was several hours later, and Harry and Luna were getting ready to go and visit Sirius at St. Mungo's with Remus. Mrs. Figg was going to go and visit Mundungus to finalize some plans. Harry didn't understand why she was working on Christmas, but he wasn't going to stop her if that's what she wanted to do. They'd already exchanged gifts with Remus and Mrs. Figg. Harry had gotten several more books, including one that went into great depth on Bowtruckles written by none other than the famous Newt Scamander. Harry had gotten Remus a buttload of all sorts of chocolate treats, as well as some new robes. He'd given Mrs. Figg the candied pineapple that he'd picked out several months ago, as well as some new quills, because he'd noticed hers had been getting dull. It had been a magical Christmas so far, and Harry didn't think anything could ruin it. He flew to the hospital and got checked in by the welcome witch at the front counter. "Oh, you three are here to see Sirius Black," she checked. Remus nodded and said, "Yes, is that all right?" "Oh, yes," she said. "You just missed the last visitors. Andromeda, Ted, and Nymphadora Tonks were just here, but they left a few minutes ago." Harry thought Remus looked surprised. There must be some history there, he reckoned. Sirius has been moved to the 4th floor for prolonged exposure to Dementors. He'd originally been on the 1st floor, but they weren't quite sure how to help him, she said. He's in room 402, near the nurse station. Remus chuckled and said, "And I bet he's being a complete hound with the nurses." The welcome witch chuckled and put a hand on Remus' arm. Harry and Luna shared a look and then laughed at Remus' expense. Harry checked the hospital's map and saw that the 1st floor was reserved for creature-related injuries, which made sense since Dementors were classified as creatures. He saw that the 4th floor was for spell damage. He wondered why Sirius had been moved up there. When he brought up his question, the welcome witch said, the spell exposure team had some treatment that they thought would better help Sirius than the creature team, since they mostly dealt with exterior wounds. Remus said, "That makes sense. They probably know better how to treat serious internal, mental, and emotional injuries." The welcome witch nodded. "You can go up and see him now if you'd like, but there's no rush," she said as she batted her eyelashes at Remus. Harry thought she was laying it on pretty thick. "Remus, when did you say your girlfriend was stopping by?" Luna said, trying to help Remus out of his predicament. Harry glared at her. He'd been having fun. The welcome witch frowned at that, sat back down, and pulled out a witch weekly. Harry bit his fist to stop from laughing, and Remus smacked him in the back of his head lightly. Harry's shoulders shook as he held in his laughter the whole way to the lift. He guffawed loudly as soon as the lift doors had closed. "So immature," Remus said. "So much like James." They rode up to the 4th floor and walked out towards the nurse counter. Harry saw Neville and Madame Longbottom talking with a nurse at the counter. "Hey, Neville, are you visiting someone today, too?" Harry asked. Neville's eyebrows shot up in shock as he saw Harry and Luna. Harry noticed the boy begin to blush and stammer. Madame Longbottom rolled her eyes at her grandson and held out her hand, clearly expecting a proper greeting. Harry obliged and kissed her hand. "Madame Longbottom," he said simply. Madame Longbottom bowed stiffly and said, "We're here to see my Frank and his wife Alice, Neville's parents," she said. "Oh," was Harry's elegant reply. Remus helped cover for Harry and asked, "How are they doing, Madame Longbottom?" "The same as always, I'm afraid," she said. "But it's good for Neville to visit them. He has so much to live up to." Neville blushed even deeper and looked down at his feet. Madame Longbottom looked unimpressed. "Are you here to see Sirius, then?" she asked them. "Yes, Madame Longbottom," Remus said. "We were hoping to wish him a Merry Christmas." Madame Longbottom nodded and said, "Terrible business what happened to that man. It's such a shame that Crouch is going to get away with the flop." Harry nodded at that, a grimace on his face. He was still angry that Crouch hadn't got so much as a slap on the wrist. He'd make the man pay. Madame Longbottom must have seen the look on his face because she said, "See that, Neville? That's the look of someone that will see things through," she said, pointing at Harry. "You'd be wise to spend some time with Mr. Potter here. Maybe some of his courage will rub off on you." Neville blushed and stammered, "Yes, Gran." Harry felt sorry for the boy. Madame Longbottom sure was overbearing. "Well, we'll just be going then," Remus said. "It was good to see you both. Merry Christmas." "Merry Christmas," Madame Longbottom said. The trio quickly checked in with the nurse, who directed them to Sirius' room with a blush. Sirius had definitely been up to his wily ways. From what Harry had read in his father's journals, the poor nurses didn't stand a chance. They walked into Sirius' room, and Harry had expected to see a dirty and mangy man laying in bed. What they found instead was a well-groomed and happy-looking one. His hair had been cut, and his beard trimmed nicely. He was still skinny as could be, but Harry was happy to see some color in his cheeks. They were obviously taking very good care of him here. Harry watched as Remus walked in and hugged Sirius fiercely. The two men held on to each other for what felt like ages, but Harry had no intention of interrupting. He looked at Luna and noticed she had tears in her eyes. He wondered what the auras in the room were telling her. After a long while, the two men leaned back out of their hug, but each left their hands on the other man's shoulders as they looked each other in the eyes. No words needed to be said in a friendship like theirs, Harry guessed. Together, they said, "It's so good to see you." And then they laughed. These men were not merely friends. They were clearly brothers. Harry felt himself start to tear up as he thought about the implications of such a deep relationship being wounded by distance and deceit for nearly a decade. They didn't deserve what happened to them. It was terrible, and Harry vowed to never let something like that happen again to the pair. Harry looked up and saw Sirius watching him with a knowing look. "I know that look," Sirius said. "I saw that look on your dad's face many times during the war." A smile grew on the man's face as he asked, "Who's going to suffer your wrath?" Harry smiled and said seriously, "Barty Crouch, Lucius Malfoy, and then Lord Voldemort, maybe a few others." Sirius looked deeply into Harry's eyes. "There is no way you're 10 years old." Harry and Luna laughed, although Harry wasn't sure why Luna was laughing. He looked at her curiously. "Harry's an old soul. He's been through too much to be a lowly 10-year-old boy," she said. Sirius inspected the young girl. "You must be Luna Lovegood. You look just like your mother. What are you doing with this mangy old man and that scrawny little kid?" Remus laughed before Luna could answer. "Are you remembering all the times you tried to get Pandora to even look at you?" Sirius laughed and said, "And I managed to get her in a broom clothes before Remus smacked him in the chest." "Oh, right," Sirius said, looking apologetically at Luna. Yes. I never could get her to take me seriously." Luna just giggled and said, "I like you, Sirius Black." Sirius beamed at that, showing his still yellow-stained teeth. "Harry and Mrs. Figg found me in Hogsmeade after Mum and Dad died," she said as if it were the most normal thing. "They took me in and we've been together ever since." Harry nodded, smiling fondly at Luna. "Bit young to be shacking up, don't you think, Harry?" Sirius said. "Your dad would be proud, but your mother would be. It's not like that," Harry said defensively, interrupting the man. "Luna's like a sister to me." Sirius' eyebrows shot up. "You went and made this beautiful girl your sister?" he asked. "You fool." Luna smiled brightly at Sirius' compliment. Harry thought it was rather gross for a man his age to be talking about a 10-year-old girl like that. "I'm only joking, Harry," Sirius said. "I can't help but tease the two of you. It's in my nature." Remus shook his head. "You haven't changed a bit, Padfoot," he said. "The poor nurse outside blushed when I mentioned your name, you know." "Oh, which one?" Sirius asked excitedly. "I hope it was the blonde one." Remus just shook his head and said, "At least learn their names first, Sirius." Harry interrupted, "Hey, if you two are done, do you know when you'll get out of here, Sirius?" Sirius frowned. "They aren't sure. I haven't really been able to cast much magic just yet," he said. "To make sure my magical core hasn't been damaged before they release me, and it might take a while to heal me if it has." "Oh, okay," Harry said. "Well, I hope it's soon. You're welcome to stay with me if you need a place." Sirius smiled. "That's kind of you," he said, "and I might take you up on that." Sirius looked at Remus. Andy was here, and she said that I inherited the family home and whatever gold they had left that they didn't give away to the Dark Lord. "Oh, is that why Andromeda came?" Remus asked. Was she asking to be reinstated into the family? Sirius shook his head. "No, she just wanted to see me," he said. "I offered and she declined, said she wanted nothing to do with the Black family." Sirius looked like he was trying to remember something and was struggling. "Oh, her husband, Ted, is a lawyer, and he offered to help me go after the ministry for what they did to me," he said, with an evil glint in his eye. "I'm tempted to take him up on it. Not that I likely need the money." Harry agreed that he should. Sirius yawned mightily after that. Harry didn't necessarily want to leave, but he figured Sirius probably needed to rest. "We should go," Remus said. "We'll visit again soon." Harry and Luna both echoed Remus' promise to come back and visit. They wished each other a Merry Christmas, and then they left Sirius to get some rest. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. The Key. Chapter text purple steam fogged his glasses as he stood over a bubbling cauldron. He made a mental note to learn the impervious charm so it would stop doing that. Harry stirred in the final ingredient and lowered the temperature. He was nearing the moment of truth for the 6th time that morning. He'd been attempting this potion all morning with near abysmal results. The potion was supposed to allow the drinker to glide through the air and had been mentioned in one of the books Luna had gotten him for Christmas. Harry hoped it would be useful for traveling under his invisibility cloak without leaving footprints or making noise. He reckoned he could always just use a broom, but this would be more practical than carrying a brim around. The accompanying image in his book showed a person gliding forward a few inches off the floor, and he was curious how he would control his movements. He watched as the potion gradually changed from purple to silver before shooting off small sparks. The book indicated this would happen when the potion was complete. All his other attempts had turned a dull gray or had simply remained unchanged, so this was a good sign. He turned off the heat. Luna walked in while he was waiting for the cauldron to cool enough for him to sample the potion. Harry noted that she was using the hair dye he'd gotten her for Christmas, and her hair was pink this morning. "Hey, Harry, are you almost done? The Weasleys and Susan will be here soon," the pink-haired girl said. Harry had decided to invite almost everyone he'd met at the Bones party, save for Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle. He'd received polite and formal-looking letters from Daphne's parents and Theo's father stating they had a conflict and couldn't make it. Tracy, Hannah, and Neville had all sent their own less formal responses, stating they couldn't come. Only Susan had been able to accept his invitation, but he wasn't too sad about that, and he was looking forward to getting to know her better. He just hoped that everyone got on all right. Harry nodded to Luna and said, "Just about done. Do you want to try this with me?" Luna looked at him skeptically, one eyebrow raised in suspicion. Harry rolled his eyes in response with a huff. He dipped a metal spoon into the cauldron and then swallowed a mouthful of the silver liquid. It has a bland taste, of which he was grateful since a lot of potions simply tasted awful. A few seconds later, he felt his heels raise off the floor, followed by the balls of his feet and finally his toes. He thought he might lose his balance for a moment, but he managed to remain upright as his body adjusted to the change, as if it were completely natural. He simply started moving in whatever direction he leaned towards. He found that the harder he leaned, the faster he'd go, but his body wouldn't let him lean very far, and he couldn't go very fast. After she could tell there wouldn't be any unwanted side effects, Luna repeated his actions and was soon floating around the lab just like him. Harry laughed as Luna squealed as he tried to chase her around the lab. It was a fruitless pursuit, however, as neither could go faster than the other. He eventually felt his body lower to the floor. He was impressed by how natural the whole experience felt, but noted the drawbacks of the potion. If he were discovered, he'd most certainly be caught. Luna landed shortly after him and then waited for him as he cleaned up his potion mess. The pair left after that and saw Mrs. Figg greeting a pretty red-headed girl near the flue. "Susan," Luna yelled as she ran to greet her friend. Harry continued to walk towards the flue, watching happily as Luna and Susan hugged. Harry was preparing to greet Susan the traditional way, but she waved him off and pulled him into a tight hug. "Thanks for inviting me, Harry," she said, still hugging him. "I was dreading spending the rest of the holiday alone while Auntie Amelia worked." She finally released him with a jump, as if she suddenly realized what she'd done, and Harry noted her red cheeks as she looked away awkwardly. "You're welcome any time," he said with what he assumed were equally red cheeks. He didn't understand why he kept reacting this way around her. Susan's eyes widened, and she asked, "Really? Any time?" Harry heard Luna say, "Harry likes to move fast." He invited me to move in after only a few hours of knowing me, and we shared a bed for several weeks before he kicked me out. Susan's jaw dropped in surprise. He coughed before waving his hands. "It's not like that," he interjected, sending Luna a glare. He looked to Mrs. Figg, hoping for some help, but she was covering a smile with her hand. He supposed it was too much to hope for. "Oh, come on," he shouted, throwing his hands into the air. "Someone please set things straight so I don't look like a weirdo." Luna burst into laughter. "Honestly, you're too easy, Harry," she said. It's almost not even fun to tease you anymore." She then informed Susan on what actually happened. Susan laughed and said, "All right then, that's not so bad." She put her hand on Harry's arm and said, "Are you sure it's not a problem? We did just meet." Harry nodded. "Luna's a tremendous judge of character," he said, and continued with a glare, despite any other faults she might have. He smiled and continued saying, "So if she likes you, then that's good enough for me, but I think you're pretty great from what I've seen." He felt heat rise in his cheeks and then put his hand over his mouth before he embarrassed himself further. He noticed her hand was still on his arm. She looked at him with a sweet smile and said, "Just let me know if I ever become a bother." Harry doubted very much that would ever happen, but he told her that he would. Thankfully, the flue flashed green just then, and Ron stepped out of the fireplace. Harry noted with jealousy that the boy clearly had no trouble with the flue. He nodded to Mrs. Figg and then walked over to Harry. Susan removed her hand from Harry's arm when Ron approached, and Harry frowned at the loss. "Hey, mate," Ron said with a smile. He looked around at the entry hall and whistled appreciatively. "This is a really big house." Harry was saved from responding as the rest of the Weasleys came through the flue one by one. Each of them came and greeted Mrs. Figg, Luna, Susan, and Harry. He noticed that Susan's hair was actually quite different from the Weasleys' copper-like hair, since hers was a darker shade. They all exchanged pleasantries and looked around in awe of his grand home. Ginny actually came over and approached him. "I'm sorry for how I acted before," she said. Harry was impressed at the directness from the shy girl and said, "Don't even worry about it." She graced him with a bright smile at his easy acceptance of her apology. A balding man, who was clearly Mr. Weasley, came and shook his hand with a kind smile. "Thanks for what you did with the rat, Mr. Potter. I don't think you understand just how much it means to Marley and I to have that creature away from our family," he said, with a serious look that almost seemed foreign to the man's gentle features. Harry looked the man in his eyes and said, "It was my pleasure. Besides, it was the only way to free Sirius." There were many questions from the group about how he knew Sirius was innocent, and since Luna was the main reason, he let her tell the group what she'd found. Harry took over when it came time to explain about his trip to Azkaban. He chose to omit the interference from the guards. All of the Weasleys and Susan seemed impressed at his tale. After that, Harry took them on a tour, choosing to focus more on what he'd learned about his family than any of the expensive features. Ginny and Susan fawned over Augie when they got to Luna's room, which Harry noted was as messy as ever. He saw Mrs. Figg subtly kick a pile of underwear under the bed without anyone but Mrs. Weasley noticing. Mrs. Weasley simply smiled politely, completely unbothered. Ron and the twins took turns holding Ratatosker, who seemed pleased at the attention. Harry noted that Susan also took a turn shaking the twig creature's hand. The Botruckle then gestured he wanted to be picked up, which she obliged with a smile by putting him in her front robe pocket. When they got back to the living area, Ron asked, "Why don't you take the master suite?" Harry considered whether he wanted to give a genuine response or make something up, but decided there was no harm in being honest. "Because sleeping in my dad's old room makes me feel closer to him," Harry answered. Both Ginny and Mrs. Weasley looked at him with kind, sad eyes when he said this. Susan just nodded, and Harry was happy to see she didn't have a look of pity on her face. As a fellow orphan, she knew exactly how he felt and probably didn't care for pity. Ron looked confused at first before it dawned on him. "Right, sorry," he said somewhat awkwardly. Harry simply smiled, not bothered at all by the question. The kids spent most of the afternoon just chatting and hanging out. It was colder here in the north than at the Burrow, and there was snow on the ground. Mrs. Weasley cast strong warming charms on all of them so they could go outside comfortably. The adults chose to stay inside, and Mrs. Weasley offered to help make dinner. Remus arrived home just in time for dinner. Harry ran from the dining room where everyone was gathering to greet the man. "Hey, Remus," Harry said. "Any luck with Sylvie?" Remus looked at Harry with a worried look and said, "No, I'm afraid not." "You'll find her, Moony," he said. Remus simply nodded, obviously still bothered, but didn't say anything. He shook himself out of it and added, "I did manage to stop by the magical menagerie for this," he said while removing a rolled-up parchment. Harry examined it and found the contents to be satisfactory. "Thanks, Remus," he said. He pulled Remus over to the dining room, but Remus resisted. Harry looked quizzically at the werewolf. "Come on, Remus, we talked about this. Join us for dinner." Remus had insisted that Harry tell anyone that would regularly be spending time here with Harry that Remus was a werewolf. He'd said it was the responsible thing to do and didn't want to cause problems later on if it got out. Harry had no problem just keeping it a secret, but agreed to Remus' terms. He didn't want to be friends with anyone that was too small-minded to look past a condition that only affected someone once a month anyways. Remus held firm and shook his head. "Are you sure I'll be welcome?" he asked. "Of course you'll be welcome. You live here for Merlin's sake," Harry replied. "If they don't like it, they can leave, but I have a good feeling that this group won't care about your furry little problem." Harry pulled the man along and Remus followed along. "Hey everyone, this is Remus Lupin, one of my dad's best friends. He lives here and just happens to be a werewolf, but that won't be a problem for about 5 more days," Harry said bluntly. He figured it was best to rip off the band-aid and act like it was totally normal to live with a werewolf. Harry looked around the room and watched as everyone processed what he said. It was almost funny to watch. The Weasley twins looked at each other and shrugged. Mr. Weasley shared a look with Mrs. Weasley before standing and walking over to Remus. He offered his hand to Remus, who accepted it with surprise, and they shook hands in greeting. If any of the Weasley kids were worried before that, their patriarch's acceptance of the werewolf removed it. Susan smiled and waved the man over, offering him a seat next to her. Harry opted to sit across from Remus. The rest of dinner went on as if nothing noteworthy had happened. After dinner, Harry excused himself briefly so he could grab the book on runes that Mrs. Figg had bought him during the summer. When he'd returned to the dining room, he quickly found Percy standing near his parents and walked over to them. "Hey, Percy," he said, while pulling out the scroll Remus had handed him earlier. "I wanted to give you something so you could replace your pet. This is a certificate to the magical menagerie that you can turn in. It should cover any pet you find there and the supplies you need." Percy tried refusing the gift, but Harry was adamant that he replace the older boy's pet. His reasons for doing so weren't entirely altruistic. He figured the boy would eventually find a job in the ministry and work his way up, and it would be good to have a connection inside. Percy eventually accepted the gift, and then Harry pulled out the book on runes and said, "I also wanted to make sure you knew that my interest in runes was genuine. I'd like to lend you this book that I'm sure you'll find interesting. You can give it back on the train to Hogwarts, and we can pick up where we left off on our conversation." Percy eagerly accepted Harry's offer, and then proceeded to bombard him with information on the subject. He didn't relent for nearly half an hour, and Harry was starting to wonder if he'd gone too far, and that maybe he should find another ministry shoe-in to warm up to. Eventually, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley rescued Harry by announcing that the family needed to return home. Harry was supremely grateful for the announcement. Harry and Luna said goodbye to all of them as they left through the flue. Harry noticed that Fred's hug with Luna lasted nearly twice as long as anyone else's. Susan reluctantly announced her departure with a frown as well, but she smiled when Harry reaffirmed she could visit whenever she wanted. When everyone left, Mrs. Figg excused herself so she could go to bed. She let Harry know his training would resume tomorrow and not to stay up too late. Harry nodded and bade her good night. Luna and Remus stuck around, and Harry remembered he'd wanted to ask more about Sylvie. "Are you worried about Sylvie?" he asked. Remus looked thoughtful and sighed. "I shouldn't be since she's with a large pack, but she usually sends correspondence more frequently than this." "Maybe we should go look for her," Harry offered. He hoped Remus would say yes and let him come. Remus shook his head seriously. "A werewolf pack is not a safe place for the boy who lived," he said. "Many of the werewolves, even the ones that I'd consider good, would be tempted to use you for their own benefit." Harry didn't know what Remus meant by that. "How would they use me?" he asked. "They'd want to turn you into one of them," Mooney said. "A werewolf boy who lived would be a political masterpiece for the werewolves. How could the ministry continue with its prejudiced views if the savior of the wizarding world was suddenly one of them?" Harry nodded. So many people wanted to use him, even the guild, and he'd let them because it served his purposes. He wondered if being a werewolf would be so bad if it helped Remus. "No," Remus said firmly. "I can see the wheels turning and the answer is no. It's not worth it, trust me." Remus began pacing. "I'd never forgive myself if you were cursed with this affliction," he said. "It's so painful, even with the wolfsbane potion." Harry nodded in response. He didn't relish the idea of being a werewolf and having to transform against his will once per month. He didn't want to worry about injecting someone else either. Harry pondered the problem a bit before saying, "If you need to leave for a bit to make sure she's okay, I'd understand." He didn't want Remus to leave. It felt really good to have the werewolf here so he could see him every day, but he didn't want to hold the man back if he needed to leave. Harry looked up at Remus and saw the man was frowning, considering Harry's words. He finally spoke after several long seconds. "I have been considering it, but everything with Sirius, and the rat has kept me here," he said. "I don't want to leave Sirius now that he's free, but I am worried Sylvie and her daughter, Tabitha, are in trouble." Harry understood how Remus likely felt. "Sirius might be in the hospital for several more days, maybe even longer," he said. "He'll understand." "What about your training?" Remus asked. Harry thought he was grasping for excuses at this point. Harry could practice on his own and said as much. He added, "Don't werewolves have heightened senses? You could probably track her in no time." Remus nodded and said, "Yes, but she's in a large pack. I can track the pack, but it'll be hard to distinguish a scent from the rest, and I might not pick up on it if she's not with them." Luna interjected just then. "You can take me and Loki with you," she said. "I can help you find them by reading the auras." Harry jolted at her request, and he saw Remus do the same. Remus recovered before Harry and said, "I can't take you with me. It's not safe, and if I do go, I'll be roughing it in the wilderness the whole time." Luna just grinned and said, "I had a dream that you and I went camping like Daddy and I used to. I think I'm meant to go with you. You'll need me." She then skipped away and said over her shoulder, "I'll just get packed up, and then you and I can leave in the morning," as if the argument were already settled. Harry just laughed. That was the most Luna-like thing she'd done in quite a while. Remus didn't look convinced that it was a good idea. Harry, if he was honest with himself, was also worried it was a bad idea, but he wasn't the boss of Luna, and he trusted Remus could protect her. "The full moon is still days away," Harry said. "I'm sure you'll be fine." Remus sighed heavily and started pacing. "Luna won't take no for an answer at this point, and she can help," Harry added. "Do you have anything of Sylvie's?" Remus stopped and nodded at that. "Good. Luna will be able to read the object and then track the residual aura in an area Sylvie was in," Harry said. "You'll probably be back before New Year's with her help." "I'll have to be if we are going to avoid my furry little problem," Remus said. Harry trudged into the kitchen slowly the next morning. His muscles ached fiercely after the few days off from exercise. Luna, Remus, and Mrs. Figg sat around the small table with toast and tea. Remus looked back and forth as Mrs. Figg and Luna argued. "I don't see why you can't wait until after the full moon to go search for your girlfriend," Mrs. Figg said gruffly to Remus. "Because we'll be too late by then," Luna said. "I have this feeling that we need to go now or something bad will happen." Mrs. Figg threw her hands in the air at that. "We shouldn't be making these kinds of decisions based on a feeling," she shouted back. Luna crossed her arms defiantly. "I had a dream that Mooney and I went camping, and now I feel like I'm meant to go and we need to go now. Why don't you trust me?" she asked. Mrs. Figg's eyes softened just a fraction. Harry doubted anyone else noticed because it was replaced by a steely look a second later. "I do trust you, but this isn't safe," she said. "I beg you both to reconsider." "Maybe she's right," Remus said to Luna. "We should wait until after the full moon." Luna screamed out in frustration. "It'll be too late by then. I just know it," she shouted. Harry, who had been silent until then, finally spoke up. "I think Luna's right," he said. "Luna can read auras, and everything I've read has said aura reading falls under the branch of divination magic." He paused to breathe. "Maybe she can see or at least discern some of the future." Mrs. Figg looked at Harry sharply for interjecting. He reckoned he might have just lost some points with her for his comment. Luna's look made up for it. She was smiling brightly at him, and he thought he saw tears forming in her eyes. She was taking this all very seriously. He wondered if she was leaving out anything that she might have guessed or dreamed about. He watched as Mrs. Figg noticed as well and then deflated. "Oh, all right, you can go. But if you don't get back before nightfall on the 31st, then I'm calling the auras." The atmosphere still thick from the earlier argument, they finished breakfast in silence. Harry hoped they would all be safe on their journey, and that Sylvie and Tabitha were okay. Luna and Remus left soon after that, and Harry and Mrs. Figg continued lessons as normal. After lessons, he practiced magic on his own. Without a partner, he focused on things he could do on his own, like the warming and impervious charms. Mrs. Figg left to run an errand with dung that would take several hours, leaving Harry alone for the first time in ages. Harry was surprised at how empty he felt without Luna's presence. He had always been on his own before he'd found out he was a wizard, and he remembered that not long ago he'd almost wished to be on his own, away from even Mrs. Figg again. So much had changed in the last 6 months. He was starting to regret not going with Remus and Luna, the consequences of being recognized by a werewolf be damned. He decided that maybe he'd chance an expedition out of the house with his invisibility cloak. Maybe he'd get lucky and run into Malfoy or Crouch. He walked to his room to fetch the cloak from its hiding place. As he entered his room, he noticed an owl in the window with a letter in its beak. When the owl saw Harry, it dropped the letter and flew away. Harry grumbled at the bird's rudeness and bent down to pick it up. He recognized the blank wax seal instantly. He ripped open the envelope with excitement. His pulse quickened as he read the letter that was in the familiar handwriting of the guild leader. My newest fledgling, your wolf and moon have arrived safely to their destination, and your mentor is occupied. I have an urgent request. Travel to where I last met you alone for further instruction. GL, P.S. The knob on the tree is key. Harry stumbled out of the flue in the 3 broomsticks, but he didn't let that get his spirits down. Instead, he walked on as if he'd traveled through the flue without any issue. He nodded to Madame Rosmerta as he sat at the counter and ordered a butter beer. She grinned at him and placed a fresh bottle in front of him. He sipped on it, savoring the taste and the pleasant feeling he got as he drank it. As he sat there, he watched as a group of wizards that looked fresh out of Hogwarts called over a young serving girl. The girl rolled her eyes and then walked over. One of the wizards pinched her bum when she walked by, and his 2 friends laughed as she yelped in surprise. Harry, who has been itching for an excuse to steal something, grinned. He snuck off to the bathroom, which was luckily vacant, and he quickly withdrew his invisibility cloak and put it on. He snuck back out into the lobby and found the group of wizards that had been causing trouble and crept over to their table. He crouched low and walked slowly so he didn't make any noise. He could see a money pouch hanging from each wizard's waist. He was tempted to try and lift them off each of the wizards, but was worried he'd be caught. Luckily, the serving witch came back out, and they became distracted as they started saying crude things to her as she walked by. He lifted each of the coin pouches off of them one by one without them noticing. He wandered off back to the bathroom and removed his cloak. He opened the coin pouches and found that they were rather light on coins. The bags were less than full of sickles and nuts. He emptied the coins into one bag and then attached it to his waist, and then exited the bathroom. Back at the counter, he ordered another drink and finished it slowly, hoping the group of wizards would attempt to leave soon. He kept an eye on the group of wizards and watched as they each realized they no longer had their coin pouches. They looked around in panic and then started to leave without paying. With a smirk, he called loudly to Madame Rosmerta and watched as the wizards hesitated. Madame Rosmerta walked out a moment later and refilled his drink. She looked over at the group and saw the 3 wizards standing there awkwardly. You 3 all set then? She asked as she looked over their table. Her eyes widened as she realized they hadn't left any money on the table. The result was spectacular as the whole lobby watched and listened as she berated the wizards for attempting to steal from her establishment. She loudly demanded they either pay or get to work in the kitchen scrubbing dishes by hand without their wands, or she'd call the auras. They had no choice but to comply, and they walked sullenly into the back room and got to work. The bright smile on the serving witch's face far made up for the light coin he'd managed to steal from them. He emptied their coin from the pouch as a tip and then walked out. Harry stood in front of the Whomping Willow as he stowed his invisibility cloak inside an expandable pocket within his robes. The wind blew freezing cold air around him, causing his cloak to billow. He imagined he looked like a stoic hero, standing atop the hill with his cape in the wind. The tree swayed in the wind as if it were a mundane tree that wouldn't attack anyone that got too close. Harry knew better and raised his wand and shot a stunner at a knob that rested just above the opening within its roots. The tree sagged slightly, which indicated to Harry that it was safe to venture forth. He took a few tentative steps forward, waiting for any indication that the tree might attack. When none came, he rushed forward and slid down into the depths below its trunk. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he wished someone had told him about the knob before. Last time had been a very close call. He crawled through the secret passage to the shrieking shack and wondered what the guild leader needed from him. He hadn't expected her to call on him so soon, as Mrs. Figg told him not to expect anything until he was at Hogwarts. He supposed she couldn't be right about everything all the time. Before long, he found himself lifting the trapdoor and climbing up into the first level of the house. He focused his magic and expanded his consciousness, inspecting the area for signs of magical beings in the house. He got a ping off something above him and quickly climbed the stairs. He opened the door and found an empty room. He knew someone was here, however, and inspected the room with his magic. In the corner opposite the bed, he got a ping. He pointed his wand in that direction. "Very good," a silky voice said. "You're learning from past mistakes." A figure appeared as they removed an invisibility cloak and stowed out away. The room was dark, so he couldn't see very well at first. A woman stepped out of the shadows, and Harry recognized her from his initiation ceremony. "Is this your true form, then?" he asked before he could stop himself. She shrugged. "Everything is a mask, my fledgling. Is the way you present yourself to the world really your true form?" she asked. "What about your actions? Do they tell the world who you really are?" Harry thought about what she said. "I guess our words and actions could also be used as a mask of sorts," he countered. "Precisely," she said. "Everything is a mask. You can even hide your true self from yourself if you're not careful. Perception is a tricky thing, and self-perception is not safe from manipulation." Harry was thoroughly confused and even a bit worried. "How do I protect myself from illusions, then?" he asked. "Is it even possible to know who I truly am?" "Maybe," she said seriously. "But does it even matter? What is so dangerous about an illusion?" Harry thought hard but was honestly stumped. It didn't feel good to be tricked, even if he was tricking himself, but he didn't know how to explain why. "Perception and illusion are tricky," she continued. "We all see things differently. You and I could stare at the same thing for days or even years, and when we were asked to describe it, we'd answer differently. One of our answers more accurate than the other." Harry thought he was beginning to understand. "Both descriptions would be true, and both would be false at the same time," he answered. The guild leader smiled broadly. "Reality and illusion are a dichotomy ruled by perception and swayed by thought," she said. His brain was beginning to hurt as he struggled to wrap his head around that statement. "To answer your question directly," she said, "this is the body I was born with, and not the result of a potion or a spell." Harry nodded. "Now let's move on to why you're here," she said. Harry held his breath as he waited for her instruction. He began to feel pins and needles across his skin. She removed a key that looked similar to his own Gringotts vault key. "I need you to place this in your Gringotts vault for safekeeping." Harry was immediately underwhelmed. "That's it?" he asked, not bothering to hide his disappointment. She tilted her head to the side as she studied him. "Well, yes," she said. "Not everything I ask you to do is going to be dangerous and exciting, you know." "Why do you need me to do this?" he asked. "Is it yours? Will it get me in trouble?" She laughed wickedly at his questions. "I won't say why, but it is mine, and yes, it might cause trouble." "Why me?" he asked. "Because no one will expect a guild fledgling to be honored with such an important item like this one," she answered. Harry put two and two together. If she were giving this to someone low-ranking in the guild, it meant the deception was for someone else in the guild, or at least someone that knew about the guild. "So you're hiding this from someone in the guild?" He checked. She smiled and said, "My, you are sharp. I'm so glad I accepted you into the guild." She paused and then added, "I suppose that makes me at least equally smart or more so." Harry figured he didn't actually have much of a choice, so he extended his hand and accepted the key from her. "I suppose no one is to know I have this," he checked. "Naturally," she answered. "Well, at least there's that," he said. "I'll have to sneak away from Mrs. Figg to deposit this." "That's the spirit," she said in response. "The sooner, the better." A moment later, she disappeared with a crack. He supposed it was too much to ask for a ride home. He grumbled and climbed back through the secret passageway. When Harry climbed out of the passageway, he pushed on the knob to disable its protections. As he lifted himself upright, he noticed what looked like Professor Dumbledore approaching from a distance. He quickly darted into the forest before the old man spotted him. He wrapped his invisibility cloak around himself and watched from the tree line. As Dumbledore got near the violent tree, he stopped and inspected the ground. From there, he followed Harry's footprints with his eyes until he was looking right at where Harry was standing. Harry wasted no more time and booked it into the forest. He didn't run too far in because he didn't want to get lost. He kept running along the edge towards the gate. His exercise regimen was paying off, and he was able to run the whole way back to the gate without issue. The hard part has been not letting his invisibility cloak snag on any branches as he ran. He got to the gate and found it shut. He tried opening it, but it didn't budge. The headmaster must have triggered them shut to prevent his escape. He didn't know what he was going to do now, but he didn't want to get stuck here. He thought quickly and remembered how he'd opened the locked display case at Borgin and Burke's. He focused and sent little magical probes out, searching for the source of the lark. He was quickly overwhelmed by ambient magic. Instead of giving up, he tried to get used to it so he could look for anomalies. His head ached as it became overstimulated by the constant barrage of magic. There was simply too much here. He would need to find a way to solve that problem before school started, or he'd never be able to use his focus at school. Just as he was about to give up, he picked up on something different. There was a magical signature running in a line from the gate and up the path towards the school. He pushed through the pain in his head and sent a spark of magic down into the line, hoping to trigger a reaction. He heard the gate open with a creak as he did so, and then ran through the small gap. Just as he cleared it, he felt the ward line, and then the gate slammed back shut. He glanced back at the gate as he ran towards Hogsmeade and saw Professor Dumbledore arrive at the gate. He was surprised that the old wizard had gotten there as fast as he did. Harry continued running and didn't look back again. He could tell that Mrs. Figg was still not home, luckily, so he didn't have to explain anything to her. He walked briskly to his room and started the shower. He washed off the grime of the day and reflected on everything that had happened that day. His conversation with the guild leader has been interesting, and it made him want to learn more about illusion, perception, and other mind-related subjects. Even though she told him there was no protection against illusion, he just had to check for himself. There was probably a book in the library about the mind arts. Hadn't Ollivander said his wand was particularly capable of occlumency? He wished Luna were here, because she'd probably have an interesting and perceptive thought on the subject. He thought about how the guild leader was clearly worried about other members in the guild working against her. She must be desperate to hand her vault key over to a fledgling like him. It reinforced his worries that he'd be in constant competition with the other members of the guild. He didn't mind a little competition, but he didn't like the idea of having to look over his shoulder all the time. Finally, he thought about Remus and Luna. The guild leader had said they'd arrived safe, and he was grateful for the news. But the guild was clearly monitoring their movements, and most likely his own. He wondered how much they knew about his life and goals. He guessed it didn't matter much, since he wasn't really doing anything that would jeopardize his position in the guild. He'd just been studying, practicing, and working towards making a name for himself. He'd hoped to outgrow the boy who lived nonsense. He just wanted to live a life that his parents and grandparents would be proud of. Well, that, and to dish out some well-deserved justice to those that had somehow escaped what they deserved. It simply wasn't acceptable that he'd had to suffer while the people responsible were out there living without consequence. With the guild's help, he'd see them all receive the justice they deserved. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. The Full Moon Part I. Chapter text. Harry woke the next day to Mrs. Figg knocking on his bedroom door. He got up with a groan, still sore from the day before. He spent the morning doing sprints, push-ups, sit-ups, and pull-ups out on the patio and backyard. It was freezing outside, and the cold air was hard on his lungs. He really hoped all the exercise was worth it. Dripping in sweat, he went to the bathroom for a shower and to get ready for the day. He looked at himself in the mirror. He was beginning to notice some changes to his physique. He was taller, a lot taller than he'd been while still at the Dursleys. He was still thin, but he had some lean muscle coming in, and that was new to him. He'd always been deathly thin and short, and that was all beginning to change. He supposed the potions healer Juniper had been providing were doing their part, and all the exercise was helping. He'd been able to run a pretty long distance when he tried to escape Professor Dumbledore the day before, so he figured that as much as he despised working out, that it had its benefits. He headed out of the bathroom and back towards the kitchen for breakfast. He had some questions about the guild that he'd hoped Mrs. Figg would help answer. Honestly, he should have asked her long ago before joining. He'd been so focused on following in his mother's footsteps that he'd neglected to properly investigate whether or not the guild was a good fit for him. He supposed it was too late now, and he was ready to hope for the best. But he was tired of being in the dark when it came to the inner workings of the guild. He found Mrs. Figg taking the kettle off the stove for their morning tea. She poured him a cup as he sat down at the breakfast table. The pleasant aroma of green tea filled his nostrils as he took a sip. He felt like it was the perfect tea to start the day, as it helped clear his mind so he could focus and absorb the lessons Mrs. Figg would throw at him throughout the day. "Any word from Remus or Luna?" he asked Mrs. Figg as he put his cup down on the table. Mrs. Figg shook her head and said, "No, not from Remus or Luna." She took a small sip of her tea and then continued. "I asked the guild to keep tabs on them, though, and they reported to me that Remus and Luna arrived safely in Italy." Harry nodded, trying to show surprise that the guild was keeping tabs on them. He didn't want to give away that he'd talked with the guild leader the night before. "How does that work then?" Harry asked. "Can I make requests of the guild like you can?" He knew that the guild had resources, and that they were meant to be used by the guild members to complete their missions, and he'd been promised to have the guild's support should he need it. But where was the line? Mrs. Figg nodded and said, "There is a currency of sorts, actually. Not like galleons, sickles, or nuts, but—" She fished through a bag and removed a couple wooden discs and passed them to him. He inspected them and found that they were rather thin and about 50 millimeters in diameter, but he doubted he'd be able to break them. They were lined with runes, and when he probed them, he found that they felt similarly to the robes he'd worn at his initiation. "You earn these by completing tasks for the guild, and then you can trade them in for gear, spells, potions, or intel from the guild," she said. "But you can also trade them for special favors from other guild members. How do you get to know other members in the guild?" he asked. "I thought everyone's identity was kept secret." Mrs. Figg hummed and said, "For the most part that is true, and a lot of people use nicknames or call signs." "What about Dung and Healer Juniper?" he asked, wondering how Mrs. Figg knew them by name. "Dung and I joined around the same time, and we were put on a team. Our mission required us to go undercover as husband and wife," she answered. "But he's a specialist now, and most members know him by name." "And Healer Juniper is also a specialist, I'm guessing?" Harry asked. Mrs. Figg smiled and said, "Yes, exactly. Healer Juniper is a medical specialist, and Mundungus' specialty is forgery and counterfeiting, though he is a more than decent thief as well. Both of them use their specialties day to day, and it is impractical for them to remain unknown. They're both dead useful, and that allows them some added protection. Anyone working against them would be wildly unpopular in the guild." "Are you a specialist then as well?" he asked. "No, not really, but I've been a member for a long time and I've worked my way up," she answered. "Most people underestimate me since I'm a squib, and that's still true in the guild." "Are you pretty high-ranking now then?" Harry asked. He still wasn't sure how the reporting structure worked. "Could you ever become a guild leader?" Mrs. Figg smiled and shrugged. "I am doing all right in the guild. I primarily fill the role of coordinator, but every now and then I get to do some field work, like I am right now with Dung." Mrs. Figg got up from her table and beckoned Harry to follow her. "Let's go find a board to write on so I can explain this properly." The duo walked out of the kitchen and towards one of the offices they'd been using for lessons occasionally. Mrs. Figg approached the chalkboard and started to draw everything out. "Remember, the Guild of Shadows has branches all across the globe. The London branch is fairly small at the moment, as we're still recovering from the war. At the top of our branch, we have the guild leader," she said, and then she drew 2 lines from the guild leader. "Below her, we currently have a spy master and a master thief. During the war, we also had a war master, but he disappeared." Harry thought about what she said. It made sense that the guild would be flexible and fill roles as they were needed. Developing a specialty provided protection and could help you climb the ranks if you wanted to. He wondered what it would be like to be a master thief. The title sounded thrilling to him. He shook himself out of his daydream and continued to listen as Mrs. Figg explained. "Coordinators and mentors report to them. I report to the spy master. We mostly collect intel, trade information, and do research," she said. Mrs. Figg drew a big box below the Master Thief and Spy Master titles and titled it Specialists. Beyond these two, the lines are a bit more blurred amongst the guild members. They don't really belong to just one of the groups and work to support the guild overall. They might be assigned to a team or even a solo job from either group. Harry nodded that he understood. Below the specialists, we have a bunch of ranks for undeclared members of the guild, including fledglings, Mrs. Figg explained. They do most of the grunt work and can choose from a myriad of tasks or jobs to work on while they decide whether or not they want to specialize. Many members are happy staying at this level. Harry thought for a moment. He already knew he wanted to be a master thief, and he couldn't imagine being content staying in the undeclared levels of the guild. He imagined his family magic would make him a useful security expert since he'd already used it for that twice. He looked at Mrs. Figg and found her watching him shrewdly as he thought. She took a sip of her tea and asked, "Why do you ask? Do you need help with anything?" Harry had mostly just been curious, but as soon as she asked, he thought of Voldemort's Horcruxes and he mentioned them to Mrs. Figg. "Ah, yes, laddie," she said. "We'll want to be very careful discussing those, even in the guild." Harry thought he understood why. Every member, himself included, likely had their own motives and were simply using the guild as a resource. Mrs. Figg continued, "Normally, I'd say this kind of thing should only be talked about with the guild leader, but her price is likely going to be very high." Harry hesitated. He wanted to deal with the Horcruxes now, but he wasn't sure he would be able to pull off enough jobs for quite a long time. "Is there anyone else you trust?" he asked. Mrs. Figg was silent for a long time as she contemplated his question. Finally, she answered, "No, at least not right now, but we may be able to work around that problem if we are more discreet. Instead of asking the guild for direct help, we could simply ask around for smaller things once we know more of what we're looking for." Harry nodded grimly. They didn't exactly have a lot to go off of, but since it didn't seem like Voldemort was an immediate threat, maybe they could take their time. He wanted to be ready, though, just in case that changed. He guessed he'd just have to train harder so he could get to the skill level he needed sooner rather than later. Today was the day that Remus and Luna were supposed to return. Harry hoped they were successful. Remus had told him that the werewolf pack Sylvie was with was pretty nomadic, and they stayed away from society as much as possible. So he knew that it was pretty hard to send messages, but he was still a bit annoyed that he hadn't heard anything. He distracted himself with his morning workout, but when he got to the kitchen for breakfast, he could tell that Mrs. Figg was feeling just as anxious. They ate in silence, neither able nor willing to bring up just how worried they both were. If they didn't hear from them by this evening, then Mrs. Figg was going to call the Auras for help. Mrs. Figg sighed heavily and said, "No news is good news, I guess. No use in worrying until we need to." They got to work on lessons, but Harry was still distracted. His notes were sloppy and disorganized, and there were several ink splats on his parchment. Harry didn't even bother to do any spell casting that afternoon. He was far too distracted by then, and Mrs. Figg didn't bother encouraging him. Time crawled as they both waited, hoping that the flue would turn green and Remus and Luna would step through the flue. Eventually, the sun began to set, and Mrs. Figg flew to the ministry. Harry didn't want to go with her and chose to stay home in case Luna and Remus arrived. He camped out in front of the flue and waited. He tried to distract himself by listing all the spells he knew, their incantation and wand movement. He then moved on to potions, their ingredients and properties. He looked outside and saw the night sky. The full moon peeked out from behind the clouds. It was too late. Finally, he heard the flue flare and he jumped to his feet, hoping that at least Luna would flew through. Instead, Susan stepped through. She looked surprised to see Harry standing there expectantly. "Susan," Harry yelled as he pulled her into a desperate hug. "I wasn't expecting you." "Luna," he trailed off. Susan returned his hug fiercely. "I heard," she replied. "My aunt has gone with a task force to try and find her. I thought maybe we could wait together." Harry nodded in return. "I don't know that I'll be very good company, but you're more than welcome." Susan laughed and said, "I don't know that I'll be any better, but it's so nice to have someone to worry with instead of doing it on my own." Harry paused. This worrying was probably a common occurrence for Susan since her aunt was in law enforcement. It was still fairly new to Harry. He never really worried when Mrs. Figg left, but he figured she could take care of herself. Luna, on the other hand, he was really worried about. Harry offered her one of the books that he'd grabbed from the library to distract himself with. She accepted one on enchanting, and they sat together reading. Harry was pleased to note that it wasn't awkward sitting there in silence with Susan, and that he found her presence comforting. His own book wasn't very distracting, and he continued to struggle to focus. Susan adjusted herself so she was sitting beside him. A few moments later her head fell onto his shoulder, and he could hear her breathing begin to slow into a rhythm. He'd assumed she'd fallen asleep. A moment later, he felt his eyelids begin to droop, and seemingly against his will, he followed suit. In what seemed like an instant, he thought he heard the flue, and he shot awake. He noticed daylight streaming through the nearby window, so he must have fallen asleep for several hours. Susan grumbled at his interruption, and then woke up as well. They looked at each other and blushed at having fallen asleep next to each other. They didn't have long to be embarrassed as Mrs. Figg walked out of the fireplace with a serious look. "Harry, Susan, I'm sorry, but I have some very bad news," she said to the pair. Harry's pulse quickened. "Is it Luna?" he asked. "What about Remus?" Mrs. Figg shook her head sadly. "Remus, Sylvie, and Tabitha are at St. Mungo's getting some help. Remus is in bad shape." Harry's throat constricted with emotions at the news. "About Luna?" he asked again. With a sigh, Mrs. Figg continued. "Luna was taken." Harry heard Susan gasp at the revelation. He was confused. Who would have taken Luna and why? Remus had said the pack of werewolves were good people and that they mostly wanted to be left alone. "What do you mean she's been taken?" he finally asked. "Who would want to take Luna?" "He took her," Mrs. Figg said despondently. "He was scoping out the pack for children and he took her." Harry's thoughts were racing. He looked at Susan and saw that she was confused. She had no way of knowing who Mrs. Figg was talking about. Harry thought he did, but he hoped he was wrong. "Who took her, Mrs. Figg?" Harry asked again. He could hear the thickness of his emotions in his voice. "He took her, Harry," Mrs. Figg repeated. "Greyback took her." Harry saw red as his ears registered her words. He started pacing to try and use up some of the hot energy he felt coursing through his body. It didn't help. "I'll kill him," he said simply. Susan backed up at his words, shocked. Mrs. Figg noticed and shook her head. "He doesn't mean it, Susan. He's just upset." Harry snarled at that. He did mean it. He wanted to kill him. "You're not strong enough to face off against Fenrir Greyback, Harry," Mrs. Figg said simply. He deflated. He knew he wasn't strong enough. He knew he wasn't ready. He was never ready. No matter how much he trained and studied, he was still just a 10-year-old kid that had years and miles ahead of him. How was it even possible that Fenrir Greyback remained free anyways? Wasn't the DMLE doing anything about him? Tears of frustration leaked out from behind his eyelids, and he wiped furiously at them. "Someone has to do something if the ministry is too inept," he said. Harry was so completely done. Voldemort, a wizard decades older than him, killed his parents when he was a baby, and some of his followers remained free to this day, while Sirius had been erroneously imprisoned for almost 10 years. And now Fenrir Greyback, a known dangerous werewolf, had kidnapped his first and best friend. The ministry was less than useless. "Is my aunt okay?" Susan asked quietly. Harry felt bad for a moment that he'd not even been a little bit worried about Susan or Amelia Bones, but then he reminded himself that it was probably the DML's fault that Fenrir Greyback was free in the first place. This was the ministry's fault. They were too corrupt to be of any actual use. "Yes, your aunt is just fine. She's filling out paperwork at the ministry as we speak," Mrs. Figg said. Harry scoffed. "I bet they can't even get the paperwork right." Susan glared at him and said, "I think I'll go home. Thanks, Mrs. Figg." She walked over to the flue and threw some powder in. "This isn't my aunt's fault, Harry," she said. "You shouldn't be angry at the few people in the ministry that are actually trying to do something about evil men like Greyback." Harry instantly felt awful for how he was acting. He wanted to apologize, but she walked through before he could reply. He sunk to the floor in defeat. "She'll forgive you, lad," Mrs. Figg said as she sat down next to him. Harry wiped away his tears again. "What are we going to do about Luna?" he asked. "I don't know that there is anything we can do," Mrs. Figg said. Harry didn't know whether to curse or bless her for her blunt honesty. "How bad is Remus?" Harry asked, trying to think about something other than Luna. Mrs. Figg shook her head. "He looked absolutely wrecked when I saw him." Sylvie and Tabitha were scraped up, but nowhere near as bad as Remus. He must have taken the brunt of things. Harry was relieved that Sylvie and Tabitha were okay. Remus would be devastated if something had happened to them. He hoped Remus would make a recovery. "What about the guild?" he asked. "Can they help?" Mrs. Figg shook her head again, sadly. "I did send a message to them through dung," she said, "but I'm not sure what they can do for us besides provide information." Harry yelled in frustration. Just how was this single werewolf capable of outrunning the ministry and the guild, Harry wondered. "Greyback is well protected," she continued. "As a werewolf, he's stronger than most people and is resistant to spells. Beyond that, he's not only got many loyal followers, but he's hidden himself in a very complicated cave system on the continent." Harry thought deeply. He might not be strong enough to kill Greyback, but that didn't mean he wasn't sneaky enough to rescue Luna. He kept his thoughts to himself, however. He knew there was no way that Mrs. Figg would let him try anything. Before Mrs. Figg could guess at his thoughts, he changed the subject. "Can we go visit Remus? I'd like to make sure he's not beating himself up about all this," he said. Mrs. Figg got up off the floor with a groan. "It might be too early, but I'll call and find out. We could at least introduce ourselves to Sylvie and Tabitha if Remus isn't well enough just yet." Harry nodded. "I'm going to go make some tea to calm my nerves. Want any?" Mrs. Figg nodded in response, and he left her at the fireplace. As he walked to the kitchen, he thought of what he might need to sneak into Greyback's cave system. He had the cloak, and he had several vials of that floating potion. He also had the Hand of Glory to use to help him see in the dark, but he'd have to check that he could use it under the cloak. He'd never forgive himself if he burned a hole in his dad's old cloak. He'd seen some other potions in the books he'd gotten for Christmas that might be helpful. There was a potion in there that helped the user see in the dark, as well as elevate his other senses, so he could hear, smell, and see better in general. Those would be useful. And so long as the area wasn't riddled with ambient magic, he could always rely on his family magic to trace out the area. He removed the kettle from the stove just as Mrs. Figg walked in. He poured them both a cup of tea and sat at the table. Mrs. Figg looked worried, he noticed. She probably didn't want to set me off again with whatever she'd learned from her flu call. "What is it?" he asked, bluntly. "Remus isn't well enough to have visitors just yet," she said, taking a sip while looking at him warily. "The welcome witch said that," she trailed off. Her hands were shaking as she attempted another sip of her tea. She took a steadying breath and finished. "They think he might not be able to walk again." Harry was confused. He'd always just assumed that magic could fix anything. The thought that Remus was in bad enough shape that even magic couldn't fix him had him worried. He was starting to second-guess his plans. He shook himself out of it. It was out of the question. He'd not be able to live with himself if he didn't at least try. "But he'll live, right, Mrs. Figg?" He checked, ignoring the quiver in his voice. Mrs. Figg nodded. "They think so," she said, "but it will be a rough recovery." Harry couldn't even fathom what it would be like to wake up and not be able to walk again. "What about Sylvie and Tabitha?" he asked. "Did the welcome witch say whether or not they'd take visitors?" Mrs. Figg nodded. "They agreed to a visit from us, but they're pretty tired. They had a long night with the full moon and all." "So later, then, tomorrow?" he asked. "Tomorrow," she said. Harry woke early the next day. He'd spent the previous day in his potions lab attempting to make some potions that he thought might be helpful for his mission. He was serious about trying to help Luna. He couldn't rely on anyone, so he had to do it himself. He'd even managed to successfully brew quite a bit, and he felt confident that they'd work well enough. He wasn't sure how he was going to get information on Greyback from the guild. He was sure they'd have a file on him, and they might even know where the cave system was, but he had no idea how he was going to get there. Maybe he could convince Sylvie or Tabitha to tell him. He'd have to be careful how he approached it, though. He didn't want to hint that he was planning anything, and Mrs. Figg would be sure to catch him if she heard he was asking for details. They weren't planning on visiting the hospital for a few more hours. It was still pretty early, and Harry wasn't sure what he was going to do to pass the time. He walked out of his room and stopped outside of Luna's doorway. Poor Luna. No one had said it out loud yesterday, but he put the dots together. If Fenrir had Luna, then he'd definitely bitten her, and even if she did survive, she would likely be a werewolf from now on. His stomach churned into knots as guilt crept into him as he remembered how he'd encouraged Mrs. Figg and Remus to let her go. It was so foolish of him. He never should have suggested she go. He walked into the room. He should at least make sure Oggy had what he needed. As he walked into the room, he saw one of Loki's toys, and that is when it dawned on him that Loki had gone with her. He felt even worse as he realized he'd not given the cat a single thought yesterday. He doubted Loki had survived the night. Tears built in his eyes at the thought. Not even a year old, and he'd been obliterated by a werewolf. It wasn't fair. None of it was fair. He shook his head. He walked on towards Augie, who gave a mournful cry at Harry. "I know, Augie, I know," he said. "I miss her too." Augie cried again, and Harry felt goosebumps raise on his arms like they had the day he'd met the bird. "Do you know?" he asked the bird. "Do you know if Luna's going to survive this?" Augie just looked at him, and it felt like the bird was looking directly through him. He shivered at the encounter. Auguries sure were creepy birds. He filled his food and water, and then made sure the window was open. He turned to walk back out of the bedroom and caught sight of a loose piece of parchment hanging out of Luna's nightstand drawer. Luna's room was a mess, so he wasn't sure how it had even captured his attention, but he felt a pull towards it, so he walked over and opened the drawer to inspect the parchment. He unrolled it and found a well-drawn picture that Luna must have done. The drawing showed Luna and a wolf sitting at a campfire. The full moon was displayed overhead, and off in the distance, Harry saw some mountains and what looked like a cave of some sorts. Harry got the chills at the implication that Luna might have somehow known what was going to happen and had gone anyway. He flipped the parchment over, and he saw Luna's untidy scroll that read, "The full moon I walk calmly like a fool towards my future, my dreams whisper, all will be well, but show me violence, and a blood-red moon I await my hero to save me from the bell that tolls so loudly that it rocks my every suture, my knight, may find me deep within the fountain that lies upon the mystic mountain," Harry gasped. She might not have known, but she sure as hell had guessed and had gone anyway. He didn't understand why. He put the drawing back into the drawer and closed it. He'd ask her about it later when he'd found her. The poem on the back seemed riddled with clues, but they weren't very helpful if he were honest. Maybe it would be more clear after he talked with Sylvie and Tabitha. When he finally made it to the kitchen, he found that Mrs. Figg was already awake as well. She was sitting at the table looking over some parchment. "Good morning, Mrs. Figg," he said. Mrs. Figg looked up and quickly put the parchment away. He was extremely curious to know what she was looking over. He wondered if it was from the guild. Maybe it was Greyback's file. "What's that?" he asked while pointing at the bag she just put the parchment away in. With a sigh, she said, "None of your concern." "Will it help us find Luna?" he asked in a biting tone. "Because then it is very much my concern." He didn't think she'd actually show him, but if he didn't put up a fight, then she'd get suspicious. She shrugged. "It might help me to figure out how best to help Luna. You," she said, pointing at him, "will stay out of it. You're not ready." Harry glared at her and said, "The last couple times I left things to the adults, it hasn't exactly gone well for me, has it?" She flinched but recovered quickly. "I'll remind you that Sirius is free and Wormtail is dead." Harry nodded but added, "And who captured the rat?" She sighed. "This is not even remotely close to the same thing, and you know it." Harry just grinned at her. She knew he had won the argument. "It's not up for debate, lad," she said. "You're too young to square off with a full-grown werewolf." Harry sneered. She was right. Good thing he wasn't planning on getting caught in the first place. She secured her victory by ending the argument and asking, "You ready to go to the hospital?" He glared again at her change of subject, but nodded that he was ready. "Good," she said. "I have some things to do later, so we need to go now." She had emphasized that she had something to do, not him, when she said it. He just turned around and walked out towards the flue. She might be right, but she also wasn't. He would be the one to rescue Luna. Adults waited too long to act, spending too much time going over all the details. They flew through to the hospital. Harry was too distracted to notice that he'd flew successfully and hadn't even tripped. He walked over to the welcome witch and spoke before Mrs. Figg had the chance, just so she could see he was fully capable of something. "We're here to see Remus Lupin, Sylvie." He paused, realizing he didn't know Sylvie's and Tabitha's last name. "Sylvie and Tabitha Mayer," Mrs. Figg took over. Harry rolled his eyes at the smirk on her face. The welcome witch looked between the two of them, clearly not sure who to answer. She settled on Mrs. Figg as the adult and said, "Remus still isn't well enough for visitors. They're doing the best they can, but he was very badly injured." Harry interrupted. "Is he going to be okay?" he asked. The welcome witch nodded in understanding. "He will live," she said. The healers are confident that he'll wake up soon, but he'll be here for quite a while recovering. Thanks, he said. Sylvie and Tabitha are ready to meet you, though, she said. Tabitha was especially excited when we told her you'd been asking about them. Harry and Mrs. Figg walked towards the lift and rode up the one level in silence. They were greeted by a nurse and then shown to Sylvie and Tabitha's room. The nurse knocked on the door and then opened it. Harry and Mrs. Figg followed after, and the nurse introduced them to the recovering werewolves. Sylvie looked to be in her late 20s and was quite beautiful with curly chestnut hair and an athletic figure. She had a few scars around her neck and shoulders, but they didn't really detract from her beauty. Tabitha was young and small. Her hair matched her mother's, and he noticed they had the same brown eyes with amber specks. He reckoned that Sylvie must have been pretty young when Tabitha was born. The nurse left, and Sylvie was quick to speak. "I'm so sorry about Luna." Tabitha nodded her agreement. Harry wanted so badly to be polite and to treat Remus, friends, with respect, but he was still so angry. Instead, he spit out the one thing he'd been dying to ask them. "What happened?" he said shortly. Both werewolves flinched at his tone, and he quickly raised his hands in a placating manner. "I'm sorry," he said. "I'm just worried about my friend." He cleared his throat and finished. "Can you please explain what happened?" Sylvie nodded and gave him a smile full of pity. He hated it, but he didn't want to be rude again, so he just waited. "Remus and Luna found me in the group, but Tabitha here had been missing for almost a whole week. I was frantic when Remus arrived," she said. She took a deep breath and continued with her story. "Tabitha left on her own one day to collect some stones from a nearby stream, even though she knows she's not supposed to." Harry watched as Tabitha's face grew red in embarrassment and guilt. "That's when the bad man took me," Tabitha said. "He knocked me out with a spell, and when I woke up I was in a cage, but we were still outside. I tried looking for her for days. Some of the other werewolves helped, but," she frowned angrily before continuing, "a lot of the werewolves wanted to just look the other way and didn't want to get involved with Greyback." Harry frowned. He thought they were all being a bunch of cowards and was growing tired of people not stepping in when they could. "They're right to be afraid of Greyback," Mrs. Figg said. "He's strong and his pack is growing in number all the time." Sylvie looked a bit angry at her words and said, "I think they're a bunch of cowards, but you are right that he's strong." She looked away, out towards the window nearby. "Poor Remus," she said. "Did you see what happened to Remus?" Harry asked. "Can you remember what you see when you're transformed?" Sylvie chuckled. "Normally, we only remember small glimpses of the night's events when we're transformed. It's like a dream. As soon as you wake up, the memories drift away," she said. "But I have been on Wolfsbane, and I remember everything, even though right now I wish I didn't," Harry grimaced. He thought it must have been really bad then, and he decided not to ask for details right now. "Remus is strong. I just know he'll survive," Harry said, trying to reassure Sylvie and Tabitha. Tabitha nodded as if she agreed, but Sylvie had a haunted look in her eyes. Just then there was a light knock at the door, and then a healer that he hadn't expected to see walked through the door. "Healer Juniper," he said excitedly. "I didn't know you were helping with Remus." Healer Juniper smiled kindly at him and said, "I'm not really part of Remus' team, but I heard you were here and I wanted to stop in for a word with Mrs. Figg." Mrs. Figg looked surprised at the news. "You need to talk to me," she said. "Whatever for?" "It's probably best that we have this conversation in private," said the healer. Healer Juniper led Mrs. Figg to the door, and Harry made to follow but was stopped. "You should stay and talk with these two," she said. "I only need to talk to Mrs. Figg." Harry frowned. He hated being left out, but maybe he could use Mrs. Figg's absence to ask for information that could help him find Luna. He nodded in understanding and walked back over to the two werewolves that were watching from their beds. He tried to be polite and smile at them, but he was so worried about Luna and Remus that he just couldn't quite bring a smile to his face. He sat there in silence until Tabitha interrupted his thoughts. "You must be really worried about your friend," she said. Harry nodded. "I hate this," he said. "I feel so useless." Sylvie nodded to show her understanding. "I just want to understand how Luna was captured," he said. "What happened?" Sylvie took a shaky breath and exhaled slowly. "We don't really know. Remus and I were making a plan to go look for Tabitha, and before we knew it, Luna had wandered off." Remus was beside himself with worry. "The werewolf pack I travel with isn't dangerous. I mean, they don't want to hurt anyone." That's why they travel in packs on the outskirts of society, but it's still not exactly safe for a human to wander around. Tabitha took over the explanation from there. I don't know how Luna knew where to find me, but she wandered into our camp during the early morning, she said. It was like she knew exactly where to find me and when the best time would be. Everyone was asleep and they didn't notice Luna at first. She walked over to my cage and unlocked it with a key. Tabitha paused. Come to think of it, I don't know where she got the key. It's like I said, she somehow knew where and when and how to rescue me. Harry wondered just how much Luna knew about what was going to happen that night. Did she know that she'd get captured and had gone anyway? He didn't understand why she'd do that, but everything Tabitha was saying indicated that she did. So she unlocked your cage and the pair of you got away, he checked. Tabitha nodded. We got pretty far, but all of a sudden Luna shoved me forward and told me to run as fast as I could and not to stop. So I did, she said with a disgusted look on her face. I wish I would have stayed and helped her. Harry shook his head and said, It's good that you listened to Luna, otherwise you'd probably both be captured right now. Sylvie climbed out of her bed and went to Tabitha to comfort her daughter. How did Remus get hurt then? Did you make it back to camp? He asked. Tabitha nodded. I did make it back to the group, and I found Mum and Remus right away, she said. But when I told them what happened, Remus ran off, and we didn't see him again until much later. Sylvie took over. Remus couldn't find her, but he did pick up on her trail. He came back to camp to recruit help, but no one would agree to go with him. Harry was disgusted at the lot of them for refusing to help. How was it possible that a young 10-year-old girl had more courage than a pack of werewolves? He wondered. Remus didn't want to wait another night, and so he left Tabitha with a trusted friend, and then he and I went to the nearest magical village, just outside Corvara, for supplies. Remus left a message with a wizard friend of his. I think it was meant for Mrs. Figg, or the auras that he suspected would show up. That made sense to Harry. It was probably how he and Luna had arrived in Italy in the first place. He wondered how hard it would be to find out how to contact him so he could flew through. We went looking for Luna together, she said. We were able to pick up on their trail, and we found their camp, but it had taken us a long time, and they'd abandoned it by then. The moon had come out while we were there, and we transformed into our wolf forms. Harry nodded along as she shared her story. He was grateful they'd had wolfsbane and were able to keep control of their werewolf forms. We made our way to a nearby cave, and we were ambushed. It didn't go into detail, but he could tell from the look on her face that it had been bad. Remus took the brunt of it. Greyback was particularly vicious in his attacks, she said in a shaky voice. She had a look in her eyes that told him that she was remembering the event. Thanks, Harry said, for telling me and for going with Remus to try and save Luna. He was grateful that at least Remus had found someone that was equal to him in bravery. He was tired of cowards and self-serving wastes of space. Sylvie nodded and said, I'm just sorry we failed. I feel awful that we're meeting this way. I was excited when Remus said you'd invited us to move in. A part of him wanted to leverage her guilt for more information on Remus, friend in the village, but he didn't want to risk damaging their relationship. Oh, I'm excited for you and Tabitha to move in too, he said instead. Remus gets a silly grin on his face whenever it gets brought up. You mean we're still welcome? Tabitha asked. Harry was confused. It wasn't their fault that Luna had been captured. Why would he have changed his mind? They must have been through some things to think he'd go back on his offer. He supposed he'd started off pretty gruffly, and maybe that's why they thought he'd reconsidered. Of course you're still welcome, he said. Besides, when we get Luna back, she's going to need family by her side that understands what she's going through. Both Sylvie and Tabitha jumped out of bed at this. They ran over and tackled him into a tight hug. A long whistle came from the doorway just then, and Harry looked up to see Sirius leaning against the door frame with a smirk on his face. I knew you had it in you, Harry, he joked, but I was not expecting to walk in on such a beautiful view. Harry saw Sylvie blush as she realized her hospital gown was open in the back. She quickly covered herself. You must be serious, Sylvie said, as Tabitha snickered. Sirius' smile grew, obviously happy to hear he had a reputation. He bowed respectfully and said, At your service. He turned to look at Harry and said, Not going to lie, when I heard you were here, I was hurt that you didn't come visit me first, but now I understand why. He wiggled his eyebrows teasingly at Harry. Harry rolled his eyes at that. He knew Sirius wasn't actually offended. "I was going to come see you next, Sirius," he said. "I figured you would still be asleep after a long night of tormenting the nurses." Sirius cackled at that. "Did you hear about Remus, then?" Harry asked. Sirius nodded solemnly. "One of the nurses told me as soon as he arrived," he said. Harry caught Sirius up on Luna and Greyback. Sirius cursed harshly, and Harry watched as Tabitha's eyes grew as she registered the new word with a grin. Sylvie glared at Sirius but didn't say anything. "We can't just sit here," Sirius said. "We have to do something." Sirius began to pace. "Is the ministry out looking?" he asked. Harry shook his head. "I don't know," he said, "but I doubt there'll be any help." Sirius nodded his agreement. "Bunch of useless paper pushers," he said. "Maybe I should take Amelia up on her offer to join the DMLE so they have at least someone willing to do something." Harry hesitated. He hadn't known that Madam Bones had been here. "What are you talking about, Sirius?" he asked. "When Amelia found out I intended to sue the ministry, she stopped by for a visit, begging me to reconsider," he said. "She seemed to think I could do more good by working for her. Said I could fix things from the inside." Harry kind of agreed with her. No one would take the job of ensuring justice be served more seriously than a man that had been treated so unjustly. "You think it's a good idea?" Sirius checked. Harry nodded and said, "Yes, actually." He ignored the voice in his head that was saying how useful it would be to have someone he trusted on the inside. Sirius grew silent as he contemplated his decision. Harry began to wonder again how he was going to get to Italy and rescue Luna. "Hey, Sirius, out of curiosity," he said with some hesitation. Sirius was pretty irresponsible, but Harry wasn't sure whether or not this would work. He decided to push through and hope for the best. "How would you get to Italy?" he asked. Sylvie looked like she was going to interrupt, but she hesitated. Sirius was looking at him shrewdly. "Why do you ask?" he said. "You're not thinking of facing off against Greyback, are you?" Harry shook his head no. "I'm only 10 years old, Sirius. If Remus couldn't do it, then I sure as hell can't." He wasn't technically lying. He didn't intend to face off against Greyback. Harry continued, "I'm just curious what you would do if you were going to try and rescue her." Sirius looked thoughtful, but Sylvie interrupted. "We shouldn't be talking about this," she said. From what Harry knew about Sirius, telling him he couldn't or shouldn't do something just made him want to do it more. "This is all hypothetical, right, Harry?" he checked. Harry nodded. "Well, I'd either flew to the ministry and use their international flu to get there, or I'd take a portkey," he said. "A two-way portkey would be safest, so I could travel back more easily." "And how would you get one of these portkeys?" Harry pressed. "Well, you could request one from the ministry, or you could procure one from a less than reputable person in Nocturne Alley." Sylvie has obviously had enough because she huffed and said, "That's enough, Sirius. Harry doesn't need any bad ideas floating around in his head." "Don't worry, you two," Harry said. "I have no intention of traveling to Italy to fight Greyback." They looked at him skeptically. He wasn't lying. He wasn't going to fight Greyback. He was just going to sneak around him and rescue Luna. Fighting Greyback was the last thing he wanted to do. He decided to change the subject. "Any chance you're getting out of here soon?" he asked Sirius. Sirius smiled and said, "I'm actually released right now." Harry was gobsmacked. "Why didn't you say so?" he shouted. Sirius laughed and said, "Because this way is more fun." Harry punched him in the arm, and Sirius laughed again, as if it didn't hurt, but Harry saw him rubbing his arm a while later when he thought he wasn't looking. "You're coming to live with me, right?" Harry checked. Sirius nodded. "At least for now," he said. "I did inherit my parents' home, and I should probably check in on it at least. I doubt it's safe to live there right now." Harry laughed happily. "What about you two? When will you get released?" he asked the two werewolves. Tabitha smiled excitedly. "We should be released tonight or tomorrow," she said. Harry grinned, and they spent some time just talking about nothing. Mrs. Figg arrived much later with a weird look on her face. He wanted to ask her what Healer Juniper had wanted, but she shook her head subtly when he started. He would have to ask her later when they were alone. Chapter 16. The Full Moon Part Roman 2. Chapter text N. Bit of a long chapter, but I didn't want to break it into 3 parts. Enjoy. Sirius had flew home with them when they left the hospital, so Harry didn't get a chance to talk to Mrs. Figg about what happened with Healer Juniper, and she left the house to run her errand shortly after that. He showed Sirius around the house, highlighting any changes he'd made, since Sirius probably knew the house better than he did. He offered Sirius the master bedroom, but he declined and said he'd just stay with Remus in the guest wing. Harry didn't feel like arguing, so he let it go. They ate lunch, and Sirius treated him to stories of his dad when he was growing up. After that, Sirius left to check on his family home and to grab a few things that he hadn't been able to bring with him when he'd run away. Harry offered to go with, but he'd been waved off with excuses of safety. Harry didn't put up much of a fight. He needed to go to Gringotts and deposit the guild leader's key and probably withdraw some gold to pay for a portkey. He should probably stop by Remus' room and try to find out more about Remus' contact in Italy. He wanted to be back in case Sylvie and Tabitha were released, so he'd have to hurry if he didn't want to be stopped. Harry hadn't spent much time in the guest wing period, and even less since Remus had moved in because he was usually so busy. He walked down the hall and into Remus' room, which was pretty spacious, even after being filled with all of the werewolf stuff. Harry concentrated on his breathing and sent out his magical probes to scout out any objects that may have the magical signature of the man. He ignored the pings that resembled anyone he already knew. After some time, he thought he picked up on something near the desk. He wandered over and inspected a pile of letters and envelopes. Eventually, he came across one letter from someone named Murillo. Harry thought the name sounded Italian to him, so he opened the envelope and found a magical photo and letter from the man. The magical photo was of Remus, Sylvie, and Tabitha that all waved kindly at him. In the background was a large mountain covered in trees. On the back of the photo were the words Corvara 1989. He scanned the letter and found that it described Remus' visit to the village with an invitation that the group visit again in the future. Harry assumed this is what he needed. He had the name of the village and the name of his friend, Murillo Salvoni. He hoped the two pieces of information would be helpful enough. Harry walked down the alley and into Gringotts Bank with a respectful nod to the goblins, who simply ignored him. He was about to approach the counter that he and Mrs. Figg had used to request access to his vault the first time, but there was a buzzing in his right ear that wouldn't quit. He looked to his right and saw a door that he didn't remember before. On the door was the same symbol that he'd had burned into his hand at his initiation into the Guild of Shadows. Intrigued, he walked towards the door and tried the handle. He didn't know why, but he was surprised that it was unlocked. He walked through and found himself in a small, barren room. The door snapped shut behind him suddenly, and he found himself in the dark. He tried the door, but it wouldn't open. Was this some sort of trap for guild members? Did the goblins have some sort of relationship with the guild? He felt himself begin to panic, and he tried to calm himself with his breathing exercises. He wasn't sure that he could handle the ambient magic of the place, but he decided to concentrate and expand his consciousness. It was, of course, a mistake, as he was suddenly overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of magic in the bank. He quickly shut it off, but continued to concentrate on his breathing in order to calm himself. After what felt like ages, a red light appeared in the room seemingly from a distance, much further than Harry had originally thought fit the size of the room. He decided to walk towards the light, since it was the only way he was likely to get out of here. He thought about putting on his invisibility cloak, but didn't want to give away that he had it, just in case it turned out he wasn't in danger. He walked for a while and found that his eyes were adjusting to the red light, and he was able to make out much more of the room than before. He also thought he could hear running water, and it was starting to stink a bit. He walked through a small archway and found himself in a cavernous room that was filled with red, blue, and purple lanterns. He saw a large pool that was fed by a small waterfall. The spectacle was mesmerizing at first, and he missed the fact that he was no longer alone. There were a few witches and wizards down here wearing robes that were fitted with cowls to hide their faces. He suddenly felt very exposed and lifted his hood, which unfortunately didn't have a cowl. Besides the people, there were also some goblins, and he thought he saw a few house elves. He wondered why Mrs. Figg had never mentioned the place. He considered briefly that she might not know about it, but quickly dismissed it. Mrs. Figg knew pretty much everything, he reckoned. What is this place? He whispered to himself in utter disbelief as he took the sight in. This is the guild market, a raspy voice said just behind him. I assume you're a member of the guild at least, else you wouldn't have gotten in. Harry spun and found himself nearly eye to eye with a goblin that was baring his sharp teeth in what he hoped was a friendly smile. Harry nodded and said, "I am. And you just found this place on your own?" The goblin checked. Harry nodded again but didn't say anything. The goblin laughed at that and said, "You're either very lucky or very resourceful." Harry ignored the comment. He'd gotten lucky. Thinking of all he still needed to do today, he asked, "How do I get out of here?" "I only answer one question for free, wizard," the goblin said. "The rest will cost you." Harry fished out a few sickles from his coin pouch and handed them to the goblin. "Oh, there are a couple ways, depending on where you want to go," the goblin answered with an evil grin. Harry thought for a moment before saying, "I just wanted to visit my vault and withdraw a few galleons." "Then you'll want to use that door there," the goblin said, while pointing his long green finger at a door not too far away. "Out of curiosity," Harry said, "what is this place used for?" The goblin raised an eyebrow at the question but didn't answer. Harry huffed and withdrew a few more sickles and handed them over. "Members buy and trade services and goods here. It's a market, like I said," the goblin answered with a chuckle. "I know that, but what kinds of things can I buy here, and do I have to have those guild coins, or will galleons do?" Harry asked in frustration. The goblin held out his hand, waiting. Harry grumbled. "Shouldn't have to pay you more since you didn't really answer my question." The goblin remained silent until Harry gave in and handed a few more sickles over. He'd have to remember to be more specific with his questions going forward. Guild members usually prefer to use guild coins, but you might be able to pay in galleons. It will depend on the witch or wizard, the goblin said. "You can buy almost anything here, really, but the guild merchants mostly sell rare or illegal items down here. Otherwise, you might as well be up in Diagon." Harry nodded and hummed. "So if I needed a portkey or access to an international flue," he asked. The goblin nodded and pointed at someone across the pool of water. "You'll want to talk to Henry there." Harry raised his eyes in shock that the goblin had used the man's name, but Harry considered he might be a specialist. Harry nodded his thanks and excused himself from the goblin. He walked around the market, trying to discern what each vendor sold. He saw some potions ingredients as well as some animal parts that he knew were expensive. He assumed a lot of them were simply illegal or at least restricted, but he didn't know for sure. He did stop and look at a display of potions, but the merchant refused gold and only wanted to deal in guild coins, which he didn't have. After the potions merchant, he overheard someone talking about dealing in magical creatures. He was intrigued at this and wondered how he could get away with raising illegal creatures at home. Just before he got to where the goblin had pointed earlier, he became distracted by a booth that was displaying some robes and other gear. He asked the merchant about the gear and was pleased to hear that they'd accept galleons. The cowled robes, he'd learned, were enchanted to absorb kinetic energy and distribute them more evenly. Basically, if he were punched, the blow would be distributed to a large area instead of the point of impact. It would reduce the chances of severe injury. They sounded really cool, but they were extremely expensive. He decided to purchase a black set anyway once he learned they'd adjust to his growing body. They should last a very long time, as long as he didn't damage them too extensively. He also bought a wand holster for good measure. It wasn't enchanted in any significant way, and he could probably have found it in a shop in Diagon, but it at least matched his new robes. Lastly, the merchant offered a pair of very fine boots that were enchanted to dampen the sound of his footsteps. Harry reckoned they would come in handy, and they also adjusted as his body grew. He found a small vacant alcove and put on his new equipment immediately. Fully equipped, he felt ready to conquer the world, or at least ready to rescue Luna. The world would have to wait. As he exited the alcove, he found his target and headed towards him. The man was sitting at a bar at what Harry assumed was some kind of makeshift tavern. Much of the market, he'd noticed, seemed pieced together, like it had evolved over time instead of being built with this specific purpose in mind. He tapped the man on the shoulder and was about to announce himself, but the man turned in the blink of an eye and then gripped Harry's arm and heaved Harry off his feet before flipping him over and throwing him to the ground. Harry was rather glad he'd stopped and put his new robes on. He felt the impact, but rather than it being directed at his back, it moved all through his body as promised. He was positive he'd have had the wind knocked right out of him otherwise. He got up with a groan and found that no one was even glancing in their direction. They'd all gone back to whatever it was they were doing before as if nothing had happened. It made him think that Henry probably reacted this way frequently. "You shouldn't sneak up on people like that," Henry said. Harry brushed off the remaining dust and said, "Sorry, it's a habit." He made sure his cowl was still covering his face. Henry laughed at that and said, "Seems to be a pretty common habit in the guild." "Do you end up throwing people like that a lot then?" Harry checked with some exasperation. "Yes," was Henry's reply. "Could you teach me how to do that?" he decided to ask. Henry shrugged. "I could try, but I don't know if you could learn it. It'll cost a guild coin either way." Harry shook his head. He wanted to get this exchange over with. "I'm told you can get me transportation out of the country," he said. The man nodded. I can, but it'll cost you a lot of guild coins." Harry sighed. He was afraid of that. "Please, I'm a new member and I don't have any guild coin," he said. "But perhaps we can work something out." Harry really hoped the man could be reasoned with. "No," the man said. Harry didn't want to give up, but he didn't know what else to do. He hadn't originally planned on the guild's help anyways. Harry turned and started to walk away. He'd have to find another way. "Wait," the man said so quietly that Harry almost thought he'd imagined it. He turned back around and faced the man. "I've heard about you. You're new, so that means you'll be attending Hogwarts next year?" the man asked. Harry nodded, curious where this was going. "Then there is something you can do for me," Henry said. Harry shook his head. "I won't be going to Hogwarts for several more months. I need your help now. I can't wait," he said. "That's okay. I'm willing to risk it," Henry said desperately. "I just need you to pass on a message to my son when you see him." Harry was confused. "Why don't you just tell him yourself?" he asked. "It's not that simple," the man said. "I'm not welcome. I'm a wanted criminal, and I spend most of my time down here these days. I suspect my owls are being intercepted because I never get a reply." "Oh," Harry said eloquently. Henry ignored him and continued desperately. "I need you to find Kent McDougal and tell him I didn't do what everyone says I did. He needs to know I've been framed." Harry nodded and agreed to his request. "Thank you," Henry said. "I'm going to hold you to your agreement." "I promise to pass on your message as soon as I can," he replied. "Now tell me where you need to go," Henry said. So Harry told him about the village in Italy and the man he thought might be able to help him. Henry nodded. "All right, this is going to take time. My contact in the ministry is going to have to look all this up discreetly, and it's going to take some coin." "How long?" Harry asked. He couldn't afford to wait long, but he didn't know what else to do. "I can pay," he added, handing over his coin pouch. Henry accepted the coin pouch from Harry. "Normally, this kind of thing takes a couple weeks, but I should be able to expedite it with some added bribes." He counted out the coin quietly. "Find me here in 2 days," he said finally. Harry nodded and shook the man's hand before walking away. Harry flew into his entryway at his house. He paused and listened to see if he could discern if anyone was home. He didn't hesitate too long, because if anyone flew home, now they'd wonder why he was standing in the entryway. Instead, he rushed off to his room. He headed back to the kitchen to start on dinner. He didn't know when or even if anyone would be joining him tonight, but he wanted to be a good host in case they did. Plus, he needed the distraction. His nerves were on edge. He had to wait 2 whole days to act on his plan. That also meant he had to hide his intentions for 2 whole days. He hoped Luna would be okay for that long. From what he'd heard about Greyback, she likely was at least being fed. The werewolf would want to make sure that Luna had been successfully infected and that she'd survive her first transformation. That meant Harry had at least a month to rescue her, but he absolutely did not want to wait that long. If Luna was going to transform into a werewolf, she would be surrounded by people that cared about her when it happened, at least the ones that could safely do so. Harry heard the flu, and he stuck his head out the kitchen doorway to see who had arrived. He was pleased to see Mrs. Figg. He waved her over. He wanted to ask what Healer Juniper had wanted. He also wanted to know why she hadn't told him about the guild market, but he would have to wait until after rescuing Luna to bring it up. Mrs. Figg entered the kitchen and started to help with dinner without a word. The two worked in silence for a moment before Harry asked, "What did Healer Juniper want then?" Mrs. Figg sighed and answered, "Guild business." She stopped chopping and looked at him before adding, "It's nothing to do with Luna, if you're wondering." Harry nodded. He was wondering, but he assumed that would be the case. The guild had a lot of things in the works at any given moment, so Luna probably wasn't a priority, even if they did know about it. "Sylvie and Tabitha said they could be released from the hospital any time now," he said. "Are you sure you don't mind them being here?" Mrs. Figg hesitated for a moment. It was just a moment, but it was enough to tell Harry that she probably wasn't completely comfortable answering. "I am nervous about having werewolves in the house," she admitted. "But I would never presume to make decisions about who lives here. It is your house, after all." "We'll take the proper precautions, Mrs. Figg," he said, with an understanding smile. "Besides, I didn't tell you why I told Remus to invite them here." Mrs. Figg arched her eyebrow and said, "You mean that you asked Remus and Sylvie to take care of the magical creatures and greenhouses while you're away at school?" Harry threw his hands in the air in exasperation. "Honesty, is there anything that goes on in this house that you don't know about?" Mrs. Figg chuckled, but looked at him seriously. "I don't know, is there?" she asked. Harry couldn't stop the gulp he took at both her question and the look on her face. He was entirely sure that she did know he'd left for most of the day. Either that or she was using this as a tool to get something out of him. "Remus told me. He actually checked in with me to make sure I was comfortable with it," she said. "Like somebody," she added with a smirk. "Sorry," he said. "I should have thought to check with you." Mrs. Figg placed a hand on his shoulder and looked at him seriously. "It's no matter. This is your house after all, and I'm glad that you're filling it with people that obviously care about you." Harry smiled. Mrs. Figg wasn't very affectionate most of the time, but moments like this let him know she did care about him. For a moment, he considered telling her about the guild leader's key, but something stopped him. He didn't know why, but he decided to keep it to himself for now. "I miss Luna," he said. "What's being done to get her home?" Mrs. Figg raised her eyebrow at him with a questioning look. He pushed away the thought that she knew what he was planning. There was no way she knew that, despite her seemingly knowing everything. "We'll have to leave it to the Auras, I think," she said. "You were particularly hard on them in your rant, but they are doing everything they can to find her. They just have to deal with international laws. The Italian ministry was rather upset that they hadn't been notified before the British Auras crossed into their territories." "Why didn't Madame Bones inform them first?" Harry asked. "Because time was of the essence, and she thought it would be better to ask forgiveness rather than permission," Mrs. Figg said. She was more concerned about Luna than she was anything else. Harry felt worse knowing all the nasty thoughts he'd had, and said out loud in front of Susan that day, "I should probably apologize to both of them," he said. Mrs. Figg smiled and nodded her agreement. "It'll be fine. Use this as an opportunity to learn from past mistakes," she said. "You're still quite young and are going to make many more mistakes that will probably have a bigger impact. Best you start learning humility now." Their conversation was interrupted when someone arrived through the flue. Harry walked out of the kitchen to see who it was and found Sylvie and Tabitha standing in the entryway with wide eyes. Tabitha's mouth was opened in surprise. When they noticed Harry, they collected themselves but still looked on in wonder. "Remus had said you lived in a large house, but this is amazing," Sylvie said. Harry chuckled. He remembered feeling similarly when he first moved in. It was a very far cry from the cupboard under the stairs. "I'm still getting used to it, too." "I have started thinking of each part of the house as separate places entirely," he said. "It helps." Tabitha interjected then. "Remus said you used to live with your aunt and uncle," she checked. "Yes, and my bedroom was about the same size as the fireplace there," he said. Sylvie laughed until she realized he hadn't been joking. "But then I was rescued by Mrs. Figg, and I learned I was a wizard. This is my family home," he said. "Come on, I'll show you around." Harry was somewhat surprised the next morning when Mrs. Figg arrived to wake him for lessons. He groaned and thought some unkind thoughts about Mrs. Figg being inconsiderate, considering the situation with Luna. But he got up and did his exercises as he was supposed to. The lessons today would be a nice distraction since he would have to wait until tomorrow to visit the guild market again. He prayed that an opportunity would present itself so that he could leave unnoticed. After his exercises, he went to the kitchen for breakfast. He was somewhat surprised to see Sirius there with Mrs. Figg talking. "Sirius, when did you get here?" he asked the older man. Sirius looked up from his tea, his eyes red and irritated. "You look like death warmed over, Sirius. What happened?" Harry checked. Mrs. Figg chuckled at that and then busied herself at the stove. Sirius looked irritated and then thoughtful. "You sounded just like Lily just then, you know," Sirius said with a sad smile. "I got to my parents' home and reacquainted myself with some bad memories. One thing led to another, and before I knew it, I blacked out." Harry frowned, but wasn't surprised based on the things he knew about Sirius already. "I'm sorry I wasn't there for you, Sirius," he said. Sirius looked surprised and then confused. "It's not your job to take care of me, Harry," he said. "It's the other way around." Mrs. Figg brought over 2 plates of food and placed them in front of each of them. "Eat up," she said. "Merlin knows you need it, Sirius." The group ate together, and Harry watched in amusement as Mrs. Figg forced Sirius to drink a bunch of water. She obviously knew what she was doing because Sirius looked a lot better after breakfast. She then ordered him to go take a shower and get cleaned up so he and Harry could practice some spell work. Mrs. Figg moved on to lessons with Harry while Sirius got cleaned up and ready for the day. They covered a myriad of subjects, and Harry was grateful for the distraction as he digested the information. The day went by quickly, and Harry didn't see Sylvie and Tabitha until lunchtime. "Hey, Sylvie," he said. "Hey, Tabitha. Sorry I missed you earlier. Did you two settle in okay?" Tabitha nodded and said, "Sorry, we're just not morning people in general, but the beds were so comfortable after the hospital beds that we decided to have a lie-in." Harry chuckled. "No worries. Don't feel obligated to match my schedule," he said. "Mrs. Figg has me on a strict regimen." "I'll remind you that you asked for it, laddie," Mrs. Figg interjected. "And look at how much you've improved since I met you on Privet Drive." She looked towards Tabitha and whispered, "He was a sad, scrawny thing back then, if you can believe it." "Hey!" Harry yelled to the room's amusement. "He's still skinny," Sirius said from the doorway with a smirk. "I could take you, you mangy mutt," he replied with a glare. The room laughed again to his annoyance. "Everyone's out to get me," he said under his breath before biting into a sandwich. Truth be told, he was happy to be teased on occasion. It was still a vast improvement from his life with the Dursleys, and it made everyone else happy for some reason. Harry and Sirius excused themselves, and the pair worked together on Harry's spellmanship. Sirius, it turned out, was a more than adequate dueler back in the day. He put Harry through his paces, focusing on accuracy rather than power. "It doesn't matter how much power you put into a spell if it doesn't hit its target," Sirius said. "Wizards and witches waste a lot of energy throwing spells around that don't manage to do anything useful." He then made Harry cast the stinging hex at a moving target until he could hit it 10 times in a row without missing. It took Harry several hours, but he felt like he'd learned a valuable lesson and his aim had improved drastically. Harry was pretty exhausted for the rest of the day. He excused himself to his room after a quick dinner, but told Tabitha she was welcome to come by later if she wanted. Harry woke up the next morning before Mrs. Figg's knock the next morning. He got up and got dressed and sat at his desk while he waited for her inevitable knock. He was stressed. Despite staying up later because he'd been hanging out with Tabitha, he hadn't slept well. Images of a caged Luna filled his dreams, and he felt guilty for the laughs and jokes he'd shared with everyone. Today, he'd hopefully be able to act on his plan, which in reality was not really a plan, but an outline of one. He'd at least gathered supplies that he thought would be useful. They rested beneath a floorboard in his bedroom, packed and ready to go. As soon as the opportunity presented itself, he would be gone. Mrs. Figg knocked on the door, and he got started on his daily workout. But to conserve energy, he kept things light. When he walked into the kitchen, he tried to act natural. He breathed hard as if he were out of breath. The first thing he noticed was that Mrs. Figg wasn't there, but Sirius was. "What's up?" he asked, gesturing to the empty kitchen. "Where's Mrs. Figg?" Sirius took a sip of his drink, which Harry recognized as coffee, and said she had to go meet someone from the hospital, that healer that she knows. Harry really wished he knew what was going in there. "Is everything all right?" he asked. Sirius shrugged. "As far as I know, yes." Harry nodded. Sirius looked tired, and he thought he might be able to persuade him to go back to bed if he tried. That would certainly provide the window he needed to leave. "All right then," Harry said. "You look like death, Sirius. Another rough night." "You could say that," Sirius said. "Sorry, pup, I'm trying." Harry patted him on the back to try and console him. "It's fine," he said. "Actually, do you mind if I do some potion work this morning? I was too tired yesterday." Sirius hummed at that. "Sure, pup," he said. "But if Mrs. Figg asks, we went over several transfiguration theories this morning." Harry nodded his agreement and then left to shower. He couldn't believe his luck. He thanked whatever god was behind it and got ready. Harry desperately wanted to leave right away, but he still needed more information if he was going to be successful. He needed to go to Mrs. Figg's quarters and look for any intel she'd gotten from the Guild of Greyback's location. He put on his invisibility cloak and crept through the house and into Mrs. Figg's quarters. He knew Hermes was likely here, so he'd have to be quiet. Miss Figg's rooms were kept very neat and tidy. There were no signs at all of anything out of place, and that made things difficult. He focused and sent his probes out to see if he could pick up on anything. He sensed a few items that he was familiar with from her house, including the obelisk statue that buzzed. He felt his magic bounce off her bedroom door just as before. He thought it made sense for Mrs. Figg to leave sensitive materials there where it was safest, so he headed there next. He tried the doorknob but found it locked. He tried to sense for a stream of energy running anywhere nearby that he might be able to trigger, but he found nothing. He cursed quietly in frustration. "You shouldn't be here," Hermes said to him mentally. Harry jumped, surprised. He hadn't sensed Hermes anywhere and wasn't expecting the cat to sneak up on him. Harry turned and looked at Hermes and noticed the collar around his neck. His probes sensed nothing around the cat. It felt just like the initiation robes had. "You can take off the cloak," Hermes said. "I already know you're here." Harry sighed and lowered his hood. "Please don't tell Mrs. Figg," he said. Hermes' tail twitched in amusement. "I should tell her, you know," Hermes said. "She was rather cross with me for giving you the locket so you could find her last time." Harry flinched. "I'm sorry, I didn't think," he said. "I shouldn't have told on you." "No, you really shouldn't have," Hermes said. Harry didn't know what to say to convince Hermes not to tell Mrs. Figg that he'd been sneaking around or even about the cloak. He really should have known better than to have worn it here. "What are you doing here?" Hermes asked. "Nothing," Harry said quickly. "Just curious." Hermes' eyes flashed. "So you're not here looking for ways to rescue Luna and Loki?" Hermes checked. Harry glared at him. "No, I'm not," he lied. "Sorry about Loki," he added quickly. "I doubt that Loki is dead," Hermes said haughtily. "He most likely got away. He is my son after all." Harry didn't agree with him, but he didn't see the point in arguing. "It's too bad that you're not here for that," Hermes said, "because I was hoping you could stop and pick me up some catnip while you're there." Harry laughed. "You're willing to send me to my death for a small chance that I'd pick you up some catnip?" he asked incredulously. "It happens to be a particularly potent variety of catnip," Hermes said dryly. "Besides, I don't think you'll die." "You don't?" Harry asked. "No," Hermes said seriously. "Now please focus. Do you promise to bring me some catnip if I tell you where to go?" Harry laughed and agreed. He walked through the dimly lit passageway into the guild market and then walked towards the tavern area he'd met Henry last time. He found Henry sitting at the bar just like last time. However, instead of tapping on his shoulder, he walked over and sat down next to him. "I'm glad you've learned your lesson," Henry said while he placed a package in front of Harry. "What's this?" Harry asked. Henry explained. "It's your portkey back. It'll deliver you to the Diagon portkey location. You know you should lose it after you've used it. Destroy it if you can, otherwise it can be traced." Harry nodded. He was relieved that Henry had been able to procure one so quickly. "And how am I traveling to Italy?" he asked. Henry chuckled. "That's trickier. We couldn't create a two-way portkey because those are heavily monitored, and we didn't want to create two portkeys because that would more easily be noticed." Harry was a bit worried that this was about to become more complicated. Henry continued. "So we created a temporary international flu link from a random fireplace nearby in Diagon. International flu is also heavily monitored, so we thought it best to use a random fireplace in case it gets flagged." Harry nodded. It made sense. "Where do I have to go?" he asked. Henry handed him a torn piece of parchment with an address on one side and a flu address on the other. "Go to that address and use the flu on the second floor. Don't worry, we took care of the tenant." Harry raised his eyebrow at that. "What's that supposed to mean?" he asked. "It means don't worry about it," Henry replied gruffly. "You should go before the connection gets noticed." Harry glared a bit at the non-answer but nodded and left. "Don't forget your end of the deal," Henry called. He rushed out of the market and the bank. Outside, Harry approached the building with his invisibility cloak on. He was also wearing his new guild robes and boots. He had a bad feeling, despite Henry's statement that he had nothing to worry about. If anything, it had made it worse. He tried the front door and found it unlocked. He entered the building as quietly as possible and looked around quickly. The drapes were shut, blocking out any light from outside. The room felt muggy and cold. The building was silent, but he kept his cloak on just in case. Directly in front of him were the stairs, and he climbed them straight away. Each step creaked despite his best efforts. On the second floor, he walked down a long hallway, checking room after room for a fireplace. He didn't find anything until he got to the very last room. The drapes were shut in here as well, and Harry got chills that he didn't think came from the cold. It felt like something bad had happened here, and Harry wondered just how Henry and his mysterious partner had chosen to take care of things. He certainly hoped that whoever owned this house hadn't been killed. Harry removed his invisibility cloak and threw some flue powder inside the fireplace. He gave the address and stepped through. The world spun around him as he traveled, and he began to feel nauseous. This trip felt longer than any flue travel he'd done before. Just when he felt like he might be sick, it finally ended, and he fell out the fireplace at the other end, sending dust everywhere. He coughed on the ground and got up to investigate his surroundings. From the state of things, it appeared that he'd arrived in an abandoned building. It was cold and dark, and he noticed several pieces of broken furniture. It reminded him a bit of the Shrieking Shack, honestly. Besides broken furniture, there were some dismantled pieces of farm equipment as well. He decided to wear his cloak again. He might not take it off for the duration of his trip just to be safe. He didn't want to be noticed if he could avoid it. The tricky part would be figuring out where Greyback's hideout was without asking questions. He decided to try and find it on his own, but if it came down to it, he'd find Mauricio and ask for his help. He walked out of the house and looked around. There was nothing but weeds and overgrown fields for miles. It looked like he had arrived in the middle of nowhere. Overwhelmed, he suddenly wished he'd not left his home today at all. Harry took a deep breath. Hermes told him that Greyback's cave system was not terribly far from Corvara, which was the town that Sylvie had mentioned. He found a worn stone path not far from the farmhouse and started walking, hoping that it led to civilization. It felt like ages later that he'd finally arrived in a small village. His bones ached from the trek. He remained under his cloak and tried to find more information. He focused and scoped out the area for signs of magic. He was pleasantly surprised to pick up on something familiar not too far away. He barely dared to hope for what he thought he was sensing. The path took him down a small dirt road that led close to the mountain. It was rather cold here, and he was somewhat grateful that he had to walk so much, because it was keeping him warm. He saw a small house on top of a hill in the distance, and approached it. Harry expanded his consciousness and brushed against a familiar presence and waited. Harry. A familiar voice echoed in his head. "Hey, Loki," he replied nonchalantly. "How's it going?" Loki's mental voice became rushed and frantic. "How's it going? You're really asking how's it going?" Harry chuckled. "Where are you?" Loki asked. "How did you get here?" Harry told him. "Amazing," Loki said. "Mrs. Figg and everyone else are going to be furious, you know." "I know," he replied. "I just don't care. Is it safe for me to approach the house?" It was silent for a while. "I don't think so," Loki said. "I'm pretty sure he'd tie you up until Remus was well enough to come get you." Harry sighed. He'd been hoping for a chance to get warm by the fire, and it was getting dark. "I can take you to the werewolf camp," Loki said. "They won't mind you being there, and I know at least one person that Remus seemed to trust besides Sylvie." "No, I already know where to go," he replied. "I don't want anyone to know I'm here." "All right," Loki said. "Let's go," Harry replied. "It's ruddy cold out here, and my warming charms aren't doing much good anymore." A moment later, he saw light shine out from an open door in the distance, and then he saw Loki run outside. Loki jumped into his arms when he got close enough, and Harry held on tight. "It's so good to see you," he said. "I'm so glad you're okay." Loki purred loudly the whole while. Harry started walking down an old hunting trail that the locals hadn't used in decades. He explained to Loki that they had a long hike ahead of them. Harry shared with Loki that Hermes had told him where to go. On their hike, Loki shared that Luna had had a vision of sorts and that she felt compelled to accompany Remus. She told the cat that she knew that many people's futures were relying on it. Harry was curious whose future other than maybe Tabitha's that Luna could be talking about. He still felt hesitant to believe in divination, but there seemed to be some truth to it, he reckoned. Luna had told Loki to head to Mauricio's house so that he could assist Harry in his journey. How she knew that he'd arrive and find Loki, he didn't know. Harry didn't know how he felt about all of it. Why did Luna believe in him? Was it only because of her vision, or was it more than that? Did all of this mean that he couldn't fail? What if he did something wrong and messed it all up? He supposed that for now, he'd just do his best to rescue Luna. He would sneak in and portkey her out as soon as he found her. Harry walked along the path for over an hour before he reached a fork in the path. The sun had set long ago, but the snow on the ground made it easier to see. In front of him, a few yards ahead, he saw a giant small hut, just like Hermes described. According to Hermes, he was to walk behind the hut and towards the mountain wall, and then turn left. He was to place his right hand on the wall until he found the entrance hidden behind an illusion. Before walking around the hut, he checked inside. There were many herbs hanging from the ceiling and shelves, with bottles full of herbs on the wall. He took a jar of catnip as promised and put it in his bag. Back outside, Loki lied on his left shoulder beneath the invisibility cloak so Harry could do as Hermes had said. If anyone saw him, all they'd see was a floating hand caressing the wall. His boots did dampen the sound of his footsteps, but the snow still crunched beneath his feet. He would be heard for sure, so he swallowed some levitation potion for good measure. It took a very long time, but it was worth it if it helped him remain undiscovered. He eventually felt his hand slip through the wall. He paused outside and inspected the illusion. He wasn't sure if it was only because it was already dark outside, but it seemed flawless. There was no seam, and the natural wall fed right into the fake one. It was an impressive bit of magic. Harry withdrew the potion that enhanced his senses and swallowed some. It tasted bitter and vile, and he shivered as it went down his throat. "You're lucky you're a cat and can see in the dark," he said. "That potion is awful." Harry waited for the potion to take effect. It was subtle, but he was pleased when he noticed his vision adjust quickly to the darkness. He tried to ignore the muggy smell he hadn't quite noticed before. It smelled like wet dog. He could hear what he thought might be a stream of water running somewhere close by, followed by several drips of water falling and crashing to the ground. Once he fully adjusted, he moved forward. The path was wide in some areas and narrow in others. He hoped that he didn't run into anyone whenever the path narrowed. He'd have nowhere to hide. As he got deeper, the smell of wet dog worsened and began to mingle with other horrid smells. Loki has been quiet for the most part, but he began to be irritated by whatever he was smelling. Finally, the levitation potion began to wear off, and he lowered to the ground slowly. He'd be more noisy now, but he could at least run if he needed to. As he got deeper, he began to hear raucous laughter. They were close. His senses were still enhanced, so he was wary of using his focus and becoming overwhelmed. But he was also curious if the potion would affect that as well. He reached out with his consciousness for any sign of Luna. His magical probes wandered far and wide in every direction. He sensed several magical signatures all around further down the path, and he thought he picked up on some high above and further below him. None of it felt very familiar, and he began to worry. As he got closer to where he thought the werewolves' living quarters were, he started to wish for the potion to wear off. It was loud and stinky down here, and every move he made was beginning to irritate him. He thought he saw light flicker ahead, and he came to a stop and listened. He could hear a large group talking and laughing nearby. He crept closer to the light and peeked around the corner. He noticed some wooden steps down to his right and a stone path to his left that overlooked the room. From where he stood, he could see a large cavernous room below him that was filled with people wearing worn-out clothes and sitting on old broken and poorly repaired furniture. Some of the group were speaking what he guessed was Italian or another language. Definitely not English. He thought he picked up on some English, but it was hard to make out exactly what was being said. It didn't look like there were any paths below, so he continued to creep along the ledge. His foot hit a loose stone, and it fell down into the large room. He paused and watched as a few people stopped talking and looked up at where he stood. After a moment, they looked away from the empty space and continued their conversations. Harry very slowly and carefully continued down the path. He found himself back in another narrow passage that sloped upwards. It remained narrow for quite a long while, and that made him nervous. He heard voices up ahead and tried not to panic. Instead, he scaled the wall and shimmied up so that his legs were spread on opposite walls. It was extremely difficult to do with the cloak, and he had to bend over awkwardly in the cramped space, but he managed. He held the excess fabric of his invisibility cloak up with his mouth and held Loki in his arms. He saw the two approaching. The one in front held out a lit wand in front of him. He hoped they didn't look up, because they'd definitely see him despite his cloak, since he wasn't covered from below. He watched them walk beneath him and he froze, holding his breath until they were out of sight. He dropped to the ground as quietly as possible and then continued on his path as quickly as he could. He didn't want to have to do that again if he could help it. His potion began to wear off, but luckily his eyes had adjusted to the dark. He welcomed his remaining senses returning to normal. At the end of his path was a wooden doorway. Freezing air slipped through tiny spaces between the wood slats. He reached out with his magic to sense beyond the door. He picked up on a few people spread out, but they were nowhere near the door. The door opened with a loud creak, and he hurried through, letting the door shut behind him. A clear night sky revealed itself to him. A large waning moon shone brightly, its rays reflecting off the snow-covered ground. He must have missed something, a hidden path or room that had somehow escaped his attention. He was considering going back inside, but he heard footsteps approaching him. "That you, Thomas?" a gruff voice called from the distance. "You're a bit early, you know, but I don't mind you relieving me a bit early." He mentally cursed and glanced around for a hiding spot. Snow covered the ground except for some footprints heading in a few directions. He saw a large tree off in the distance. He could climb it and scope out the area better from higher up, but he didn't know how he'd climb it without being noticed. Whatever he did, he had to act fast. He darted forward, trying to step into the existing footprints so he didn't give himself away. He found himself nearby some large bushes and dove inside for cover. A moment later, a figure walked towards the cave entrance he just walked through with a torch in his hands. "I could have sworn I heard the door," the voice said. "Should have known better. Thomas is always late." Harry watched the man walk back to where he came from. Harry poked his head out of the bush and looked around. He saw several watchtowers scattered around what looked like a large natural courtyard. High walls were raised around in a large square shape. At least now the man's statement about being relieved made sense. These men were on watch, protecting the werewolf fortress. He reached out with his magic again to try and figure out just how many people there were out here. He counted 6, all spread out, alone. That was something at least. He could try to take them all out one by one, or he could simply avoid them. He remembered he'd been told that the cave system was extensive. That must mean there were more caves nearby, and the people in these towers were keeping watch for all of them. He sighed. This was hard, and he wished he had more information to go on. He began to seriously doubt that he'd be able to find Luna. He tried to remember everything that he'd learned about Greyback and his hideout, and then he remembered Luna's poem. It had said something about finding Luna beneath a fountain. He needed a better view of the place if he was going to find it quickly. He looked up at the watchtower. Was it worth the risk of alerting everyone else? If he had to, could he take on at least one of the watchmen, if not all of them? He'd prefer to get in and out completely unnoticed. "What are you thinking, Harry?" Loki asked mentally. Harry told him. "What if I climb one of the towers and then tell you what I see?" Loki offered. Harry hesitated. He didn't like risking Loki's life like that. "What about your black fur? Won't it stick out?" he asked. "Couldn't you change it white for me?" Loki replied. Harry shook his head and said, "I haven't learned how to do that yet. Besides, I think it's best we stick together in case one of us is noticed." Loki jumped out of Harry's arms before he could stop him and ran off towards one of the towers. Harry sighed in frustration and waited. "I think I see a well not far from you," Loki said mentally. "It's not exactly a fountain, but—" "Hurry back," Harry replied. Harry caught himself holding his breath as he waited in anticipation for the cat to return. "I'm going to age a year in one night due to stress," he thought to himself. A moment later, Loki jumped into the bush and climbed under the cloak. "I think they might have seen me," Loki said. "We might want to stay put for a few minutes." Sure enough, Harry watched as one of the watchmen climbed down from his post and then started walking towards their hiding spot. Harry tried not to move or make, and he held his breath as the guard stalked closer. He got so close that Harry could see the amber flecks in his eyes. Harry struggled to hold his breath. His lungs urged him to suck in a breath. He wasn't sure how much longer he could withstand. Luckily, the guard became distracted as someone slammed the door shut as they exited the same cave Harry had just left. "About time," a voice said in the distance. I'm starving. Please tell me your lot left me some mutton." The guard that has been practically staring him down turned and walked towards the voice. Now was his chance. The guards would be distracted during turnover. He climbed out of the bushes, and Loki told him where to go. The well hadn't been far from his hiding place. I was right. It wasn't exactly a fountain, but he didn't think he was going to find a fountain on top of a mountain anyways. Harry peered inside, but it was too dark to see just how far down it went. He grabbed a pebble from off the ground and dropped it over the edge. Counted for a few seconds before he heard a plop as it struck water. He didn't really know how to gauge just how deep the well was, but it seemed deep. He wondered for a moment just how literal Luna's hint had been. He heard snow crunch beneath someone's feet as they walked, and it sounded like they were heading in his direction. Panicked, he made his decision and jumped into the well. Harry winced as Loki dug his claws into his shoulder. Harry extended his arms and legs to try and slow his fall. The walls were slick, but he managed to stop after some time. He turned his head to look up and saw the faint outline of the night sky. He'd fallen further than he thought. He shimmied down the well until he could no longer see any sign of the opening above. The well was very deep. He figured it was probably safe enough to light his wand, so he cast a quick lumos. He could see the water's surface just a few feet below him and noticed it was pretty shallow. It was clearly no longer a functional well. He straightened himself and then tucked in his arms and legs and fell the rest of the way. His legs were a bit jarred from the impact, but he recovered quickly from that. Freezing water splashed around him and he shivered. A warning would have been nice, Loki chided. Harry just chuckled at the now drenched cat, and then he cast a drying charm he'd learned. He saw a small tunnel opening and dropped to his hands and knees so he could climb through. It was very tight in some places, and he wrestled his fears that he'd get stuck. There was no way he'd be able to climb back out. The only way out was through. The tunnel eventually sloped back upwards, and then he saw flickering light up ahead. Excited, he climbed more quickly and then slid through the opening. His body toppled over as he fell several feet before landing on his back. His cloak fell off of him. Luckily, his robes distributed the blow evenly. It hurt like hell, but it wasn't as bad as it would have been otherwise. He got up with a groan and looked around. There were cages upon cages of kids staring at him with large, scared eyes. He noticed that nearly all of them were much younger than Luna or even Tabitha. "Holy hell," he said out loud before he could stop himself. He counted quickly, 1, 2, 3, and then he spotted Luna and instantly lost count. "I knew you'd make it, Harry," she said weakly with a small grin. Harry took her in. He noticed a bloody bandage wrapped around her exposed thigh. That must be where Greyback got her, he thought. Her robes were torn so badly that he'd originally thought she was in just her underwear. Dirt and dried blood covered just about every inch of her. "Luna," he whispered softly as he approached her cage. He wrapped his fingers around the bars. "I'm so sorry," he said. Luna laughed quietly. "It's not your fault, Harry." Harry looked around and saw all of the children watching their exchange with interest. "We need to free them all," she said firmly. Harry hesitated. His portkey would take them all to Diagon Alley. What a sight that would be, he thought. "I have a portkey, but it'll take us to Diagon," he told her. "Are you sure that's a good idea?" Luna nodded. "It's late, right?" she checked. Harry nodded. "How did you know?" "Greyback," she said. "He likes to wish us good dreams every night." Harry scowled, and Luna continued her thought. "We might not be noticed," she said. "Tom won't say anything. We can flew home and then get this lot the help they need." Harry hesitated. He'd only come for Luna. All these kids just complicated matters. "I don't believe this," Luna said angrily. "What happened to the caring boy that helped me cure Augie?" Harry started but stopped. Why was he hesitating? He didn't actually know. He'd been so angry at everyone for their lack of action, but here he was doing the same thing. He refused to be like them, weak and selfish. "You're right, of course," he said. "Let's free them quickly." He waved his wand and said, "Alohomora." Loki ran into Luna's arms as soon as she was free. Harry smiled. He started unlocking the remaining cages. He counted 12 cages, including Luna's, in total as he went. Most of the children rushed out of their cages and hugged their rescuer, but a few were more reserved. They looked at him with distrust, unable to believe he was actually helping them. The majority of them spoke to him in languages he didn't understand. Only 1 or 2 thanked him in English. He gestured for them to gather around him, and he removed the portkey, an old boot, from his expandable bag. He gripped it, and then instructed them to do the same. Once everyone was holding on, he gave the keyword, and then they vanished in an instant. The entire group landed roughly with a thud at the portkey point. Loki sprawled out of Luna's hands and then shook himself with a hiss. Portkey Travel clearly didn't agree with him. The children groaned and sniffed as they brushed off the painful landing. Harry looked around at the empty alley. It was very late and no one was out. "Hurry," Harry said. "We don't want to be found here." The group followed his lead as he walked towards the leaky cauldron. Once inside, he ran to the flue, threw some powder in, and gave the address. The werewolves traveled through one by one, then Luna and Loki, and then finally Harry. Harry spun out of the fireplace with a thud. He got up, brushing himself off, and then turned. An angry Mrs. Figg, Sylvie, and Sirius stood there looking down at him. He gulped. He suddenly wished he was back on the mountain. Somehow that seemed less daunting than facing his family right now. "Aren, please tell me what you think." Chapter 17. Repercussions. Chapter text. Harry looked up into the eyes of his family. Mrs. Figg and Sylvie looked more concerned than angry. Sirius looked betrayed. Harry looked at the children scattered around his entryway. "Before you start, I think we should help this lot," he said while avoiding their gaze, suddenly extremely grateful for the buffer. Mrs. Figg rushed towards Luna and pulled her into a long hug. Sylvie looked unsure, and he reckoned she wanted to hug somebody but didn't know how well it would be received. "Is there a healer we can call?" she asked the group. "These kids have almost likely been infected with lycanthropy." Harry nodded and went to the flue to call healer Juniper while Sylvie led the group to the kitchen. It took a long time for her to answer, but she eventually came into the room. He was confused when she walked in, still in her pajamas, with messy hair, and then he remembered it was the middle of the night. She quickly agreed to come through once he explained what was going on. Harry withdrew from the fireplace and waited. Healer Juniper came through shortly after. "Lead the way," she said simply. Harry led her to Sylvie in the kitchen. "He's got a nasty infection," she said as she led them to a young boy. Harry noticed the boy was sweating profusely, and he barely held in his gasp when Sylvie uncovered his lower half. One of the boy's legs was red and inflamed. A nasty cut ran from just below his knee down to his ankle. Harry looked down at the boy. "You're going to be okay," he said, even though he didn't believe it. The boy nodded as if he understood, but said something Harry didn't understand. He just smiled at him briefly and then excused himself. He watched as Sirius walked around, bringing food and drink to all the children. Harry wanted to help, but Sirius seemed to have it covered. He found Luna comforting a group of kids. Healer Juniper cast several spells as she worked, and Sylvie comforted the others as they waited. He felt awkward and useless here. He wasn't a healer or a medic, and he was out of his depth. Healer Juniper had finished her rounds and was gathering the children and Luna to take to the hospital. Harry walked over to Luna and asked, "Are you okay?" He knew it was a dumb question, but he didn't know what else to say. "Yes and no," she answered with a shrug. Harry put his arm around her and pulled her in close. "You smell really bad, you know," he said teasingly. "I know," she answered with a chuckle. "Thanks for saving me." "Any time," he said, "but I couldn't have done it without your help. We'll have to talk about that soon." She nodded. "Promise me you'll come visit later." "Naturally," he replied, and then pulled her into a hug. "Promise not to get kidnapped in the meantime." She smacked him in the back of his head. "Idiot," she said. "We need to go," Healer Juniper interrupted. "This one is in really bad shape," referring to the boy with the infected leg. "Some of these kids have already transformed at least once, but they still need looked over. There may still be time for the rest to be cured as long as the curse hasn't intermingled with their magical core." Harry released Luna and waved goodbye. She walked over to Healer Juniper and Mrs. Figg, who was going with. They left with an emergency portkey. "You need to get cleaned up yourself," Sylvie said, gesturing at Harry. "Yeah," Sirius said. "You smell like a wet dog that rolled around in his own." Sylvie smacked him before he could finish. "Ouch," Sirius shouted with a glare. He looked seriously at Harry and added, "We'll have a talk later." Harry nodded and excused himself. He did stink and he was very sore. A hot shower sounded wonderful on his aching body. He walked into his bathroom and removed his filthy clothing. In the mirror he saw that his face was dirty and there were a few scratches scattered across his body that he hadn't realized he'd gotten. He got in the shower and washed away the filth. As he stood under the water, he reflected on the day. It had been incredibly hard. He could barely believe all that he'd endured and accomplished. He'd probably walked, hiked, climbed, and crawled several miles in the freezing cold. He'd broken into a very secure and very secret base and snuck past a large pack of werewolves. And he'd done it all without anyone noticing. Not a single soul knew that he'd been there, aside from his family. Fenrir Greyback himself probably hasn't even noticed that the kids he'd taken are gone yet. He thought with satisfaction. Harry opened his eyes slowly and screamed. Tabitha was standing to the side of his bed, staring at him. When he shouted, she jumped, and then a small yelp escaped her mouth. "Sorry," she said. "Mum asked me to come wake you for dinner. And you decided to stare me awake?" he asked incredulously. "You just looked really peaceful, and I didn't want to wake you," she answered quietly. Harry's stomach grumbled loudly, and he looked at the clock on his nightstand. It was mid-evening. He'd slept the day away, which was no surprise, really. He got up and the pair walked to the dining room. On the way there he asked, "Any word from Luna or Mrs. Figg?" Tabitha nodded and said, "Mrs. Figg is back, but Mum shooed me away, so I don't know anything." Harry nodded. "We'll find out together then," he said as they walked into the kitchen. He saw Sirius, Sylvie, and Mrs. Figg standing together as they cleaned up dinner. He was hesitant to speak, since he knew he'd have to answer for his actions. Tabitha gave him an apologetic look, and then announced their arrival. Harry sighed as Sirius and Mrs. Figg turned and looked at him. Harry could tell they were still angry with him. He sat down at the table and watched in trepidation as Sirius and Mrs. Figg walked over. It was odd seeing Sirius acting so serious. "You promised you weren't going to try and face Greyback," Sirius said with an accusing tone. Harry sighed. "I shouldn't have tricked you, Sirius," he said. "But I didn't lie. I had no plans to face Greyback." He hesitated. "I only planned on sneaking in and finding Luna." "He shouldn't have been able to trick you so easily," Mrs. Figg interjected. "You need to be more responsible, Sirius." Sirius' eyes tightened in anger. "He's 10 years old," he said defensively. "How was I supposed to know he was so resourceful?" Mrs. Figg chuckled at that. "Fair enough." Sirius looked back at Harry and took a deep breath. Harry thought Sirius looked rather old and weary, and when he thought back on how worried he'd been when he'd been waiting for Luna and Remus, he'd remembered how much he hated the worrying and dark thoughts he'd experienced then, and he suddenly felt worse for doing the same thing to them. "I am really sorry for worrying you, Sirius," he said finally. Sirius nodded and offered a small smile. "Just don't let it happen again." Mrs. Figg glanced at Harry. "I'm still wrestling with my thoughts on the matter," she said. "I'm both impressed and incredibly concerned that you managed so much behind our backs." She paused for a moment. "You're a talented young man, laddie," she said. "But this could have been a huge disaster, and we'd have had no way of helping." "I'm sorry," he said. "I was just so worried about Luna, and I was tired of waiting for everyone else to handle it." "That's not a very good excuse, Harry," Mrs. Figg said. Harry noticed that Sirius didn't look like he agreed. Mrs. Figg noticed too and glared at him. Sirius gulped and then said, "Sylvie probably needs some help." And then he walked away like a dog with its tail between its legs. Harry was impressed at how Mrs. Figg was able to scare Sirius with just a look. Mrs. Figg chuckled quietly, a distant look in her eyes. "Some things never change," she said. "I used to get after Sirius and your father in the summers for one thing or another." Mrs. Figg shook the memories away and continued her interrogation. "How did you do it?" she asked. "How did you find Luna and who helped you get to Italy?" Harry told her about finding the guild market and his deal with Henry. "Foolish boy," she whispered and shook her head. "Of all the people in the guild, he's the absolute worst." "He seemed all right, honestly," Harry said, "a bit rough around the edges." Mrs. Figg just shook her head. "How he became a member I'll never understand," she said. "He is as subtle and thoughtful as a brick to the face." She opened her purse and removed a copy of this evening's Prophet. "This arrived tonight," she said with a pointed glance. "It has Henry written all over it." Harry glanced at the headlines, noting that there didn't seem to be anything about werewolves or greyback, and then a small article caught his attention. "Murder in Diagon," he read. Earlier today, Auras were dispatched to an apartment in Diagon Alley after a concerned citizen complained about a terrible smell coming from a neighboring building. The Auras reportedly found a dead body in one of the bedrooms. While there was no trace of foul play, the deceased was still quite young and was known to be healthy by friends and family. Harry wasn't able to read any longer. You need to be more careful who you deal with, Mrs. Figg said sternly. Harry thought about what Henry had said about taking care of the tenant. He had suspected that something bad had happened, but he'd never guessed that Henry had murdered anyone. He instantly felt guilty. A man was dead because of him. Harry's thoughts reeled as he processed the information. He had no way of knowing that Henry would do something like this. He'd never asked Henry to kill anyone, but he still felt guilty. "I'm sorry," he said numbly. "I didn't know." "I know, laddie," she said, while placing a consoling hand on his shoulder. "If it's anyone's fault, it's mine for not being more open with you. You shouldn't blame yourself for the thoughtless actions of others." He felt better at her words, but he doubted that he'd stop feeling guilty any time soon. He was also a little worried that he'd somehow be linked to the flu and portkey manipulation if they investigated much further and said as much to Mrs. Figg. "I'll have Dung look into it," she said. "He'll fix any loose ends." Harry nodded. "Tell me the rest," she demanded. Harry told her about everything he remembered, but left Hermes out of it. He couldn't tell if she noticed the many holes in his story, but she didn't call him out on it. She did seem particularly interested in Luna's poem and telling Loki where to wait. Divination is often written off as a fruitless branch of magic, but we shouldn't ignore this, she said. Luna might be a prophetess. "What's a prophetess?" he asked. "I'm no expert exactly because it's not very well understood, but a prophet or prophetess is essentially an agent of fate," she said. They get glimpses of information from the fates and then work so that important events play out as they should. Harry thought about how weird Luna's actions were surrounding her trip with Remus. Looking back, he realized that she had seemed almost desperate to go. It matched up with what else he'd found in the poem and drawing, as well as leaving Loki to guide him. He would need to ask Luna about it before he formed a proper opinion. "Did Luna tell you anything about her abduction?" he asked. Mrs. Figg sighed and said, "She couldn't tell me much because the healers had to involve the auras. We had to invent a story to explain how she'd been rescued. The official story is that Luna escaped along with the other children thanks to a mysterious stranger." Harry was relieved. He didn't want anyone to know he had been involved. "She did tell me that some of those kids had been locked up for months and had already transformed," she said. He was keeping them cached until he could break their will to do anything but follow orders. "What's going to happen to all those kids?" he asked. Mrs. Figg shrugged and said, "For the kids that haven't transformed, it'll depend on whether or not the healers are able to cure them. For the others, it'll depend on their families. Sometimes people infected with lycanthropy are exiled. They're as good as dead to their families." Harry frowned. He thought that was wrong, and he didn't understand how people could be so cruel to their families. He supposed the Dursleys were like that in some ways, even if they'd reluctantly let him live in their house. He wondered if the werewolf pack that Sylvie had travelled with would take them on, but then he remembered how they'd looked the other way when Tabitha had been taken. Maybe somewhere else would be better, somewhere far from Greyback's lair. He checked back in mentally and noticed Mrs. Figg giving him a knowing smile. "If you're thinking what I think you're thinking," she said, "then I support you 100%. It would be a good look for the Potter Scion, at least in the more progressive political circles." Harry hummed at that. On the one hand, it would certainly help improve his image to the general public, which could be useful for masking his more nefarious activities. The better he looked to the public, the less likely he'd be suspected of any alleged wrongdoing. But it would be a lot of work, and it could be dangerous, not only for himself but to Mrs. Figg and Sirius as well. "We might not need to do anything," he said, reminding himself and hoping that the parents would do the right thing. "But if we do, we'll need to make sure we're all safe here." Mrs. Figg nodded. "We will at that. Fenrir won't take kindly to any interference." Harry, who hadn't thought of that and was mostly thinking of the dangers of living with a bunch of werewolves, sighed deeply. Things just kept getting more and more complicated. He couldn't help but think that things would be much simpler if he was just a thief, and not the only remaining Potter, and a famous one at that. There was a silver lining in all this, though, he realized. A grin began to spread on his face. "What is it you're thinking, lad?" Mrs. Figg asked warily with a worried frown on her face. "We should move against Malfoy's investments," he replied, making his thoughts known. "Specifically the ones that supply potion ingredients. We're going to need a whole lot of wolfsbane if we're going to do this." Mrs. Figg was quiet for a long time, and he was starting to get uncomfortable. Maybe he shouldn't have suggested it so soon after his latest adventure. She continued to study him for some time before finally breaking the silence. "I can see that I won't be able to talk you out of this," she said. "And now I know that if I don't help you, you'll just do it anyway." Mrs. Figg shook her head in exasperation, but the small smile she tried to hide told him it was all for show. "I think Fina was working on something," she finally said. "I'll reach out, and then you and I will work on something together. Maybe this way you'll learn not to rely on the likes of Henry." Harry nodded solemnly at the reminder. It wasn't a mistake he'd ever want to make again. He saw Sylvie and Sirius heading their way and indicated to Mrs. Figg that they should stop their conversation for now. "Had to see her awake," Sylvie said. "Hungry?" Harry nodded, and she got him a plate of food. He noticed Tabitha watching him from across the room with an apprehensive look on her face. He waved her over to join them. "Mrs. Figg was just saying that the kids are captured and kept in cages until a full moon so Greyback could infect them." Sylvie nodded. "Yeah, that's his mo. Once they're infected, he keeps them caged until they either transform or they die." "You mean that Luna might still not make it?" Harry checked. Mrs. Figg had said that not everyone that's infected with lycanthropy was able to survive, but he'd forgotten. Tabitha started to cry and Harry flinched. He went to apologize, but Sylvie waved him off. "Yes," she said. "We won't know until the next full moon when she transforms. Apparently the healers think that Luna will make it, but some of the other kids are in a rough state." Harry was relieved that Luna at least had a good chance and that she would have her family with her. "Do we know where these kids' families are?" he asked. "Is there anyone we can reach out to?" Mrs. Figg answered. "The healers and auras have already reached out to the Italian Ministry of Magic to coordinate all that. We'll just have to wait and see." Harry let the rest of them know of his plans to open his home to the children if they wanted it. Sylvie got a little emotional and then pulled him into a tight hug. Tabitha looked the happiest he'd ever seen her. "I always wanted more brothers and sisters," she said with a bright smile. Sirius was extremely supportive and offered to help in any way. "Remus will be so proud when I tell him," he said. Harry was eager to hear if there had been any changes in Remus' condition. "Has Remus woken up yet?" he asked. Sirius nodded and said, "Very briefly while you were asleep. I just had time to let him know that Luna had been rescued and was in the hospital, and then he fell back asleep." Harry noticed Sirius glancing apprehensively at Sylvie. Harry guessed she was still struggling with everything. "The healers said that it looks like Remus will live, but that he most likely will never walk again." Harry grimaced. Greyback must have really done a number on Remus if even magical healing couldn't repair the damage. Dark thoughts of revenge and murder drifted into his mind, and he'd suddenly wished he'd had the chance to face the wicked werewolf. Next time, he'd make sure Greyback paid for his transgressions. Harry was reading in the library several days later. He'd been taking any free time he had to study and practice spells he thought might be useful. Since Luna was still in the hospital, he had a lot of free time. One of the first spells he'd looked for was the color-changing spell. It was still outside his capabilities, though. He'd also found a spell that would basically make the object or person invisible, but it would probably be years before he'd achieve it. It was frustrating having access to all this information, but lacking the skill or power to perform more advanced spells. It was helpful to have goals, though, and he'd keep practicing. He'd become more interested in enchanting objects since his visit to the guild market. He wanted to create objects that could perform magic autonomously like his robes, but enchanting required even more knowledge on magical theory and the main subjects. It would probably be years before he could make anything, but he wanted to get started on the foundation now instead of waiting until third year for electives. Today, like most days, he was attempting to study runes in the library. He'd brought Ratatosker with him, and the boat truckle was very distracting since he kept pulling books off the shelf and rearranging them in a way that still made no sense to him, but was obviously meaningful to the stick creature. Harry pulled out a rune set that he'd found with some of his grandparents' things and poured them onto the coffee table. As he sorted them all, Ratatosker climbed down from the shelf and climbed up onto the coffee table. True to form, the boat truckle started picking up the runes and sorting them. Harry chuckled to himself and got back to reading while his little friend entertained himself. The book he'd found was incredibly interesting, as it not only explained what each rune meant, but also how they were used in several branches of magic. Objects could be enchanted, spells created, wards erected, potions enhanced, and even plants could benefit from a well-placed runic sequence. He was enthralled with thoughts of how he could start using runes right now before even starting Hogwarts. Potions and herbology were the obvious place to start exploring how to incorporate runes, but maybe there were other ways as well. He placed the book down and saw Ratatoska placing a final rune down next to her book. He did a double take as he looked over the runes. He looked through the rune book and turned to the section on translation. From his reading this week, he knew that some runes had a corresponding letter in the English alphabet. There were fewer runes than letters in the alphabet, so some runes represented multiple letters and even abstract ideas, but you could decipher what was meant with a little context. He glanced at the runes and could see that they translated to the word book. He glanced at the table and found several other items that Ratatoska had labeled correctly with the runes. I can't believe it. He shouted in excitement. You can read and understand runes. The boat truckle shrugged and then nodded as if it was nothing. Harry just laughed. He'd read nothing about boat truckles understanding runes in any of the books on magical creatures. From what he'd read about Norse mythology, it made some sense that boat truckles might have an affinity for Norse runes. Odin had been gifted the knowledge of runes while hanging from the world tree after all. Harry reckoned that boat truckles could have played a part in that, and it got left out of the story. How it remained undiscovered all this time was a complete mystery, but maybe Ratatoska's ability was simply unique. Harry wanted to check with Sirius if he knew anything about boat truckles' affinity for runes, but his godfather was applying for the Auror's Corp and was spending a lot of time with Amelia Bones. Harry had started several letters to Susan, but he kept throwing them away. Words were hard, he decided, and he struggled to know where to start apologizing. He knew he needed to, but it just seemed impossible. Luna would probably know exactly what to say, but she wasn't here. Maybe he should just call Susan and invite her over so he could apologize in person. But did he get her a gift first, or was his apology enough? Was he making this into a bigger deal than it was? Not really having friends before made it hard for him to know what to do. Friendship was hard, and he didn't want to mess it up now that he finally had friends. He probably needed to go visit Luna again soon anyways, and he could ask her. Sylvie and Tabitha went to the hospital regularly to sit with Remus or visit Luna, and Harry had gone with them a couple times, but he just wanted to talk to Luna alone about the whole prophetess thing and couldn't really do that. At least, he could bring up his conundrum with Susan. He decided to go and find Sylvie or Tabitha to see if they wanted to go to the hospital. The boat truckle screeched in protest as Harry packed up the runes and picked up Ratatoska. Calm down, he said. I'll leave you my rune set so you can keep playing while I'm gone. Ratatoska calmed down after that. Harry, Sylvie, and Tabitha arrived at the hospital. Rather than flew, Sylvie sighed along a paraded them ask into the lobby. He still wasn't sure which method of travel he preferred. Both made him feel ill from spinning and contorting body parts. There had to be a better way. They waved to the welcome witch as they walked to their destination. They'd been there often enough that they knew their way. When they entered the floor that both Luna and Remus were on, Harry had a very good feeling. Something just felt right, and he couldn't explain it. As they walked by the nurse's station, they were stopped. Oh, good, you're here, a man said. Mr. Lupin is awake and just finished talking to the healers. I was just about to flu call. He followed them to Remus' room and let them in. Harry stood behind Sylvie and to the side a bit. Tabitha was on the opposite side. He watched the smile grow on Remus' face as he took them all in. Mr. Lupin, you have visitors, the nurse said. Remus nodded his thanks and the nurse went to leave. Please let me know if you need anything, he said as he closed the door. Harry felt awkward, and he felt heat travel to his face as Sylvie rushed to Remus and jumped onto the bed, straddling the man. They started passionately kissing, and he shared a look with Tabitha, expecting the girl to be embarrassed like he was, but she seemed unfazed, happy even. He supposed she might be more used to seeing affection than he was, but this seemed a bit extreme. Harry continued to watch quietly as Tabitha approached Remus and gave him a big hug. Harry, Sylvie said once she realized that Harry was still standing away from the group. Please, come join us. Harry was kind of surprised at the invitation. He was happy that Remus had found and built a little family of his own, but he wasn't quite sure where or if he fit into it. He felt like an outsider peering in on something that didn't quite belong to him. He walked over beside the man's bed, and then Tabitha pulled him in as if it were nothing. He was surprised at her strength, but supposed it probably came from the wolf within. All doubts surrounding his place in the family were being squished out of him by the collective werewolves' strong embrace. Their hug was interrupted by a voice in the doorway. "This is why we heal, lass," the voice said. Harry turned and saw two witches in healer robes standing in the doorway. The one who spoke was much older than the young witch that looked like she was fresh out of Hogwarts. He guessed that maybe she was in training. "We're sorry to interrupt," the healer said. "We've brought you a wheelchair, Mr. Lupin, so you can start getting used to it." Harry frowned. "Does that mean—" He trailed off, not able to complete his question. Remus nodded. "I can't feel my legs, and the healers can't repair the damage fully, though they did their best. I am at least not in any pain. Mr. Lupin has a very good attitude about the whole thing, and that will take him very far in his recovery," the older healer said to Harry. "Do you mind if I explain everything to your family, Mr. Lupin?" Remus shook his head and gestured for them to go ahead. Like Mr. Lupin said, he can no longer feel or move his legs. The damage to his spine was very extensive, and we aren't able to reverse the damage, she said. "However, we will keep looking for ways to heal him. I don't want to give false hope, so we are promising nothing except that we won't give up." "Thank you, Healer Rosemary," Remus said. "In the meantime, I'll make good use of the wheelchair you brought me." Harry saw the younger healer smile. "You and I will be getting to know each other very well then," she said. "I'll be helping you with your physical therapy." "I look forward to it, Healer Goldstein," Remus said. Harry saw Sylvie frown, and he guessed she might be feeling a little jealous. He knew she shouldn't worry because Remus was absolutely smitten by her. He doubted very much that anything would change that. The two healers left, and Remus looked sharply at Harry. "I'm sorry about Luna," he said. "We'll find her soon." Harry went to reply, but Sylvie snorted and said, "Sooner than you think. Harry already rescued her." Remus' eyes widened and his jaw dropped. "Harry did?" he asked, surprised. "How? The kid is very resourceful, but I don't think he's actually told us in detail how he managed it." Sylvie interrupted. Harry began to panic. Somehow, no one had actually asked for details except for Mrs. Figg. He hadn't actually come up with a good cover story. Desperate for a way out of this, he said, "The official story is that a mysterious stranger rescued Luna and the other kids, and I'd like to keep it that way, so let's hold off until we're home and can talk freely." That should at least buy him some time. Remus looked like he was processing a whole lot. He started and stopped talking several times before finally asking, "Other kids?" Tabitha explained that there were several kids kept in cages in Greyback's lair, and that they'd been saved alongside Luna. She then added that Harry has offered sanctuary to any that needed it, which caused Remus to get all teary-eyed. "You're a very good person, Harry," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "Your parents would be very proud of you. I know I am." He avoided Remus' eyes and looked away. Harry thought of the man he'd basically sentenced to death in Diagon Alley. He doubted they'd be very proud of that. "It's nothing compared to what you tried to do for Luna," Harry said. "I'm sorry that it cost you so much." "I'm not," Remus said. "It's my fault she was there, and I shouldn't have let her out of my sight." Harry shook his head. He suspected that Luna's actions were more premeditated than anyone realized. He just needed to confirm it. "Luna is actually a few rooms over," he said, changing the subject. "We are going to visit her next if you want to join us." If Remus noticed the change of subject, he didn't say anything. Harry hoped that Remus would assume Harry just felt awkward receiving praise. "Help me into the wheelchair," Remus asked Sylvie. "Let's go see our Luna." Harry smiled brightly at Remus' words. He led them out into the hallway and then over to Luna's room. Remus had little trouble with the wheelchair and even tried racing ahead of Harry. He thought it was a little out of character for Remus, but figured the man was trying to make light of the situation so that no one would feel bad for him. Harry fell behind as the others raced ahead. He heard voices down a short hallway to the side, and he didn't like what he heard. He waited at the end of the corridor before it turned so he could listen in. The mutts should just be put down. Why are we keeping them alive? Harry saw red as he understood what he was hearing and who they were talking about. "We'd be doing the world a favor by slipping a bit of poison into their food," a second voice said. The first voice chuckled and said, "Where would you get poison, you dummy? They don't just give out keys to the potions closet to people like us." "No, but that dickhead Stevens is a lazy waste of space, and he gives me his keys so I can fetch him stuff every now and then." Harry heard a gasp after some silence. "Forget the poison. I bet they've got some good stuff in that closet that we could put to better use." Harry peeked around the corner and saw two men in sanitation robes cleaning up one of the rooms. He turned the corner and acted as if he hadn't heard them. "Excuse me, I'm looking for— What do we look like?" The pimple-riddled man with greasy black hair interrupted. "An information desk." "Yeah, get lost, you runt," the other man said. Harry ignored them and walked into the room. He acted as if he was interested in what they were doing. "How did you get jobs at the hospital?" he asked. "It looks interesting. If cleaning up people's shit and puke seems interesting to you, then why don't you come over here and give us a hand?" the black-haired guy asked with a smug smile. His companion chuckled. He noticed that one of them had a badge and a key ring full of keys, and an idea formed in his head. "Sure," Harry said in a cheerful demeanor, ignoring their obvious disrespect. He walked over to them. When he got close, he saw that the keys were barely secured by a loose lanyard hanging out of his pocket. "Too easy," he thought as he bent down to look at the mess while gently lifting the keys from the greasy-haired goon. Neither noticed, and Harry smirked as he grabbed a towel and cleaned up a spill on the ground. He righted himself and said, "Thanks, that was easy." He left quickly while they were still looking at each other in confusion. Back in the corridor, he rushed over to a closet labeled Potions, Restricted Access. He tried a few keys with no success. He'd need to hurry or else someone might show up. Remus and the others probably realized he wasn't with them by now. Finally, a key worked and he slipped in. There were several shelves full of random items. Everything was labeled. A glass cabinet in the corner was locked. "Restricted healer use only," he read. Inside were several interesting potions. He swiped a couple labeled high-strength pain reliever hallucinogenic, as well as some draft of living death. He was about to inspect a few other bottles, but he heard footsteps outside the door. A moment later, the doorknob jiggled and Harry tensed. There were not a lot of hiding places. He quickly scanned the room for a spot, and the only viable option was a cabinet, and he would really have to contort his body in order to fit. It was a gamble at best, but he was out of options. He opened the door and crammed himself into the tight space before closing the door behind him. He held his breath and listened as someone walked into the potions closet. He willed that they wouldn't need to access his cabinet. His heartbeat was pounding in his ears as he waited for them to leave. The tight space made it difficult to breathe, and he was beginning to panic a bit. "Come on," he thought. Then he began to have doubts that he'd remembered to close the restricted potion cabinet, and he worried it would give him away. Finally, after what felt like ages, he heard the closet door shut, and he opened the cabinet door and slid out. He took several deep, calming breaths. That was too close, he thought. He went back to the restricted cabinet and took several doses of wolfsbane and some other potions that looked interesting. Next to the cabinet was a bookshelf with some books on advanced potions that included some recent discoveries that obviously weren't covered in the outdated Potter library. He grabbed them too and slid them into his expandable bag. He felt a little bad for stealing from a hospital, but it was for a good cause. He didn't have enough wolfsbane for everyone, and he didn't know where else to get some on short notice. Besides, who knew who else at the hospital was thinking thoughts like the two sanitation wizards he'd run into openly talking about killing patients? He'd prefer not to take those chances. He listened at the door to make sure no one was outside the room. When he was sure no one was there, he opened the door and snuck out. As he walked down the hall, he formulated his excuse for his disappearance. When he made it back to the room the two men had been in, he peeked inside and found them still there. He quickly removed his wand and cast two quick stunners. He watched them fall to the floor and then walked into the room. He uncorked two pain reliever potions and poured a little bit out of both before putting one in the hand of each man. He then put the keys back in the one man's pocket and quickly left the room. With any luck, they'd be discovered by a nurse or a healer and then dealt with. He made his way to Luna's room and walked in. "Hey, sorry I got separated, but I had to use the restroom," he said as he walked in while thinking that he ought to start coming up with better excuses. "You were gone for ages," Sylvie said. "Did you fall in?" she asked with a wink. Everyone laughed at that, including Harry. Harry looked over at Luna and saw her raising an eyebrow at him. He shrugged subtly and smiled at her. The unsaid conversation went unnoticed by the group, and the conversation picked up to where it was before he'd interrupted. "So what did you think of Corbin?" Tabitha asked Luna while wiggling her eyebrows. "All the girls at camp think he's the cutest." Luna laughed. "Honestly, I didn't really notice," she said. "I did meet a rather handsome owl while I was there, though." Tabitha scoffed and Sylvie chuckled. When there was a lull in the conversation, Harry interrupted and asked, "When do you get to come home? They're not keeping you here until the full moon, are they?" Luna laughed and said, "No, I get to come home soon. They've determined that I have lycanthropy and it can't be reversed." Harry frowned. He has still been hoping that Luna might escape being a werewolf, even though he knew it was unlikely. "It'll be okay," Tabitha said. "It hurts to transform, but you get used to it. Plus, with the potion it's not so bad as long as we're all still careful." Remus nodded. "Part of the reason we visit the pack is so we don't have to transform alone. It's better to have other werewolves with you, so it's a good thing you'll have us." Harry could tell that their words of encouragement were helping, and the fact they were leaving out that Luna might not even survive her first transformation did not go unnoticed to him. Naturally, he kept it to himself. She was going to survive. Chapter 18. The Agent of Fate. Chapter text. It was several weeks later, and Harry and Luna were walking through the forest. Harry was hoping for some time to talk to Luna about everything that had happened. He was grateful to have Luna home again. It just wasn't the same without her. He hadn't really needed anything from the forest, but it was a good way to get Luna alone since Tabitha wasn't allowed to come with. Tabitha was great, but that 2 years' age difference felt quite substantial to him. She'd taken to following him and Luna around everywhere they went. If he was honest with himself, Tabitha tended to follow Luna around and not him, but it was still annoying. Once they were far enough in, Harry felt comfortable broaching the subject. He had been thinking for a long time about how to bring it up and had decided to just be blunt. Luna was blunt, so he figured she'd appreciate it. "Luna," he said, "I've been wanting to ask you something about the whole thing with Greyback." Luna stopped walking for a moment at the mention of the werewolf, but recovered quickly. "Oh," she said, "what exactly do you want to know?" Harry could sense that Luna was on edge, which was odd for the girl. She was being very secretive, so he'd have to be more careful how he approached this, which he hadn't really planned for. "I'm mostly wondering about the poem and the drawing I found in your room," he said. "The one about a fool and a moon." He waited with bated breath for Luna to respond. "Oh, that," Luna laughed. "I thought you were going to ask me about." She trailed off. Harry stopped walking then, and Luna did as well. "About what?" Harry asked. He wondered if Luna thought maybe he wanted to know more about how she'd been captured and what Greyback had done to her. He shuddered. He would listen if she wanted to talk about that, but he'd prefer to be spared the gruesome details. Luna hesitated for a moment longer before saying, "Never mind, Harry." She pulled his hand so they could keep walking towards the fairy nest, and he followed. "I'll tell you what happened, but you have to promise not to interrupt or laugh," she said. Harry nodded his agreement. Luna took a deep breath. "I had a dream a couple nights before Remus brought up his plans to go looking for Sylvie. In the dream, I met a woman in bright white robes in a forest. She told me that she was Fate, and that I'd been chosen to become one of her agents." Luna hesitated for a moment to test whether or not Harry would try and interrupt. Satisfied that he was taking this seriously, she continued. "She told me that an agent of fate was granted the ability to see certain events in the future, but in exchange, they had to work with fate to make sure the event played out correctly." Harry wondered if that was the cost or if it was something else. He was dying to ask her, but didn't want to interrupt. "My Aunt May, my mother's sister, told me stories about fate, and I admit that when the woman in my dream mentioned that I had been chosen, I was ecstatic. She told me that in order to become an agent of fate that I'd have to go with Remus, and then she showed me what was going to happen to me if I did go." Harry gasped. His suspicions that Luna knew what was going to happen were confirmed. Luna paused for a time at his gasp, but finally continued. "Yes, I knew what was going to happen to me. The visions were explicit. I felt every bite and scratch as if they were happening. I felt the humiliation of being kept in a cage, the hunger as I waited for my next meal, and the fear that I would never escape. But then she showed me being rescued by you. She showed me that not only would I be freed, but all the other children being held captive. She showed me hope. Somehow, knowing that you would come and rescue me, and everyone else made me feel better." She told me that my choosing to go would set things in motion that needed to happen. She told me that I could be fate's tool to make sure that you came and rescued us. So I agreed, and I forced my way with Remus. Harry didn't like it. He didn't like being manipulated. He didn't think he could have done what Luna had done. His distaste must have shown on his face because Luna sniffed and asked, "You don't agree with my choice?" Harry shook his head. "I don't know, Luna. It doesn't seem to be worth it to be an agent of fate, to be controlled by fate like that." Luna laughed at that. "We're all controlled by fate, whether we like it or not," she said. "At least this way, I get to be part of something bigger than myself. I get to be useful." Harry paused at that. "Do you think that fate hasn't already used you for her own ends?" Luna asked. Harry shrugged. He preferred to think that his fate was in his own hands and not in the hands of some mystical being. "Being an agent of fate is a great honor, Harry," Luna said. "Fate is crafty. She doesn't have to show you the future to get what she wants, but she chooses to have agents from time to time because she trusts them." Harry didn't like it, and he didn't think he would have chosen the same thing, but he understood where she was coming from. He wanted to be useful too. He wanted to make his family proud, and he wanted to be important. That was why he joined the Guild of Shadows after all. Couldn't have been easy knowing that she'd become a werewolf, and then allowing it to happen just so things would play out the way fate wanted them to. There was strength in her knowing and choosing it anyways, and his respect for Luna grew. "Mrs. Figg knows about the poem and the picture, and about you leaving Loki to guide me," Harry said. "She said you might be a prophetess." Luna shrugged. "That is another word for an agent of fate," she said. "Different cultures call them different things, but they're all the same thing. The woman in my dream called it an agent of fate, and I like that more anyways." Harry nodded. It made as much sense as it could, he supposed. He had a lot more questions, but he suspected that the more he asked, the more questions he'd have. Fate, destiny, whatever you wanted to call it, it was confusing. He decided to just ask one more question. "Has fate called since your dream?" Luna nodded, a small smile growing on her face. "Yes, my first night in the hospital," she said. Said she was proud of me and that I'd done well. Harry smiled. Even if he didn't really understand all of it and didn't like what he did understand, he was still happy for his friend. "She also told me to tell you something," Luna said. Harry felt his eyebrows raise against his will. "Don't put the guild leader's key in your vault, Harry," Luna finished. He had basically forgotten all about the key, distracted by the guild market and his mission. He hadn't ever actually put it in his vault. "Is this going to be a thing?" he asked in frustration. "Is fate going to use you to tell me what to do now?" Luna huffed in return. "I don't know," she said while folding her arms across her chest. "Maybe. What if I ignore it?" he said. "I don't want some deity telling me what to do." Luna laughed. "What makes you think that fate hasn't thought of that and knows that by telling you what to do, that you'll do the opposite, thus doing exactly what they intend you to do?" It was maddening, and he yelled in frustration. Luna came and patted him on the shoulder. "Just do what you think is right. I'm just passing on the message. I've done my part." They had made it to the fairy nest a while ago, but had stopped to finish their conversation. But when Harry went to harvest, he found that the fairies had abandoned it. He reckoned they had finally gotten fed up with him stealing their eggs and whatnot. "They've left," Harry said. "Oh well, we didn't actually need anything anyways." "Oh darn," Luna replied. Augie was looking forward to some fresh fairies. Harry laughed. "Told you that, did he?" he said. "Shut up," Luna said without any real bite. "Augie and I have a bond. You and just about every magical creature have a bond." Harry replied. "It's a miracle that Ratatosker hasn't switched sides already." He said all this with a fond smile. He wasn't actually upset about it. It just meant that he'd found a very good friend in Luna. Magical creatures were excellent judges of character after all. Luna just stuck out her tongue at him. When they arrived back inside, they were met by Susan and Amelia Bones, who looked to have just arrived via the flu. Harry wasn't expecting this and started to panic. He hadn't actually ever sent Susan a letter to apologize. "Hi, Harry," Susan said while looking him and Luna over. "I'm guessing you didn't know we were coming today." Harry recovered quickly and performed the required niceties. The rituals, though annoying, were helpful for buying time. "No, but you are both most welcome," he said. "Susan, I owe you and Madam Bones an apology." Madam Bones raised a perfectly manicured eyebrow at his admission. "Oh," she asked. "Whatever for?" Harry stepped back and looked at both of them, forcing his embarrassment aside as he admitted his murmurings about the effectiveness and capability of the aura force to the head of the DMLE. Susan was beaming at his apology. Madame Bones simply smiled and said, "You wouldn't be the first to voice such opinions, and you most certainly won't be the last." She looked him over with a calculating look and said, "Your apology is appreciated, but not necessary. You are experiencing some very powerful and very real emotions, I'm sure. I am, in fact, quite impressed by your willingness to accept responsibility for any potential offense." Harry glanced at Susan, waiting for her response. Susan smiled brightly and said, "It's no problem, Harry. I understand where you were coming from." Susan walked over and gave him a brief hug and a peck on the cheek, and he felt heat rise to his cheeks quickly. He thought he saw a blush forming on Susan's cheeks as well, but she turned away and greeted Luna before he could be sure. "Ah, Amelia and Susan, you're here," Harry heard Sirius say behind him. He turned and saw the man descending the stairs. Harry had never seen him look so put together. He was dressed in fine charcoal robes. His hair and beard were trimmed to perfection. Harry watched with envy as Sirius performed the pure-blood niceties as if they were second nature. Harry could do them well by now, but the way Sirius did them made them look normal. "I asked them to meet me here so I could treat them to a nice dinner in the city and maybe do some shopping. Would either of you care to join us?" Sirius asked him and Luna. Luna declined politely, and Harry was tempted to do the same since shopping wasn't really his thing. But he had missed both Sirius and Susan and accepted the invitation. He hadn't noticed before, but Susan and Amelia were both very well dressed as well, and he suddenly felt very self-conscious of the dirty robes he was wearing. "Do we have time for me to get changed first?" he asked, gesturing at his robes. "I've just come from the forest." Sirius answered with an easy smile and said, "Oh, yes, of course. Actually, that gives me an excuse to brew some of that cocoa that Mooney gets from the continent, Amelia." Sirius escorted Amelia to the kitchen, and Susan walked with Harry and Luna back to their rooms. "They seem to be hitting it off," Harry said to Susan. Susan smiled and said, "Oh, yes, I don't think I've ever seen Auntie so happy, actually. Sirius has really cleaned up," he said. "It was looking pretty rough there for a while, so I'm glad to see him doing so much better." Harry departed to his room, and Susan and Luna went to say hi to Augie. Harry changed quickly into his nicest robes, and then fruitlessly attempted to tame his hair. He debated on whether or not to bring his adventure kit, as he'd started calling it. It contained his kinetic guild robes, his invisibility cloak, useful potions, and some joke supplies from Zonko's. He hadn't brought it with him to the hospital, and it would have been dead useful. Ultimately, he doubted he'd get any use out of it tonight with Sirius and Amelia so close, and it would be hard to explain if he got caught with it, so he decided to leave it behind this time. He did bring his wand, though, just in case. Later that night, Harry and Susan walked hand in hand behind Amelia and Sirius. They just finished shopping and decided to stop at Fortescue's for some ice cream. Dinner had been phenomenal, and he'd never experienced anything like it. Sirius had let him get whatever he wanted and refused to let Harry pay for anything. The group sat and happily ate their dessert. "So, Susan, what are you most looking forward to at Hogwarts next year?" Sirius asked. Susan paused thoughtfully. "I think I'm most looking forward to making some new friends, and I'm really excited about charms." Sirius smiled genuinely and said, "Ah, charms was one of my best subjects," he said. Amelia didn't quite manage to hold in her laugh at that. Sirius turned and gave her a hurt look. "You doubt me," he said in mock outrage. "Not at all," she said placatingly. "You're very, charming." Susan and Harry laughed at their antics. "You're lucky these two are here," he said while gesturing to him and Susan. "Or I'd show you just how charming I can be." Susan giggled and Harry saw a small blush appear on Amelia's cheeks. Sirius smirked in triumph. Amelia cleared her throat and quickly changed the subject. "What about you, Harry?" she said. "What are you looking forward to?" Harry thought about it for a while and answered, "I'm looking forward to a lot of things like finding the secret passageways and exploring the castle. I like potions, and I really want to learn about enchanting." "A true Potter, then," Amelia said with a smile. Harry grinned back. My, isn't this touching?" a snobby voice said whilst slurring his words. "Two orphans and their guardians. Madam Bones, I'm surprised to see you in the presence of Black, especially after his brother murdered your family." Harry tensed at the words and noticed that Amelia and Susan had too. He turned and looked at the looming figure of Lucius Malfoy standing next to his wife, Narcissa, who seemed to be trying and failing to lead the man away. Sirius went to stand and remove his wand, but Amelia placed her hand in his arm to call him. "Mr. Malfoy," Amelia said calmly, "I'll have to ask that you refrain from bringing up such a sensitive subject in front of my niece." She placed a fake grin on her face and added, "Besides, I do recall that you were there, and under the Imperius at the time. Such a shame that you lack the backbone to resist such a curse, else my dear brother might still be alive." Harry watched with satisfaction as Mr. Malfoy flinched at her words. "You dare," the man said, outraged. Madame Bones raised her perfectly manicured eyebrow. "You brought it up, Malfoy." "We're sorry," Narcissa interjected. "My husband had too much to drink and has apparently forgotten his manners. Please excuse us." And she led him away towards the leaky cauldron. Harry suddenly wished that he'd brought his kit. A drunk Malfoy would be an easy target. "I'm sorry you had to hear that, Susan," Amelia said with a worried glance. Susan's eyes looked unfocused for a moment before she shook her head and responded numbly with, "It's not your fault, Auntie." "Foul git," Sirius muttered. Susan looked at Sirius and said, "Was he telling the truth about your brother?" Sirius looked sad and nodded. "Yes, my brother, like most of my family, joined the Death Eaters. I don't know whether or not Regulus killed anyone or if they just used him as a scapegoat. He died before the end of the war and was never convicted. My brother was soft. He was twisted by my parents into joining. I always hoped he had managed to stay out of things for the most part, but maybe I was wrong." "I wouldn't put much stock in the words of a Malfoy," Amelia said. "They're a slippery bunch." Harry nodded his agreement. "What is the the curse you mentioned?" Harry finally asked. He'd spent a lot of time reading in the library, but it didn't ring a bell. Amelia looked at Sirius, and Sirius nodded. "The Imperious Curse is one of the 3 unforgivable curses," Amelia said. "It essentially gives the caster complete control of their victim. They can force them to do terrible things." That sounded terrible, and he said as much, but added, "It sounded like there was a way to fight against the curse." Sirius nodded. "An exceptionally strong-willed person could fight back, but it's rare. Which is why Malfoy was able to use it as an excuse to escape prison." Amelia said. Harry was busy processing the information, still stuck on the thought of being helpless while someone controlled him. When Amelia's words finally registered, he asked, "You mean you don't believe it?" "Not for a second," Amelia and Sirius said at the same time. It helped break the tension, and they all laughed, even Susan. With the mood lightened, Harry was reminded that he'd wanted to ask Sirius about bowtruckles and runes. It wouldn't hurt to ask someone as accomplished as Madame Bones as well. He told the group what he'd seen Ratatosker do, and then asked them if they knew anything about Bowtruckle's understanding runes. "Not that I know of, but I didn't take runes." Sirius said, "Magical creatures sometimes have weird abilities, but they're usually only apparent when they've bonded with a witch or wizard." Amelia nodded her agreement. "That's all I really know as well. I took runes, but I don't recall ever learning that Bowtruckles had an affiliation with them." He wondered if maybe Ollivander would know. He glanced at the wand shop, but the lights were out. He'd have to ask another time. Harry woke up the next day to sunlight shining through his windows. Mrs. Figg had been busy with one thing or another for weeks now, and hadn't been waking him up early or conducting lessons for him and Luna. He rolled out of bed with a groan and started doing push-ups. Mrs. Figg might not be there to wake him up, but he could still exercise. He didn't want to get rusty. Besides, after cramming himself into the cupboard at the hospital, he wanted to add contortion to his regime. After his workout, he was sure to stretch so that he'd be able to maintain his flexibility. Afterwards, he headed downstairs and walked to the kitchen for breakfast. He was greeted by Sirius and Luna, who were sharing a plate of bacon. Harry walked to the fridge and found that it was surprisingly empty. Mrs. Figg did the shopping and obviously hadn't been able to go recently. "Has anyone heard from Mrs. Figg?" he asked. Both Sirius and Luna indicated that they hadn't. Harry hoped she was okay. Maybe he should go and visit Hermes. He usually knew where she was, and maybe he'd be in a better mood since Harry had delivered the catnip. He made his way to Mrs. Figg's quarters and opened the door. "Mrs. Figg," he called. "Hermes, are you there?" He waited a moment and was about to investigate when he heard Hermes in his head. "Yes, Harry," the deep voice said. Harry replied mentally, "Have you seen Mrs. Figg? I'm worried about her." Hermes chuckled. "You should be," he said. "What do you mean? Why?" he asked the cat. "Mrs. Figg is away doing guild work," Hermes finally answered. "She probably won't be back any time soon, but she is okay. I'd know if something had happened to her." Harry felt the mental connection break. He still didn't understand. Should he be worried about her or not? Stupid cat Harry left after that and entered the kitchen. "Miss Figg is going to be away for a while, so we should probably go grocery shopping soon. Do either of you know how we do that?" he asked Sirius and Luna. They both looked at him blankly. That was a no. Harry was circulating some sort of plan. He'd been grocery shopping tons of times in the Muggle world. He'd just need to convert his gold into Muggle money and go out. It had been a while since he'd gone Muggle anyways. He was interrupted from his thoughts when Sirius said, "I'll just send Creature. He does all the shopping for the Black family home." Harry was confused. "Creature?" he asked. "He's a house elf. Mad as can be after being left alone with no one but the portrait of my dead mother, but still capable enough," Sirius said. "He'll hate that I'm making him do this," he added happily. Harry was even more confused now, but at least the problem was solved. "Can I meet him?" Luna asked. Sirius looked hesitant for a moment. "He's not really fit for meeting decent people," he said. "Please," Luna said while pouting. Harry thought she looked a bit ridiculous, but it was working on Sirius. "Never could say no to a pretty bird," Sirius said. "Creature." Harry heard a pop, and a small, wrinkly, and ugly creature with large eyes and an even larger set of droopy ears appeared in his kitchen. More off-putting than his general characteristics was the grimace the creature held on his face. "Nasty master calls Creature to this awful place," Creature said in a miserable, raspy voice. "Yes, your master," Sirius said while emphasizing the word, "has summoned you to introduce you to Harry Potter and Luna Lovegood." Creature looked dully at Harry and Luna. "Hi, Creature," Luna said while holding out her hand. "I'm Luna. It's nice to meet you." Creature looked at Luna in confusion. He seemed to be torn between two emotions, but Harry couldn't guess what they were. He blamed the wrinkles. Harry decided to follow Luna's lead, since she tended to have a way with magical creatures, and said, "Hello, Creature. My name is Harry Potter. Welcome to my home." Creature inhaled sharply at his words. He took in several deep breaths as he looked between Harry and Luna in confusion. They are treating Creature with respect and kindness, like Master Regulus always did, but they are as being a nasty half-breed and nasty blood traitor. Mistress would not approve, Creature said to himself miserably. Harry was confused, but was starting to put everything together. The Blacks were a traditional pureblood family. They were a nasty, intolerant sort, and they'd obviously twisted the house elf's mind. Harry glanced at Sirius to gauge his reaction. Sirius just looked at the elf in disgust, an obvious reminder to his home life before he'd run away. Harry decided to push a little harder to break through to the elf. "Would you like some tea?" he asked the elf kindly. Sirius barely managed to hold in his laugh. Luckily, the elf didn't notice. "Tea," Creature rasped. "You are offering poor Creature tea." "Oh, and biscuits. We have a little bit left," Luna said as she dug through the pantry. Creature broke down crying. Masters are too kind to Creature, and even after Creature was so rude, Master Regulus would be ashamed. The elf cried into his hands. "I think you broke him," Sirius said with a wicked grin. Luna put her hands on her hips and scowled at Sirius. "Maybe if you were nice to him, he wouldn't be so shocked," she said seriously. Sirius looked taken aback at Luna and was about to reply, but Harry interrupted. Harry knew he would likely blow up at anyone that told him he should have been nicer to Dudley or something. It wasn't quite the same thing, but it was close enough. He would need to defuse the situation. "Hey, Sirius," Harry said. "I think I get it. I know I'd be mad if someone told me to be nice to Dudley after all he did to make my life miserable, but maybe Luna has a point even if she should maybe be more empathetic towards all you went through." He really hoped that, by distracting each of them from their anger before it could set in, that it would fizzle out, and they'd all be able to move on. He was wrong. "You get it," Sirius said in disbelief at the same time that Luna said, "I need to be more empathetic." They continued to shout, and Harry sat there and took the abuse. At least it wasn't being directed at themselves or Creature. Creature was looking at all of them with wide eyes, his mouth ajar. Harry just locked eyes with the elf and smiled kindly. Family members sometimes fought, and that was okay, normal even. He just wanted Creature to understand that maybe the Blacks had been wrong about half-breeds and half-bloods or blood traitors. Creature seemed to realize what he'd done, and smiled in return. It looked like a painful, torturous smile, but it was genuine. They sat there and smiled at each other while Luna and Sirius berated him for what he'd said. Harry handed the house elf a cup of tea, and they sat there and drank it. When Sirius and Luna finally realized that Harry and Creature were just sitting there drinking tea together, completely unfazed by all the yelling, they stopped. "You're impassable, Harry Potter," Luna said. Her cheeks were red, and her hair was all over the place. Sirius was taking in deep breaths, and he still had a scowl on his face, but he wasn't saying anything. Harry poured 2 more cups and handed one to each of them. "Feel better?" he asked with an arrogant smile. "Quiet you," Sirius said as he took the cup. He looked at Creature seriously for a long while as he drank his tea. The elf looked at Sirius warily. "Creature," Sirius said, "I will try and be nicer going forward as long as you will try and refrain from insulting my friends." Creature nodded and said, "I will try, Master." "Thank you," Sirius replied. "We were wondering if you'd be willing to stock the kitchen for us." Creature perked up at this. "You is wanting Creature to do more work?" "Yes, please, Creature," Sirius said, barely remembering to add the magic word. Creature vanished with a pop, his teacup left spinning on the table before finally coming to a stop. "That was something else," Harry said, still grinning. Sirius looked at him with eyes that held just a twinge of sadness in them, as if he was remembering something from long ago. "Sometimes, I'm still amazed at how it's possible that you seem to have equal parts James and Lily in you." Sirius ruffled his hair and added, "They'd be so proud of you." Later that afternoon, Harry was helping to prepare dinner. Remus was supposed to come home today, and they were going to have a small party to celebrate that Luna and Remus were home. When Remus came home, Harry had been concerned that the man wouldn't be able to get around very well. After all, there were a lot of stairs at Potter Manor. Remus rolled right to the stairs and then floated up and over them in his wheelchair. Magic might not be able to solve every problem, but it solved a lot of them. A few moments later, the flue flared green and Amelia, Sirius, and Susan arrived. Harry greeted them, and then they made their way to the dining room. Remus and Sirius spent a good amount of time sharing old memories of their time at Hogwarts. "Actually, I think I caught your parents snogging in a broom closet my first year as prefect," Remus said to Susan with a smirk. They'd have been in their 7th year then. Amelia, who Harry had learned was a few years younger than her brother, laughed and said, "I think I remember that night. I was in 3rd year and caught them returning to the common room." Nathan was rather cross at being lectured by a 5th year, and Rachel thought it was so funny. Susan smiled brightly at the story. Harry knew how much the stories about his parents meant to him and could only assume that Susan felt the same way. They talked well into the night before Amelia and Susan returned home. Remus still seemed reluctant to turn into bed, but Sylvie and Tabitha turned in for the night. That left Harry, Luna, Remus, and Sirius, who decided to enjoy a cup of cocoa while they talked. The conversation started off with more stories of Hogwarts, but when Sirius touched on one of their full moon adventures, Harry was reminded of a question he had. "Hey, Remus, do you know how your injury is going to affect your wolf form?" he asked. Remus took a sip of his cocoa before answering. "The healers speculated several outcomes. They assume that my injury will transfer over to my wolf form, but they aren't sure. It's not well documented." "Will the transformation complicate your recovery?" Sirius asked. Remus shook his head and said, "Actually, they have theorized the opposite. My wolf form, being magically strong, might actually help me recover. There is a small chance that I'll regain the ability to walk after my transformation." Harry perked up at that. "That's interesting," he said. "I hadn't thought of that." Remus smiled. "I'm trying not to get my hopes up. Actually, I need to talk to you about something, Luna. I'm hoping to go deep into the forest here for my transformation. The ambient magic might increase my chances." Luna nodded along. "With this being your first time, it'll be really good for you to transform with other werewolves, and I was originally planning on taking Wolfsbane, but it might be better for me to let more of the wolf out. How do you feel about your first transformation occurring without the use of Wolfsbane?" he asked. Luna seemed to be thoughtfully considering everything. "I think I'd like to experience the transformation fully so that I can better appreciate the potion in the future." Remus nodded solemnly. "I'm glad to hear you say that," he said. "What about Sylvie and Tabitha?" Harry asked, curious. "They're planning on taking the potion to help keep us in line," Remus said. Harry nodded. He was glad there would be someone to keep an eye on things. The next full moon is in a couple nights, Harry pointed out. Are you ready? Luna frowned and said, Not really. I'm just glad I won't be alone. Harry hoped he'd someday be able to be there for her too, but he nodded to add his agreement to her statement. He was grateful that Luna had Remus, Sylvie, and Tabitha. It was a couple days later, and the full moon was tonight. Harry woke up and performed his routine. Mrs. Figg had not been heard from, and Harry was contemplating a visit to Hogsmeade and then Mundungus in Nocturne to see if he knew anything. It wasn't abnormal for Mrs. Figg to be busy and gone all day, but it was not like her to just vanish without notice. Harry contemplated inviting Luna to come with him, but she had been incredibly irritable the day before. She'd nearly bitten his head off when he'd accidentally bumped into her as he was walking down the hallway. Besides, he was planning to use the invisibility cloak to do some stalking. Maybe he'd run into Lucius Malfoy or some other former Death Eater. Harry gathered his gear and put it in his expandable bag. Ever since his little adventure to Italy, everyone has been too busy and distracted to care much about how he spent his time. Sirius was too busy with aura training, and Remus had been in the hospital, which distracted Sylvie. So he was surprised when he made it all the way to the flue and Remus stopped him. Going somewhere, Harry, the man said from the kitchen doorway. Harry paused, barely containing the guilty jolt his body wanted to make when he was caught doing something wrong. Oh, hey, Remus, I didn't see you there, he said awkwardly. I was just going to see if I could find Mrs. Figg since she's been gone so long. Remus looked thoughtful. Sirius mentioned something about that. He scratched his chin and added, Normally, I'd offer to go with you, but I have a raging headache. Harry nodded, relieved that he wouldn't have to make up another excuse. I hate sending you off alone, but I doubt anyone here will be very good company today, Remus said. Harry thought for a moment for something to put Remus at ease, and then it came to him. Don't worry, I'm going to start at Honeyduke's because they're a business partner of mine that Mrs. Figg has been working with. Want me to pick anything up? Remus looked hesitant at first, but Harry could tell he was sold at the mention of Honeyduke's. Remus had a bit of a problem when it came to chocolate, and Harry wasn't above exploiting it. Remus promptly listed off several things for Harry to pick up, and then Harry resumed his journey. Harry flew directly to Honeyduke's since he'd been given an open invitation to do so if he ever needed. The apartment was empty, so he headed downstairs. The shop was absolutely swarming with customers. He didn't think he'd ever seen it so full, and he wondered if the full moon had any correlation with increased chocolate sales. He managed to get Mr. Flume's attention briefly while he made his purchase, and was told that they hadn't seen Mrs. Figg for several weeks. Harry nodded his thanks and went on his way. He was concerned, of course, but there were still other people for him to check with. Hopefully, Fina Greengrass was in and had seen her more recently. He made his way over to her shop, passing several cart vendors offering random trinkets. He walked inside her shop and found Fina stocking a display case. Hey, Fina, he said with a smile. Long time no see. Fina turned and looked him up and down before smiling and saying, Too long, I'd say. You look like you've grown a foot since I saw you last, and you've filled in nicely. You no longer look like a skinny runt. Oi, he replied. He didn't think he'd been that bad. Fina laughed and said, What brings you to my shop, anyways? Harry explained that he was looking for Mrs. Figg. Fina looked surprised. Oh, yes, she was here just yesterday, actually. We were going over the list of all Lucy's suppliers. Harry let out a breath of relief. He was relieved at least someone had seen her recently. But what was she doing, he wondered. She hasn't been home in several weeks as far as I know. Maybe she's just getting in after I've gone to bed and leaving before I wake up, he said. Well, I'll let her know you're worried when I see her next, Fina said. She seemed all right to me, happy even. Harry thanked Fina and then asked if he could use her flue. He traveled to the Leaky Cauldron and from there went out to the alley. First stop was Ollivander's to ask about Ratatasker's ability to understand runes. Then he'd head to Mundungus' shop. When he got to Ollivander's, he saw the man was busy with a customer, so he decided to wait a while at Fortescue's. He sat at a table and enjoyed a cup of coffee while he waited for the people to leave Ollivander's. He was only there for a couple minutes when he saw Theodore not walking through the alley alone. He waved politely when the boy spotted him. Thea hesitated for a moment before walking over towards him. Hey, Thea, he said. "How are you?" Theo grinned and said, "I'm doing all right." Bit bored, if I'm being honest. Harry smiled. He hadn't been sure where he stood with Theo since he hadn't heard from or seen him since around solstice, but the easy way they picked up as if it were only yesterday put him at ease. "Yeah," Harry said. "I feel like time has slowed to a stop the last couple weeks." It wasn't true, exactly, but no one really knew that. "Is that why you're wandering the alley?" Theo nodded. "Yeah, my dad has business on the continent, so I've been left to my own devices for the last couple weeks." Harry thought that kind of sounded nice, but he wouldn't trade his friendships for anything now. He wondered just what Theo's dad was up to. All he knew was that the Knots dealt in dangerous creatures and had a dark reputation. "What are you doing here?" Theo asked him. "Everyone was busy today, so I thought I'd just do some exploring around Diagon," he replied. There was no point in giving away his secrets too freely unless Theo might know something about boat truckles and runes. Theo nodded. "I'm heading over to look at the new brooms if you want to join me," he said. Harry thought about it for a minute. He liked Theo and didn't want to offend him by blowing him off, but he didn't want to get sidetracked. Deciding he would rather be on good terms with Theo, he agreed to go with him. The pair left the ice cream shop and walked together towards the broom shop. Harry hadn't spent any time flying yet and knew relatively nothing about brooms. He had been worried that Theo would make fun of him for it, but when he broached the subject, Theo said, "Don't worry, I haven't spent a lot of time flying either, and I doubt very many kids our age have." Harry was relieved. When they got to the shop, they saw a group of people gathered around a display case that featured a brand new broom. "Oh, this must be the new Nimbus," Theo said excitedly. "I read that most of the professional teams have purchased these brooms." Harry looked at the broom, if you could call it that. It was unlike any broom he'd ever seen, though it had the general shape of one. It was very finely polished and looked relatively comfortable for riding. The bristles at the end were held by a very fine bronze sleeve, and there were fine bronze braces attached, where Harry figured the rider could rest their feet. As he looked even closer, he saw several runic sequences running up the length of the broom. The braces and sleeve also had runes etched on basically every surface. "Do those runes mean anything, or are they there simply for aesthetics?" he asked Theo. Theo raised his eyes at Harry and said, "I don't know, never really thought about it." Harry felt a bit like a nerd and blushed. Theo laughed and said, "Don't worry about it. Let's go ask the store owner." The store owner was actually thrilled at the question and unloaded a wealth of information on how brooms were made. Harry learned that they did in fact use runes in broom making. Besides the runes, he was interested in what the store owner said about how different kinds of materials were better for some things than others. There were other factors as well that were closely guarded secrets. Harry was thrilled to learn something new, and even though Theo didn't seem all that interested, he didn't make him feel bad for his curiosity. Theo left shortly after that, however, saying he had already made plans to catch up with an old friend. Harry made his way back over to Ollivander's, and seeing that it was free of customers, he entered. The room looked much the same as it did last time. He wanted to reach out with his magic, but knew that it would be too overwhelming. He knew he needed to figure out a way to dampen the unpleasant effects of his ability soon, otherwise he'd never be able to use it at places like Hogwarts. It didn't take long for Mr. Ollivander to show up. "Mr. Potter," the old man said, his eyes seemingly pierced into his soul, "it's a pleasure to see you here." Harry smiled at the old man. Ollivander was a bit strange, but Harry found it endearing. He greeted the wand maker and sat at the counter. "You have time to answer some questions," Harry checked. "I don't want to be a bother." Harry glanced around the room swiftly, noticing that it looked much the same as last time. "Not at all," Mr. Ollivander said. "I can make time for you as long as you keep sending me the high-quality wood you've been sending." Harry, who had tried hard to live up to the high standard his grandfather had set, was very glad to hear that Ollivander was satisfied with what Harry had been sending him. "I just had another question about boat truckles," he said. Harry watched as Mr. Ollivander's eyes grew as he explained about Ratatosker and the runes. "Fascinating," the man said when Harry was done. "I've not heard of boat truckles having an affinity for runes, but it's definitely something you should keep exploring while at Hogwarts." Harry felt himself deflate a bit at the man's answer. He had really been hoping for something, anything really, as an explanation. Mr. Ollivander must have picked up on his disappointment because he added, "Sorry I couldn't be more help." Harry nodded in response and said, "Thanks anyways. I'll just have to keep searching for the answer, and you were the first person that came to mind." "I'm honored," Mr. Ollivander said, "but I'm afraid that wand-making has been my sole focus in life since I was about your age." Harry couldn't help but wonder just how long ago that had been, but he kept that question to himself. He said goodbye and made his way towards Nocturne Alley, noticing right away that the streets seemed busier than normal. Harry didn't hate crowds. In fact, he loved how easy they made it for him to disappear into anonymity when needed. He slunk from group to group. There wasn't a particular reason to be inconspicuous, but it never hurt to practice. Before he knew it, he was at the entrance to Nocturne. He considered putting on his cloak, but decided against it. If he was to become a master thief, he would need to be more than a boy with an invisibility cloak. So he turned with a flourish of his robes in a way that he hoped resembled Lucius Malloy. Harry had always liked acting like different people. It was like putting on a different mask than the one he usually wore. Ever since his conversation with the guild leader, he'd understood the importance of this particular skill. What he portrayed into the world, people would believe. Right now, he needed everyone in the dark alley to believe that he belonged and wasn't to be messed with. Lucius Malfoy wasn't a man that Harry liked, but he respected the air of authority and pride that surrounded the man. He'd use it when needed. Harry worked hard to seem indifferent to those around him, as if he were better than everyone. It was challenging to keep the satisfied smirk off his face when he noticed someone reconsider approaching him. Dung's shop came into view, and Harry quickened his step. He tried the door and it opened with a creak. The shop looked much the same as always, dusty, disorganized, and full to the brim of equal parts interesting and mundane-looking items. A few seconds passed before Mundungus seemingly appeared out of nowhere. "Ah, lad, it has been a while," the man said with a smile. Harry guessed he had sensors set up to detect visitors. Harry approached and greeted the man. "Hey, Dung, is Mrs. Figg here?" To Harry's delight, Dung nodded with a grin. "She's in the back." "Come on, follow me." Harry followed the man down a hallway and into the back room. When he walked through, he saw a slightly disheveled Mrs. Figg organizing a bundle of papers. She didn't look very good if he was being honest. She had heavy bags under her eyes, which he noticed were bloodshot. She clearly hadn't slept the night before. He looked around the room, noticing the multitude of stacked pages, books, and folders scattered about the room. "Mrs. Figg?" he asked with some hesitation. Mrs. Figg started at his interruption. She looked up at him with her hand over her chest. "Harry, what are you doing here?" she asked. "I came to check on you," he said while leveling her with a flat look. "I haven't seen you in ages." "I've been busy investigating Malfoy and cleaning up your mess," she replied. "It's not been easy, I might add." "Well, that's mostly been me cleaning up your mess, lad," Mundungus interjected while ignoring Mrs. Figg's glare. "We've mostly been busy with something far big." Mrs. Figg had thrown a book at Dung to shut him up. "What's that for?" he said indignantly. "You have a big mouth. Harry doesn't need to know," she said. "Know what?" Harry asked, hurt. "Why can't I know?" Mrs. Figg sighed. "It's not like that, lad. It's just that this is rather sensitive, and if someone were to find out what we're up to," she trailed off. "I can keep a secret," he answered. "I know, not from a Legilimen's," she interrupted. Harry halted. He had read about legilimency and occlumency in his family library, and he knew she had a point. It reminded him that he'd had a question about that. "How is it that a legilimens can't find out about the guild, then?" he asked. He figured there was a reason, and he didn't expect that it would sway Mrs. Figg's decision at all. "The magical vows you swore seal the secret from legilimency," she answered. "Then I'll just swear another vow," he answered smugly. "No, you won't," she said, folding her arms. It's a foolish habit to get into, swearing magical vows left and right. Harry glared. It drove him mad to have secrets kept from him like this. "We could just teach him legilimency," Dung offered. Mrs. Figg stopped briefly at that. "You could teach me?" Harry asked. The books he'd read had indicated that the skill was incredibly rare these days. "Not me, no," the man said. "The guild has resources, though, once you have enough guild coins at least." Harry smiled. It was something to work towards at least. "You'll have to do a lot of jobs or pull off something huge to afford the guild's training," Mrs. Figg said. "It'll probably take a few years." Harry frowned at that. "Don't fret," Dung said. "We're a ways off from acting on this information, still in the investigative stages." Mrs. Figg nodded at that. It would be nice to have another member we trust helping us, she said, her rigid bearing softening now that the argument seemed to be over. Harry smiled at that, relieved that Mrs. Figg did in fact trust him and was just keeping it secret out of necessity. I'll work hard, he promised. Mrs. Figg laughed at that and said, Of that I have no doubt. You're the hardest working 10-year-old I've ever met. Harry laughed at that and Mundungus slapped him in the back with a smile. What about Lucius? Harry asked, changing the subject. Mrs. Figg looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Keen, are you? I'm bored out of my mind, he answered plainly. And chuckled at that, and Mrs. Figg had to work to hide her grin. Mrs. Figg handed him a bit of parchment, and Harry read it over. It was a large list of names and addresses. Is this all of his investments? He asked. Just the potion ingredient investment properties in England, I'm afraid, she said. Harry was shocked. Just how wealthy are the Malfoys if this is just the potion ingredient properties? He asked. In England, Dung added with a chuckle. Harry glared at the reminder and groaned. This is going to take forever, he complained. Just a bit of hard work, Mrs. Figg said. You'll be busy, at least, not bored, I hope. He huffed. Mrs. Figg had a way of weaponizing his words. Aren, thank you for reading and reviewing.